And good morning. I think we're live now. Thanks for everybody for joining us. We're here for day 2 here in Scotland, starting off with the men's Four Nations. Followed then by, starting at 1 o'clock, we'll have the UK's men's. So I think most of you probably at home were watching yesterday. It was a very, very action-packed day. A few upsets, a few newcomers. Taylor Southgate herself coming in, smashing the under-73s at the age of 18 years old. Very, very exciting. I think the standard yesterday, even compared to National Worlds last year, was just absolutely ridiculous. The depth that was in there, and everybody had to stay fighting towards the end of the day. So definitely a very, very exciting competition. You can look back on Strong Pass if you missed anything. So we'll be starting off today again, similar enough, with the squat for reps. We'll have 5 events now for the Four Nations, followed then by 6 events then for the UK's following that. So we have. Wrong one. So for the under 73s, we've just got 3 guys competing in this category. Under 72s, I should say. So we have Jack Murphy from Ireland. We have Jake Garrity from England, and then we have Nathan Blackler from Wales.
This was a really interesting event yesterday. I think there was a good mix of people hitting PBs and people, like you say, like the Kayla in the under 73s just sending it. Like she looked so professional when she came out. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
So with this as well, they also have an option of 2 different weights. So there's 130 and 160, but I think going by the looks of it, all guys are going for the heavier option on this one, I believe.
Loaded the same.
So these boxes as well, you were kind of saying this yesterday, like they don't actually make it easier because you really have to just counterbalance, because if you come down too hard, you're going to throw yourself kind of a little bit all over the place. So you definitely need to be controlled, and it puts a bit more pressure on your quads and your back, having that dead stop, because you have to stay so braced throughout the whole lift.
One dropout already, 2 dropouts actually on the right 3 rack. We do have one still going though. Is that in the middle? Do we know?
It's a full 60 seconds of squatting is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
And especially considering, as I said, we don't see squat that often in strongman. So, for the 3rd event, we have a log for reps. And I think, for people who haven't done log, as your 3rd or 4th event, is going to be a big surprise because, as you know, typically it's 1st or 2nd in the lineup. And you could see a lot of people yesterday trying to do that split jerk technique and just not really quite working out for them. And similar enough with the log later on, that we have an option of 2 different weights to pick from. So you'll definitely see some tactics coming into play later on in the show.
Yeah, you can definitely see it catching up with them. Like you say, a lot of the guys are more explosive, do the sort of push jerk, split jerk variations. They were struggling.
Definitely.
Even if it wasn't the power output, you could see it in the catch. They were.
It was more the catch, that final bit, yeah.
But yeah, no, good start there though.
I think Jake's walking off there, very, very happy with that.
Yeah.
So we had Nathan Blackler with 110 kg for 2 reps. We had Jake Garrity with 140 kg for 10 reps. That's big. That is very big. Yeah, bear in mind that's probably over close to double body weight for him. And Jack Murphy, unfortunately, got 0 reps at the 140.
Yeah, so one thing that we didn't see it used that much yesterday, but the guys do have the option to rest the bar.
They do, yeah.
Whether they want to do that at the bottom, which probably isn't advisable, but they can also re-rack it as long as their hands stay on the bar.
Stay on the bar, yeah.
They are still in the comp. Yeah. It's when the hands come off that the time stops.
That's when it changes.
Like I said, we didn't see it used that much yesterday, but if there is a guy that's sort of looking to get PB reps, it's an option to go rest pause and
I think so. It out. Yeah. So because you don't want to be standing there with the bar on top of you.
Yeah,
so like rack it there for a few moments could really make a big difference on that one.
Yeah.
So we're just resetting now for the under 80s men, and again, for the under 80s men we have 3 in this category. So we have Damien McLaughlin from Ireland, we have Mark Condren from Ireland, and then we also have Joshua Benyon. And the weights for these are going to be 130 to 160. Going by the looks, they're all going for the 160 on this one. So if people at home who don't know the difference between what the Four Nations and UK's is, the Four Nations is basically anybody who didn't qualify for UK through their national title. And it's a very good idea, just because like it gives people a little bit more motivation, a bit more experience of, you know, what it's like to have to travel while doing a weight cut. And even if, as an open athlete, you know, having to travel and stuff like that, there's a lot of small things that a lot of people don't take into consideration. So, you know, if you're at home and you did your national title and you didn't qualify for UKs and you're not too sure about doing the Four Nations, just go for it. Like, you've nothing to lose, you've but everything to gain in this.
Yeah. If nothing else, you get great experience, all a good time. Like, the comps are ran incredibly.
Definitely, yeah. It's all about getting experience.
Yeah.
So we're all underway now.
We're off to a flyer in lane
Damien,
one.
we have Damien in lane 1, and then we have Mark Condren in lane 2, and then we have Joshua Benyon in lane 3.
Joshua grinding one out there. That's a good rep for him. Lanes 1 and 2 are going at it here, though.
Very smashing it out. Actually, I love seeing Spot getting used more in strongman.
Yeah,
I think it's something that really needs to have a revival in the sport.
Yeah, it was one of those. When I first went to Scotland Strongest Man, it was in there. That was 2017, and I've not seen it since.
Yeah,
so
I've only ever done it once in competition, and I've done about 26 comps now.
Yeah, it's very few and far between.
Very few. And I think it's a lot more impressive than deadlifting, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it's a lot more skilled.
It's a lot more skilled. Like you have to have a lot of nerve to be able to put a big weight on your back. Yeah. You know, walk out with it and bang out a couple of reps while also staying in control of it. Yeah,
I think especially with this setup as well with the boxes, it's so easy to throw yourself off.
Definitely,
If you've not got the bar set up perfectly on your back and you can clip one side before the other, that can throw you off massively. Even if you haven't trained it exactly with the setup and you've just been training free squats, those boxes can throw you off massively.
Yeah. It makes such a huge difference when you actually get to practice properly.
Yeah.
So the scores will be coming in now in a moment, but by the looks of it, I think everybody seems to be fairly happy with themselves coming out of that one. So we had Damien McLaughlin with 12 reps at 160 kilos. Again, this is double body weight. Mark Condren with 13 reps at 160 kilos. And we had Joshua Benyon with 3 reps at 160 kilos.
Yeah.
And you know, like one thing we seen yesterday as well with the squat was, you know, people who didn't do too good with the squat usually did very good with the sandbags.
Yeah.
And that's usually quite common. You know, people are lacking on their static strength. They're usual absolute beasts whenever it comes to kind of moving events and stuff like that. So that's kind of where the points get really mixed up with things. So now with the under 90s, as I said, we've got 9 people coming in here. So we have in lane 1 Harrison Goldie, and then in lane 2 we have Sean Hegarty, and then in lane 3 we have Jared O'Neill.
It's so good seeing the numbers in these categories as well. I don't know about in Ireland, but certainly in Scotland, the 90s and the 80s are, the standard is unbelievable.
I think the under 80s and under 90s is probably one of the most exciting categories. And I think later on for UK's the under 80s is going to be a very, very tight competition. And I think even in the 90s we had 20 people competing in it.
Crazy. Yeah, it's so good to see.
It's very good to see. So here now we have the options of 150 kilos and 180, and I think by the looks of it, when we see, everybody's going for the heavier option on this one. And another thing to know as well, like, you might notice these bars a little bit thicker because these are 35 kilo strength shop axle bars. And that again, that's a whole new element as well because it's much thicker on the hands. You know, you have to control it a lot more. There's a bit more pressure coming down the back of the neck, so it's just another layer of awkwardness onto this event.
And even that can change your position as well. If you're used to sort of low bar with the barbell, the axle's not going to be as forgiving. It's going to change your position slightly. So
you won't be seeing. Doing a low bar with an axle will be very difficult.
It's going to sort of show who's trained it and who hasn't essentially as well. Who's had the axle. And
So we have Ger O'Neill in lane 3, absolutely banging up the reps here. Ger has a strong CrossFit background. You might see him on the log later that he's got a very, very good split jerk technique.
It's nice and controlled as well. There's no breakdown. He's just smooth reps, keep him going, grinding them out.
So Harrison Goldie is starting to find his rhythm here now. And I think Sean Hegarty is done for. But Ger O'Neill's he's still going. He might squat the full 60 seconds here.
Yeah, really good fight in lane 3. Still good. Look at the grind on that. That is amazing. And he's even polite enough to re-rack it. What a guy.
Oh, sorry, I was wrong. In lane 1, we actually had got an Irish top on.
Yeah, he's got an Irish top on, yeah.
Conor O'Neill, sorry. Conor O'Neill. My apologies.
We've got 2 O'Neills.
So, is there any standout moments for you yesterday?
Generally, all of it. It was such a good competition. I struggle to pick one moment.
Yeah.
Some of the individual performances, and I don't just necessarily mean the people that won it. I mean some of the people that came in and just delivered their best performance. PB, you can see it. Where they might not have necessarily done well overall, they still absolutely buzzing with the day they've had.
100%.
Like I say, that's what it's all about. It's all about that experience, coming out, hitting PBs, doing what's good versus where you started, not versus anyone else. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
But no, I thought the whole day was brilliant, from how it was ran to how everyone competed, how they conducted themselves. It was great.
Yeah,
it was
very
a brilliant day. Yeah.
So I think from what I know, in lane 2 anyways, it is Jay Gorman, and lane 3 we have Stephen Barry. Lane 1, not entirely too sure.
Get logos on the back of the top next year. So
I know, yeah, it makes sense.
Get the names on the back.
Yeah. We will have the names on the back for UKs later on, makes it a little bit easier for us. Now, I'd even say as well, for the setup in this, you don't want to rush yourself. You really want to make sure you get a strong setup before you actually start squatting on this. But
yeah, again, that's the way. Again, it's totally different from a deadlift. You can get away with being hyped on a deadlift, whereas this is much more controlled.
But lane 1's gone up about 5 reps so far already. It's just looking like a very strong performance.
Well, lane 2 is...
Unfortunately, Jay Gorman's gone down. But...
lane 3 still fighting out, though.
Lane 1 is powering through these reps right now. He's got a very good rhythm, like he's not hitting the box too hard, staying in control of it the whole way. You can see him just slow down a little bit when he's coming up to those boxes. He's anticipating the bounce that's coming with it.
Yeah, that's the skill element of it, isn't it? Yeah, rather than bouncing it, but then he's also risking more fatigue because he's having to control it that bit more, so it's weighing up what works best for every athlete.
Okay, we're actually, there must have been a mix-up on the T-shirts on that last one, because it was actually, was Harrison Goldie and Sean Hegarty and Ger O'Neill. So Harrison got 9 reps with 180 kg, Sean got 1 rep with 180 kg, and Ger O'Neill was 11 reps. Be very curious now to see if Martin Hathaway beat that, who was in lane 1.
Crazy reps, isn't it? 9 and 11 in the same flight. So 10,
Martin 10 just missed out. You know, and again, to do 10, 11 reps, and then to have to go out and do 4 more events. Especially the next event can be a max distance sandbag carry. You have to say that Maddie definitely knows how to pick some grueling events.
Yeah, you can tell he's not doing it.
Yeah. So we have in lane 1 Benjamin Russell, in lane 2 we have Samir Chiba, and then in lane 3 then Conor O'Neill.
So I know Samir trains out of GBA in Edinburgh. He's perhaps the worst trainer, but one of the best athletes I've ever seen.
Naturally talented.
Exactly. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what he gets here. He done really well at Scotland's junior levels. He's caused some real insight at juniors in the 90s. So yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what he does here. Be Samir in the middle lane.
So just setting the heights up now before we begin.
Again, just that controlled start, everyone finding their feet. Well, lane 3 is...
Conor O'Neill went straight into a bit of a bounce, but he's getting it.
There. Samir's off for an easy first one. Lane 1 is flying though.
Very easy. Conor O'Neill, lane 3, grinded through his second rep. Fair play to him. Lane 2's moving quite nicely as well.
Samir on 3 now. Lane 1 on 4 just ahead.
Lane 3 is down.
The hands are off, so he's walking away for the day.
But lane 1 he's starting to go through the gears here. He's starting to find his way.
Yep.
And one thing I kind of noticed as well is, especially with squatting, like you really want to focus on driving your elbows up and backwards.
Yeah.
Because you see what a lot of, like yesterday, where people getting a little bit fatigued, that their elbows are starting to like duck in under them. Once you start to do that, it's very easy to lose your posture. Like, so really just focus on driving those elbows back. Really just helps keep good posture throughout the lift. But lane 1 is really kind of going through it. I think he's definitely going to be fighting be pushing for 10 or 11 reps, so we'll get the results in now soon.
Yeah, really good fight, that. Lane 1 looking like it could be contesting for the lead. What's the lead so far? 11 still? Yeah, 11 reps.
And like, even yesterday as well, and we're starting to see it here today, like, you know, these athletes in the Four Nations, like, these aren't the podium winners, and they're still absolutely smashing every event.
The standard is unbelievable. Yeah. There you go, 12 reps. Wow.
Benjamin Russell taking the win there with 12 reps with 180 kilos. I mean, I even know myself doing 12 reps, 180 kilos. That's going to be tough.
Yeah. I think I want to do a Husafil carry after that.
Yeah, no.
Another 4 reps. It's so impressive. The numbers, the numbers coming up are just unbelievable.
Oh, ridiculous.
So, like all within realms of double bodyweight.
So yes, as I said, as it stands now, in first place we have Benjamin Russell with 12 reps at 180. In second, Joe O'Neill with 11, and then third then is Martin Hathaway with 10 reps as well. If you want to follow along with the results, you can just go to strengthresults.com and you'll be able to follow all the events throughout the day. And you'll also be able to see the results from yesterday as well if you're curious to see about those as well. So now we will be moving into the under 105s. We've 7 men in this one. So first coming out, we're going to have Craig McNally.
Craig McNally, yeah.
Then we're also going to have Robert Marvin, and then in lane 3 we will have Alex Mosley.
Craig's a good guy. I don't know exactly where he trains. I think he might have his own place. He's actually coached by Chloe Bremner.
Oh, really?
He's one of Chloe's athletes. Yeah, Craig's done really well. Really nice guy. I think he's dropped a lot of weight to make the 105s as well, so it's not just been this prep, he has come down. I think he was a lot heavier, yeah, so he's really pushed himself to make the 105s, so it's really good to see. And he's got stronger along the way as well, which isn't easy to do.
Okay, so I think for this one we're going to have 2 coming out in this heat, most likely 2 in the next one, and then 3, just because we have a number of 7, and it's, you know, you don't want to have somebody going out by themselves. You want to try and avoid that as much as possible. So you might see that throughout the day where you might have like 2, and then 3. And it's purely just because like we want to try and give the athletes a bit more of a competitive edge by competing against each other. So Craig straight into it, gets that first rep, and he's calling it that. That could be a good option. I think he went for the lighter weight, looking at the bar, maybe 170 kilos. But we have Robert going in there with what looks like to be the 200 kilo weight.
Yeah, he's in rep 3 now, I believe. Like, really good fight in that one.
You know, bear in mind as well, this is 10:15 in the morning, going in straight into 200 kilo for reps.
That'll wake you up.
And he's getting them.
Yeah, really good reps there. He's fighting through them all.
Can he get another one? Just that bounce caught him a little bit.
Yeah, you can just see he was slightly off center there, and that's all it takes sometimes, especially when you're fatigued.
Yeah, definitely.
It can just throw you off.
But I think he should be happy with that. I mean, he definitely got about at least 5 reps there, I think.
Yeah, I think that was a 6 that he failed on. Yeah, Craig's looking very happy as well, so I'm going to assume that was a PB for him, potentially.
Could be.
He looks very happy down there, so yeah. That's what you like to see.
I was literally just thinking about that. Like, so, you know, sometimes even, I'm not calling this like a novice comp or anything, but when we run like, you know, our class 1 and class 2s back home, and you know, you see the people who aren't as experienced and they're just really enjoying the day. Like it's very motivating, you know, especially as, you know, for myself as well, seeing people actually just have that drive in them. But coming in at Robert Marvin with 5 reps at 200 kilos, that's a very big set.
That's what you want to see. I think is obviously you see all different types of approaches to comp. Some people are really stressed, people are just buzzing to be there. But I think as long as you enjoy the day and as long as you put in a decent performance for where you started, then can't ask for
that's it. Yeah, I mean, like it's very easy to get caught up in the negatives of the competition. Like, but you know, it's as long as you focus on the positives and trying that you push those on. Obviously, it's good to be honest with yourself and focus on your weakness and stuff like that. But at the same time, you got to give yourself credit when credit's due.
Yeah, definitely.
So coming out, we have Alex Mosley, and then we have Sean Sheridan as well. Alex representing Scotland and Sean representing England.
I think they're both like 200, it looks like.
200 kilos, yeah.
5 reps to beat so far. I don't know much about either of these two, but we're interested to see how they attack this. Both opted for lifting shoes, I believe, as well. It's interesting to see a few folk squatting in socks yesterday as well.
Yeah,
I
don't know with the woods. I don't know if I trust squatting in
not
socks.
on a wooden floor.
No, absolutely not. But we have Alex Mosley coming straight in. I think it's at least 2 or 3 reps now.
Yeah, so we rep 3 for him.
Could be a contender for beating, taking the lead on this one. And Sean Sheridan going for his second. Oh, just unfortunately.
Just the bounce there. His hands are still on, though, so yes. Oh, no, he's taking it off. No, I spoke too soon.
Alex trying out that last rep. I think he may be calling it there.
Yeah,
I think he's in and around the 4 to 5 mark there. So
yeah, another good performance there.
And one thing I noticed with the under 105 is it's like you really see a mix in sizes. Kind of same with the under 90s because like you got a lot of guys who are like could be an open athlete but they're cutting down, and you got guys then who are just too big for the under 90s. Like so, you do get there is like. It's a big difference between under 90 and under 105. Got 15. But Alex Mosley matched with 5 reps there for joint first place on that event.
I think even in the out with UKNS standard and like the weight categories, we've got Tom Owens in the crowd, and I've seen him. He's one of the 105s at the minute. And he is insane. He could easily compete at opens and do a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Yeah.
So yeah, I think and then with the introduction of the 120 category as well out again at the UKNS.
Like Sean's I've seen what some of the weight class athletes do. It's incredible. Some of them are absolutely insane. Like you could throw some of them into an open competition and they'll hold their own. Like they're not going to be. They're definitely not going to be struggling with anything. No. So coming out now, we've got we have Bradley Wall in lane 1, and then we have Jamie Weiss in lane 2, and then we have Ben Foster in lane 3.
Getting the final debriefs from the refs before they walk the bar out.
This is definitely an event of composure. You know what I mean? You don't want to be going out being too erratic and the energy being all over the place. Like you really need to be focused on what you're doing here.
Yeah, especially with your setup. If you get too erratic, it's so easy to set yourself off centre, and then that will affect the box touches, and it can just cause all sorts of problems. So, but they're all off to a good start though.
Lane 3 is really trying to use that pounce to his advantage, but he's kind of pushing him forward a little bit. So. That's just, lane 3 is just going through, Ben Foster's going through brute strength right here just to get this done.
Good fight in lane 2 there.
Jamie,
what a rep.
Well done, Jamie Weiss. That was a good grind of a rep. Lane 1's fairly going through as well. Ben Wall, Bradley Wall, sorry. He's really just kind of going through the gears. And he's the only man left standing. Like, so if he can get maybe 1 or 2 reps here, this will definitely push him in the lead. But he's calling it at that. So it could be maybe a tactical move. There's still 4 more Gruen events. He knows he's taking the win there in that one, I think. So
he looks happy with that.
Yeah, no point breaking himself.
Like you say, you've got to be tactical. It's not necessarily a long day because it's a quick competition the way they turn around.
Yeah.
But there's still a lot more events to come.
Exactly, yeah. Still a lot more to come.
And I think that's almost sometimes worse. I think sometimes you'd rather have a longer day with more rest. Whereas you've got the quick turnaround that is just snappy constantly. So
well, the other side then is like when it's so quick, you don't even need much of a warm up in between events.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I mean? You're warmed up from the last ones. Sometimes you can just kind of walk straight into them.
Yeah, which it'll benefit these guys as well. You know what I mean? You're not hanging about too much. Like you say, the warm-ups can be quick. The guys, because they're all weight categories, they'll be well conditioned as well. I'm talking as an opens athlete who wants more rest in between. But these guys all look in good shape, so it should be an issue for them.
So for the top 3 there, we had Ben Foster taking the first place with 7 reps at 200 kilos. Then we had Bradley Wall second place with 6 reps. And then we had Robert Marvin in 3rd place. Well, actually, joint 3rd place was Robert Marvin and Alex Mosley with 5 reps. So now, when it opens, they have the option of 190 or 220 kg. So we've only got 4 athletes in the open category for the 4 nations today. So we'll have 2 heats of 2. And going by the looks of it, they're both going for the 220.
Yeah, both going for the heavier option, it looks like. Andy Spence. for Scotland.
And we have Alexander Cook in lane 2.
And lane 2 is out quicker, and he's got the first rep underway. A little stumble there, but I think he did get it. Hanley grinding out his first as well.
Both of them are really they're smashing through this. Oh, he mistimed that. That was, I think one side hit it, the other side didn't, and it really threw him off balance.
Lane 2 still going though.
Yeah. Alexander's really going through the reps here. It's a strong performance. He must have done at least 6 or 7 reps now.
Yeah.
220 kilos as well.
And he still looks strong. He's not slowing down at all.
We were talking about this yesterday. I think a slightly wider stance might be a bit more beneficial on this one. Like, especially with the boxes you might be able to avoid having to go to like full depth on it.
Yeah, definitely.
But he's using the bounce to his advantage.
Yeah, he's riding it out. Yeah, it's working for him.
He's well back. He's not going to get that rep. Unfortunately, just missed it.
But taking that weight for a full 60 seconds.
That was tough. I think he's done at least 8 or 9 reps there on that one.
Yeah, he's got to be close to double figures. Yeah.
Should be happy with that one. 15 reps. What the
insane.
hell? Oh my gosh. What the That's Alexander, fair play, man.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
He's put down a statement.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, it's 15 reps at 220 kg first round. I'm very curious to see how he holds out now for the rest of the competition.
I was just thinking that, it's going to be interesting to see if that pays off tactically or if he's sold himself too early.
Hopefully not, but if he holds strong now throughout the rest of the competition, we could have a future contender.
Yeah.
So that is the squat now complete. So we will be moving back down now for the under 72 men's. Going into the Cerberus strength who sandbags. Oh, sorry, we have 2 more. Sorry, my bad. Jumping the gun here. Yes, no, you're right. Yeah, so we have Ross Garside, and we also have James Gregory coming out here.
So England versus England for this pairing.
So Ross in lane 1 and James in lane 2.
They're both up to chalk up their backs as well. It's probably a good
choice
with the axle, Just because it is so thick, it is prone to roll a little bit more if you don't get it perfect, so the chalk can help.
Have you ever tried squatting with an axle bar?
I have.
It's very weird. I hate it. It's very weird. It's very, very strange. Even the hand position and everything, like, you really need to figure things out.
It changes where your hands go,
So now for the last set of squats now for the Four Nations.
Can you see any of these beating 14 reps?
Oh, I swear.
It's a big ask.
That is a big ask. I think maybe try and beat each other on this one, maybe.
Yeah,
that could be a better option.
If you can, just be tactical and slot into that second place. And one's down, but his hands are. I keep speaking too early with the hands on. But lane 1's look good though. Just a little off bounce there, but he's fought through it.
Is he going to try?
Oh, I think he's actually standing a bit squint there, so he did miss the box on that one slightly.
He's going to call it there.
He's happy with that.
Yeah.
So I think that's
why break
second place?
Yeah.
Yeah, that tactical decision.
Yeah, definitely was. A smart choice.
Yeah.
So yeah, 15 reps. I'll be very curious to see if anybody does 15 reps, even with the UKs later on in any category.
I will be very surprised.
I will be very, very surprised on that. So I think we're going to get set up for this next event. We will probably just take a little bit of a quick break. We'll come back to you now in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
How are you now? We are back with the Serber Strength Husfeld Sandbag for distance. And we will be starting off with the under 72 men. So, as we said now, we've only got 3 athletes in this division, so it'll just be 1 heat for this. And the weight for this sandbag is 80 kilos. And if you haven't even used these sandbags before, they are very, very tricky. Yeah. If you can get your hands locked around them, it's not too bad, but the thickness of these bags is usually what kind of throws a lot of people off.
Yeah, I think you've got to balance it because of the shape of them, because they're tapered at the bottom. You can get it higher so you can get your hands locked, but then you sacrifice your vision and it can lock you off. Whereas if you go lower, let's say you can't get your hands locked, so it's going to be a bit more.
Because they're very much top heavy.
Yeah.
So in lane 1 we have Jack Murphy, and then lane 2 we have Nathan Blackler, and then in lane 3 we have Jake Garrity.
Some crazy distances with this yesterday.
Stop! Over 120 meters,
it was crazy.
I suppose like when you have a 15-meter track, like it makes it a slightly bit easier because you don't have to turn as much. So now just the athlete's foot has to touch the line, but getting some good speed on this. Like Jack Murphy's really going through the gears on this one.
Fairly neck and neck, they're all very close.
Yeah.
They're literally neck and neck in lane 1.
They're very much, yeah.
2 there.
I know Jack Murphy back home, he's gotten into strongman now the last year or two. Like he's been really working hard, so he's going to want to get a good performance here today and try qualify. So as we might not have said, but the winner of each category will secure their spot at UK's next year. So there is a lot to play for in this competition.
Yeah.
And we got Nathan just slowly edging ahead of here. Sometimes going too fast out of the gate doesn't pay off. Sometimes slow and steady with some people might work a little bit better, but down goes Jake, just a little bit rushing himself a bit too much.
They're still going strong though.
I kind of find it's kind of when you're doing these kind of events, it's like you can't really run at 100%.
Yeah.
Because I've done it before where it's just like you run at 100% and it's way too easy to fall with it. I think like at most 80-85% speed is probably the most you can get up to, while also kind of staying in control of things.
Again, we only seen that once yesterday with a stumble and a drop. Everyone else, like you say, did manage to control it. But it is a lot more common than you would expect.
Yeah, definitely
to see
a lot
people
more
stumble
common.
and fall at events like this because they get caught up in the moment. They try and go the foot speed faster than what they should, and the sandbag is very unforgiving that way.
Yeah, it's funny because there's really only kind of a handful of events that you can really just go out and just attack them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, because a lot of them, you really need to be kind of thinking about what you're doing and kind of more of a controlled aggression. Now, unless you're just technically very, very brilliant at something, then maybe you could probably be a little bit more aggressive than some other people. But usually, you need to have that kind of controlness with you because it's too easy to kind of make mistakes on a lot of events.
Absolutely. Bags are going up already.
So for the under 80s, we're going to have a 100-kilo sandbag. And again, this is only going to be one group. This is only going to be one run with 3 athletes. So in lane 1, we will most likely have Mark Condren. Lane 2 will most likely have Damien McLaughlin, and then lane 3 will have Joshua Benyon, I believe.
Still waiting for the distances to come in there from the first run.
Especially, only having a group of 3, it makes things so much more difficult for the athletes because there really is no room for error. Like you almost need to win every event to kind of really just secure yourself. Like coming third can be almost quite damaging, but at the same time, upsets do happen, and anything's possible in a sport like this.
Yeah, it's one of those in a bigger group you can get away with just being consistent sometimes. If you're consistently third, fourth, it can pay off.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're just in a group of 3 and you're consistently third, you're going to be third.
Yeah,
so you know what I mean?
exactly. So I think we are almost ready to go in this next one. As this is going to be a fast-paced competition. I think yesterday for the ladies, we had everything done about a little over 2 hours. So it's
over.
to get 5 events done in 2 hours, it's a lot to ask for on the body. But at the same time, this is a sport, so
need to be ready.
Yeah. Wow, jeez. So so just we heard there, Nathan got about 143 meters on that one.
that's with over his own body weight as well.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Jack Murphy with 130 to do 139 and come second. Like, you know what I mean?
And Nathan 143 as well.
And then Jake Eardy with 126 as well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, these are no small weights.
I did 126 metres and come in third.
Yeah, I know. That's what you'd be raging. So actually, that was the switch around. Mark Condren is in lane 3, Damien McLaughlin in lane 2, and then we have Joshua Benyon in lane 1.
So they're all going for the grip and rip strategy there. No one's tipping it over yet. You tend to see that with the heavier bags. They'll knock it forward and then pick it up.
Mark is straight out the gate, but Joshua's got a good grip on him. Like, so depending on how this goes, but I know Mark missed that line. You have to touch that line. I know Mark, he's a very fit athlete, like, so I think he's going to want to try and just put in a big distance and try and hopefully just...
Don't know how that grip's going to pay off.
I don't think so.
Open with his hands.
Like, Husfeld is definitely one of my favorite events, and I can tell you it's worth just taking your time to get your setup done properly, because I've seen some of the best Husfeld carriers just screw the whole event up just because they're trying to rush things. And as you can see now, Mark is starting to slip, and Joshua is starting to catch up with him.
It's when it gets low, it interferes with the gate, and you can't step.
And now we have this here. Joshua is slowly going ahead now. He's staying nice and steady with this. We got Damien taking the backwards technique here, but I think Mark is going to be disappointed in himself in that one. He was probably hoping for a bigger result there. So as I said, like, it's worth just playing around in training, just getting in a position where you know you're going to have your fingers locked in, because like you don't want to be leaving meters out there. You know what I mean? Like, you always want to be able to give your best. And,
it's one of those things as well. It's sacrificing time at the pickup to gain
exactly. But you're going to be able to move a little bit faster if you're a lot more secure with it. Like, so it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and it's one less thing to worry about. If you've got your grip locked in, you know it's not going anywhere. You can interlock your fingers for way longer than 60 seconds, so that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah.
But if you don't, that's when it starts to creep into your head, which can take away from other elements.
100%, yeah. And the other side as well, it puts way more pressure on your forearms and your hands.
Yeah.
You know, especially you got more events coming up, especially for the log. Like, you don't want your arms to be that tired going into the log press. You know, but at the same time, I know, like, Mark, again, he's fairly new into the sport now over the last few years, so he'd still probably be happy with himself nonetheless.
Yeah, it was still all good performances. Nothing takes away from that.
Taker first in the last event. He's most likely second now in this event, so he's still in a good position, all to play for now with 3 more events to go. So we're going to have a switch of bags. We'll tell you the results once we get those in. Not sure why that was. I don't know if that's an error.
Nah, it's definitely.
It has to be an error. We will try and find out later for you. I think there might have just been a slight error on the update with strength results. Joshua Benyon, anyways, with 91.8 meters. Damien McLaughlin was 64.1 meters. Okay, I'm not too sure, but
yeah, we've not heard anything to say that there's a reason for that, so I'm assuming it is an error.
Yeah. So we'll try and find out for you soon, but on strength results, for whatever reason, they've given Mark Condren a 0 meters on this. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure. We will try and find out for you on the break and let you know about that, but we'll move on anyways now for the under 90s men who are also using a 100 kilo bag. So we have coming up here, we got Jay Gorman is in lane 2. We have Conor Neal in lane 3, and I would assume Sean Hegarty in lane 1. Yeah, Sean.
Again, just taking the time to get set there. They've all got their hands interlinked in this one, which is a good shout.
Now, Jay is definitely going to want to redeem himself now in this one.
Oh, he's missed the line.
He's missed the line.
There we go.
Again, this is kind of where you see, like Jay wasn't the best squatter, but like a very good mover on the sandbag. So
he's missed that again.
You have to be making sure that, like, you always have to listen to the referee.
Yeah. like that's what we're talking about as well. I think the bag is just keeping in on his vision there, so he's stepping short. But
it's almost better just to make sure. If you see what Jay's doing here, he's taking a few steps over the line, and sometimes that kind of pays off just to make sure. Because like sometimes when you have to slow down and reach your foot out just to tip the line, you're kind of slowing yourself down and making yourself maybe just a little bit more vulnerable for just kind of weakening your position. But Jay's really smashed through. Sean also kind of fairly doing quite well here as well.
Yeah, and they're all looking strong still.
Sean is, there we go. Wow, all three of them going for the full 60 seconds. That's some big distances put in there anyways.
I feel like it's one of those things that when you miss the line on one, it can either scare you into doing it properly, or it can just throw you off a bit.
Completely throw you off.
I think that's what we've seen a little bit of there. Yeah, just think he got in his own head and missed it on a couple of occasions. But still a really good score. He looks strong in the carry, so it'll still be a good distance to get us on the board.
And again, for a lot of these guys as well, like they've never, as I said, like they've never traveled for a competition. They've never competed against people from different countries and stuff like that. Like so.
And not just that, it's a big venue as well.
It is a big venue.
That's not a gym comp.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Especially as well, like coming up into the log later, when you're looking up and you've got such a high ceiling above you, like that can be a little bit off-putting for some people. So I'd always say as well, like if you're going to new competition stuff, try and get a feel as much equipment as you possibly can. Try and have a walk around the arena as much as you possibly, just to get yourself as familiar as much as you can. Like as long as no one's telling you not to do something, do it. Like that's kind of my rule. Like and even when you're competing, like when they give you the rules, if they don't tell you can't do something, then it's fair game. I mean, when it comes to refereeing, I try to be as strict as possible, but I'm all for bending the rules as much as they possibly can.
Yep.
So we're just getting the measurements done up here now properly. In the next heat, looking by it, we should have Samir, we'll have Stephen Barry, and we should have Harrison Goldie.
So I'm going to put a thought out here that Samir should do really well on this. This is one of his. He's just gritty.
Yeah,
really good at
it's a pure dog event.
Yeah, so this should suit him really well. Hopefully not jinx them now.
Commentators curse.
But this should be a really good event for him. Like I say, he has that. Just grit his teeth. Grit his teeth and get it done. So yeah, I can see this being a good distance.
Nice.
Just getting the last of the laser measurements done as well. We're very high tech at UKMS.
Very high tech over here, yeah. Yeah, so lane 1, Samir. Lane 2, Stephen Barry. And then lane 3 is Harrison Goldie. Sean Hegarty with 110.7. Jay Gorman with 118 meters. And wait for the final one for Connor to come in here with 94.76.
Again, all good distances. Anything close to triple figures is a great score.
Yeah, well, so you're right. Samir straight up there.
Yeah.
Stephen Barry as well. Like Harrison's got a very high pick up there. He's moving very fast though.
Yeah, he's freed up his hips for that high position, so he can move really well.
That's a good way of saying it. Freeing up the hips, I find as well. Like the bag's not going to be smashing against your legs as much. But it's still Harrison's really catching up to Samir on this one.
He's pushing him here. Samir's still in the lead, but only just.
Well, I think Samir's looking a little bit stronger. Harrison's legs are a little bit of a wobble in them, like, but Stephen's still putting in a good fight here on this one. He's still hanging up. He might catch up with Harrison on this.
Samir's getting faster.
He is, yeah.
I have no idea where that's come from.
One thing as well I find with these events, I much prefer not wearing any belts, any sleeves or anything, because I just find you want to have that blood flow going around, and I just feel like if you're too tied up, it gets very restricted very quickly. So I think it's definitely worth this if in training, just practice. If it's not anything super heavy, just give it a go without having to use belt and sleeves, because I find anyways you get a much better distance put in there.
I think a lot of people don't think about their breathing on events like this as well. I think they focus a lot on having the strength to pick it up and the strength to carry it. But as well, if you're wearing a belt, your air's only got one way to go, and that's into where the bag's then sitting.
Yeah.
So you're just being restricted from more than one angle.
100%. Whereas like if you get the bag up a little bit higher, and then if you can learn to breathe it down into your stomach, it gives you a little bit more room to actually get more air into the body. Yeah, and you're right. Like breathing, it's one thing a lot of people don't do properly when they're actually doing these moving events. I'm guilty of it myself sometimes when doing stuff like yoke, but it's definitely a skill to be learned.
Yeah, I think it depends as well. Like you can get away with it on like a yoke if it's a 10-meter run or something like that.
Yeah,
but I think when you're going max distance, breathing's got to be number
you really
one.
need to learn how to get that done.
Because there's no way you're going for 60 seconds if you can't catch your breath.
No, definitely not. Blackout.
Yeah, all good scores again there, it looks like.
Yeah, so coming into the last heat now, we should have Martin Hathaway, Jared O'Neill, and then we should also have Benjamin Russell coming into this last one.
What's the score to beat currently? We've still got 118 from, was it Jamie Gorman? I still feel like the guys like Conor O'Neill, they're getting 94 metres. That's a great score. But it's just the guys in the under 73s coming in with like 140 metres to start. It's just insane.
Really
like, I don't think people realise how a ridiculous score that is.
Very, very good. Very, very good to do. 120 metres by Samir.
Good score there. That puts him into first.
114 with Stephen Barry just behind him. And Harrison with 150 just pinched Stephen. He'd be gutted with that one. Yes, so we have, anyways, in lane 1 is Martin, and then lane 2 is Jer, and then lane 3 is Benjamin.
Again, all doing what you spoke about there. No kit, no belt, just everyone coming out as they are.
Straight into it.
Yep, ready to go.
That's good there. Now, see, you might see what Jared did there, where he got it up, he sat down into it, rested on his knee, and then locked his arms around it. That's really what you want to do with these kind of sandbags, like, because it gives you the best possible position you can.
Yeah, and he looks solid.
He does, yeah.
Anywhere. Again, just the difference in carries here from lane 2 to lane 3. One's hands locked in lane 2, high bag versus a lower bag and hands apart in lane 3. So it'll be interesting to see how that pays off.
Jer is looking strong, but also, I mean, like Matthew's also, Martin is also looking pretty solid. Benjamin is struggling to hold on to this bag a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that dropping into his pace now. Just having to push his legs through the bag, which is just more work.
I know, like
1 and 2 are fine.
Really going for it, yeah. So I know, like with Jared O'Neill, he has moved up a weight class up to the under 90s, I believe. I know he did the under 80s last year for the Four Nations, but I know that he works somewhat of a construction job as well. And
it's just a day job for him.
I think just like sometimes like the weight cuts for some people, they lose too much strength. You know what I mean? And like I kind of wonder that sometimes, especially if you're new to the sport, that like maybe not focusing so much on doing your weight cuts, because like you sometimes can just like hold yourself back on your overall strength by having to keep reducing your calories and stuff like that. So maybe just take your first year or two just to eat good food as well. Like, it doesn't mean having to put on bad weight, but just try and get as big as strong as you can. And once you have kind of more muscle, then it does make it a little bit easier to kind of cut weight as well, because you have a little bit more water retention, and it's much easier to kind of cut that out than it is to have to just like strip a lot of fat within the coming weeks of a competition.
I think people realise as well, for all competitions are fun. It's a lot of stress on your body prepping for a competition, pushing into PB territory. So to then throw a weight cut on top of that, when you're already sort of more novice in terms of competing, it can be a lot to deal with. Whereas, like you say, just getting in, learning the competition, learning the events, learning yourself, learning how you react to the competition,
100%.
It can make such a difference. And then, like you say, picking your weight category where you want to go.
So I've seen some good athletes, who they come into the sport, and then you see how disheartened they get when they're not getting the good performances. Like, because you might be doing very good in the gym, and then going through a very harsh weight cut, then like you could drop off a good bit of your strength. So just focus on just getting stronger, getting technically better, and as well just have fun with it as well.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's strongman, so you need to get strong.
You need to get strong.
So focus on that first,
and
then you can play about with it from there. Let's say it's all about getting the experience.
So we have Martin Hathaway there with 94.8 meters.
Again, another good score.
Benjamin Russell with 77.8 meters.
Now in 105s.
For the 105 men's now, we have got a 120 kilo sandbag. So yeah, we've got Craig McNally and we have Sean Sheridan.
Sean is flying here. He's off to a flying start.
Craig just struggling to hold on to this, but
I think he probably should have sat the bag a little bit longer.
I think so, yeah.
Just to get it up, but he is still moving.
And now the same thing now with Sean. Like he only got one rep on the deadlift, so not the best points, but he's going to be a lot more energy than the guys following him up after this. So
exactly.
If he can really put in a big distance here, he's still got 3 more events now to fight for after this. Like so, he could really claw back some points here.
Craig looked like there.
Craig is
giving the middle finger.
Giving the middle finger, yeah. Sean goes down there.
But yeah, I think unfortunately Craig set himself up for a short run there just with the pick. He had very, very wide hands at the top of the bag.
Yeah,
he just struggled to hold on to it. So I think something you don't think about as well is the weight of the bag's going up, but also the size of the bag's going up. So that makes it a whole different element to get used to as well. So you're going to find as the bags go up, more guys will struggle to wrap their hands around it completely just because it does get wider.
And one thing I would say as well, like if it's a case that you can't fully wrap your hands around a Huswell, one thing I would find is like instead of like letting it rest in your hands, but more to make a fist, squeeze it in, and let it more rest on your forearms because your forearms are much stronger than your hands are going to be. And you usually tend to see, and then because if you kind of more rest it with your forearms, with your fists closed, when you start to fatigue, you can just slowly open up your hands and let the bag slowly come into your hands. You can gain a couple of more meters than that way, rather because like if it's just in your hands, you're starting at the last position basically. Exactly. Whereas like if you're a bit more, clenched fist, squeezing it in, you've a few more steps before it actually slips out of you.
Yeah, definitely. I keep feeling my voice cracking from refereeing all day yesterday. At everyone.
Yeah, the voice is definitely taking a bit of damage now the last 2 days.
Still waiting for the distances there for the first 2 openings, guys.
Craig with 28.4 meters. Sean 75 meters.
That's a great score.
Yeah.
That definitely made up some points after the squat.
Yeah. Now you probably will see now once the bags get heavier throughout the day that the distances most likely will get a little bit shorter.
Oh, naturally,
yeah. Because I mean, I think now for the going into the opens, it's going to be up to close to
40, I think. Isn't it?
Oh, they've got 120 as well.
Oh, 120.
I think for later on for the UK, it's got close to 130 or 140. Okay.
So again, you'll see just what we're talking about. Both hands are open here. Again, that wider bag causing issues.
Yeah. So Robert and Jamie coming out now.
Both moving well though. Lane 1 is in the lead though. Our third run here.
Doing quite well anyway. Slowly getting through it. You can see that slowly just starting to slip.
He's stuck down.
Yeah, you can catch him up here.
Oh yeah.
Now this is where sometimes going out so quick isn't always an advantage just because you give the person a marker to go to. You know what I mean? Like whereas like if you drop the bag too early and the person who's behind you is like, oh my god, I'm so close, and they can speed up then.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just funny, the different kind of mind games and the different ways things can kind of play out.
It's just a trade-off, isn't it? It's where you're willing to sacrifice some time to potentially make it up later. So
yeah, and I think almost well, like kind of knowing yourself and knowing what you can do and stuff like that can make a big big difference as well.
That self-confidence element in an event like this is massive.
Huge, yeah, definitely huge. So I think now coming into the last one, we should have Alex Mosley, and we'll have Bradley Wall, and we'll have Ben Foster coming out to the last one.
Trio to finish.
So the best distance anyway so far was Stephen in the last one with 75 meters. So I'll be curious to see Possibly they may have pinched him on this one, but time will tell anyways.
And all the last trio that are coming out as well, all done similar reps on the squat, so they're 7, 6 and 5, so they're all quite close in that first event. It'll be interesting to see how they separate a bit more on this one.
So lane 1, Alex Mosley, and then Ben Foster in lane 3, and then Bradley in lane 2. Jamie White with 51.6 meters. And Robert Marvin with 51.1 meters. Stephen's still in the lead.
Lane 1 is off, Alex.
Yeah, straight out with Alex.
Well, lane 2 is rapid.
Ben is going out very, very fast. Sorry, Bradley, in lane 2.
Bradley.
Yeah. Oh, just missed the line there.
Oh, no, he's been called back. Yeah, he's in the lead now for Bradley. He's missed the line. There we go.
And we have Bradley just taking the lead here. Ben Foster, the winner of the squat, just slowly kind of falling behind these two guys. But I think going by this, we could maybe see the top 3 in this event possibly if they can keep this up. Oh, no. Yeah, it was Ben Foster.
Bradley's on for 60 meters if he makes the line here. He has.
He's making a good turn here. Mosey's he's staying with it, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's been holding on to that bag for a while. Yeah. He's very happy with that.
Yeah, great performance there. That was huge.
Yeah, it's funny because you just see as soon as you drop the bag, the legs start to go, and the hamstrings are death. You're going to take a beating now after this one.
I think it's almost one of them that you can keep going for the 60 seconds, and then as soon as you put the bag down, it just hits.
Yeah,
and
you
know all about
screwed.
it then. But yeah, he's going to be over 70 meters, I think, for that one. That was,
I think it has to be.
A great run. It's very close to the 75 where the bag went down.
Yeah,
so
very, very close to that. I think he'd be very happy. It's, I'd say that's probably pushed Bradley into the lead overall. So just resetting now for the opens and also taking the measurements. Is there, for the UK's coming up later, is there any kind of outliers you know from Scotland to look out for?
I need to actually check. No, I've not had a chance to go backstage
that's
today.
Fair.
So I need to go and have a chat with the guys. But I mean, if the standard is anything to go off from yesterday's comp, it'll be ridiculous. Yeah, because they also have an extra event. This afternoon, they're a 6-event comp, so they also have a sandbag, carry, and rep over yoke.
Disgusting event to finish off with.
But so many of them just went.
I was actually surprised with how many people were getting close to like 8, 9, 10 reps on that one.
I think the most I counted was 10.
10, yeah. There was a lot of people. I think it was just they just didn't have the time to do more. But if you gave them 75 seconds, they're at least getting 2 or 3 more reps there.
Aye, absolutely, and that's including a 20-meter, a 15-meter carry
exactly,
as well.
Bradley Wall taking the win on that one. That will definitely push him up into first place overall for the under 105s. So for the opens, as I said, now we're going to have 2 groups of 2 coming on this one. So we are going to have James Gregory, and we are also going to have Hardy Spence.
James was the one that knocked out 14 reps on the squat as well, so we'll see how he's feeling after that. Alex's distance there was at 92, wasn't it?
91. Great up here.
So he is off. Solid first 15 for both guys there.
Both lads looking strong on this one.
Yeah, they've got the bag nice and high as well. It's not impeding their gait. It's not impeding anything that they're doing. James is slipping a bit though.
He is. Hardy could catch him up now in this one.
Yeah, Hardy's got a good chance to overtake him if he can keep this going.
Yeah, he's slowly getting there. I think he's looking at him. I think he may know that he could get him on this one.
Yeah, it looks locked.
Hardy's looking over his shoulder to see where James is.
There we go.
James is starting to speed up now. He knows he can do this. Oh, he goes down. He goes down. Oh, I
Oh.
hope he's okay. I hope it's okay. But now this gives Hardy the best opportunity.
Oh, no.
Oh, I think he just went too fast.
Yeah.
He went way too fast there. He's going to be gutted with himself on that one.
Yeah, that's so sad.
That was, now that was good composure from Hardy there. Like, he was looking over his shoulder to see where James was, and
Yeah, he
gosh,
done everything right. He done everything right.
James will be kicking himself after that one.
I don't even know what happened. It's like he stepped. I think his legs just gave way.
I think so. Yeah, I think he just took that turn too hard.
Yeah.
He still seems to be happy enough with himself.
Oh
so.
yeah, I mean it's still a good score. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong, but yeah, I think you'll be sad he never took the win on that one.
Yeah,
I think that
so.
was there for the taking.
I think it was.
But yeah, James just holding on to the lead.
Yeah,
there,
so, you know, both these guys on the squat they got 1 rep each, so they probably have a little bit more energy than these next 2 guys coming out. Like, so, you know, again with 4 events, I mean 4 people in this competition, depending on how this goes, you know, this could really mix points up. If the next 2 guys come 3rd and 4th, and these 2 guys come 1st and 2nd, we will see a bit of a shift there. So.
Yeah.
It could be a very up and down group depending on how this goes.
Yeah, because it's a small group as well. Like,
Yeah.
anything can happen.
So I said we're going to have Ross Garside, and we're also going to have Alexander Brook coming out. Alexander is in lane 2, and then Ross is in lane 1. Ross is a big man. I'm just looking at him actually. He's a big man.
Alexander's off. He's got a very high row. He'll need to be careful with his foot here on the line.
You can see he doesn't have the longest arms, like, so he's kind of just. I think he knows what he kind of has to do here.
Yeah.
If he can just stay ahead of Ross, that will be big. That will be big for him.
Yeah. Like Ross will have a bigger stride here as well.
He will. Yes, he will. Oh, come on now, Ross. Make sure of it. To be fair to Alexander, he's holding his own. You know what I mean? He's got a very tight grip on that sandbag.
Yeah, he looks solid on it. For all his hands are quite far apart, it's not moving.
Yeah. I mean, someone's looking at him. He's got pretty big arms. Ross is having to reset himself a little bit. He's kind of Ross has now actually been able to link his arms up. So this could be, but like, Alexander's really going through this. After doing 15 reps at 220, this is a solid performance now on this event. That was very impressive. And
he's feeling it now. Good for that.
Fair play now, to be honest with him. Like, he deserves that bit of a line on that one. That was for Alexander. He's really
the live stream. Just zoom in, zoom in on him, face first on the platform.
But it's huge. Another event win for Alexander. That is crazy.
Strong start.
Yeah, it's such, to go a max rep squat and then to a max distance sandbag. That's 2 impressive wins now back to back. We are just going to take that's all done. We're going to take a short break now just before the log press, so we'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Okay, and we are back, and I'm joined here with the under 64 champion Willow Brady. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I mean, my body, my mind feel very different.
Yeah, I know. You had such a strong performance yesterday.
Thank you so much.
You should be so happy with yourself. So
I was pleased. It was a good day, fun day as well. Really good atmosphere.
The standard was absolutely insane.
It was so much point sharing, and I don't know how it's been so far this morning. I've just been on my way, but I'm sure we'll see a lot
well
of the same.
deserved. So in the under 72s here, we have the two options of the log is 60 and 75 kilos. So we have two guys going for the 75 and one for the 65.
This is a relatively new category, so we don't yet know quite what to expect.
Yeah, the under 72s kind of only really come into play now this year, which I think it's a good category because like the under 80s, it's a big jump. Like, you know, if you are only sitting around about 70 kg.
Yeah, and natural athletes as well. You can pack a lot of muscle on an 80 kilo man.
Yeah, definitely. So
Brilliant.
the two guys going for the for the 75s are really kind of going through it. And how did you find yesterday doing the log after doing a squat for reps and a max distance sandbag?
It is difficult. It's a completely different ball game. You have to manage expectations. Relatively fast paced as well, and you're trying to get through warm ups with other competitors in the warm up area. So the heart is racing still from the last two events, and those lights presented quite a challenge for a lot of people. There's a lot of glare there.
I would have thought so. Yeah, and have that high ceiling too would be a bit off-putting.
Just timed out there in the first lane.
You know, those two guys there, they've got a good few reps there in the 75 kg between...
5 reps looks like the most we had there from Blacker.
No,
sorry.
That's 5 points from the last one.
Sorry, yeah, that's
yeah. You're right.
No swearing on the live stream.
Between Nathan and Jake there, they definitely got a few reps, so we'll let you know the results coming in. But for the under 80s now, we are going to have 70 and 85 kilos. Same thing again now, we only have 3 athletes, so it's only going to be 1 flight for these guys.
2 Irish competitors there.
Damien and Mark. I know I was talking to some of the ladies yesterday who were competing at Worlds, and they were saying the standard and the difficulty said it almost felt like higher than Worlds was last year.
Yeah, I think that obviously it's event specific. There were a lot of speed events yesterday. There was a lot of skill work in there. So you were seeing competitors who might not necessarily take points at a heavier competition really get in the mix there with things like bag throws, a Husafel carry, the sandbag loading. Most of the athletes were hitting close to double digits.
We were quite surprised actually with that. Like, a lot of people getting 10, and it was only because they were timed out. Like, if otherwise they would have kept going. Like, you know what I mean?
So completely different from Worlds in that respect, where you're going to have your statically strong people. So that was exciting, and it was great to see those athletes have a chance to let their skills shine
their creativity with it.
Exactly.
So in lane 1 we have Mark Condren, lane 2 we have Damien, and then in lane 3 we've got Joshua Benyon.
All on the trump.
85 kilos. So
easy push press.
So you should know it's 1 rep at the heavier log will always be 10 reps on the lighter log. So I think it is worth the gamble just to go for it at least once if you know it's within realm of possibility. But it was interesting yesterday, seeing people who were very, very good at split jerk, and it was just coming as that last final bit of the lockout. Like, I think just the legs and the body just being so bashed up that they were just wasn't executing as usually good as they were.
The beauty of a push press, as you know, is that you're not reliant on that skill quite so much. Obviously, you do see people with that kind of lean back technique a little bit more, but it is just a bit more stable.
Stable, it is, definitely, especially after your third event. But
exactly, so we've got some sunglasses there in the first lane, a good shout. That might be an athlete who's watched yesterday and noticed as well.
Definitely worth it. Well, Mark Condren going down. Damien seems very happy with that. I mean, all 3 guys there getting a good few reps on that. They should be very happy with themselves.
Solid reps. You might need those for later.
I think as well, a lot of people talking yesterday, a big surprise with Taylor Southgate yesterday. 18 years old coming in and winning the under 73s was just crazy.
Well, she was up there last year at UK's. She actually beat Chloe Brennan on the deadlift event.
Really?
I think she won the deadlift event by a few reps. And so we've seen her statically put out a good show before, but I think her strongman skills were just a little bit behind. But she's obviously been doing that work. I believe she's self-coached as well at that age, which is phenomenal.
That is
and
crazy.
you look and you think, God, I've always been told that strength took time.
Same.
Apparently not.
No, not for some people.
No.
I'm very excited to see how she does at Worlds, going up against, seeing her going up against Camilla and just like, you know what I mean?
A lot of young athletes coming through, which is phenomenal.
It's so great to see.
They're the kind of people who could realistically end up at Giants.
100%. Yeah. So now we have the under 90 men coming out here. So we have we've got Conor O'Neill coming out as well as
Sean. I think that's Sean.
Yeah, Sean Hegarty. Conor O'Neill. We have Brian Russell, and then we also have Martin Hathaway as well.
You know when the
Benjamin
first
Russell.
heat are all going for the heavier option.
It's going to be
there's going to be a lot of reps going on here, because what you'll tend to see is within the first couple heats of a bigger group.
Yep. Go for that lighter one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's starting off with a strong start, anyways.
Some nice belt cleans going on there, nice and efficient. We've got a athlete in the first lane who doesn't even look like he's wearing any
He's wearing nothing. He's gone
shoes.
completely raw.
But that was really stable. So it's obviously working for him nicely. Great rack position.
Yeah, very, very easy there.
Very explosive on the push press. In the third lane, just struggling with the lockout a little bit there.
Yeah. No, again, it's third event in here, and a lot of people, they've never really done a log or any kind of overhead as a third event, and it's definitely something to learn and get used to.
Have you done that before?
The first time I had overhead later, we had a max axle as the fourth event.
Oh,
after doing like after doing like deadlift for reps and a lot of other stuff, just the leg power just completely gone.
Yeah,
a lot of people were like 15, 20 kilos behind what they usually would be at.
Yeah. I mean, why not? I believe that's how it was previously done, and then it's kind of become more of a new thing that is always the static.
It's static first, and then the moving events. So I like to see this mix of kind of like having things put around a little bit better. Yeah.
Also, if you're an athlete that does tend to come out quite good on the static events, it kind of puts you on the back foot a little bit, because you might not be going into that third event last.
Yes.
Exactly.
It
changes the dynamics of things.
Hugely does. Yeah. So Benjamin Russell with one, Conor with one, and Martin Hathaway with 4 reps there.
4 reps to beat.
Oh, sorry, Benjamin Russell actually started with 3, Conor O'Neill with 1, and Martin Hathaway with 4 reps.
Stephen Barry, I know quite well. I think he'll be looking for some good reps here.
Some good points on the board. So, we have Jared O'Neill. We also have Sean Hegarty, and fourth place was Stephen Barry. So I know Jer is in lane 1.
That is Stephen in lane Stephen in lane 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking the other way.
Yeah, I think Jer O'Neill, he has a CrossFit background, so like if you look, his log technique is quite different to a lot of people's, even for somebody who does a bit of a dip.
Yeah, really high chest position.
It is. Yeah, I love watching his log. His dip is just gets the knee straight.
It's so good. Well. It's so nice.
And you know what's funny? In training, his log goes terrible. Like he really struggles in training. Like on the day, he just smashes it.
On. Yeah. I find log for reps for me much more challenging than a max.
Yeah.
I find that the pacing on it very difficult.
The consistency of it as well.
Exactly.
Like,
that's it.
I would much rather have an axle for reps.
Yeah.
So we have this lane 2 just going back for the lighter log, which makes sense. Just get some points on the board, but
oh
gosh,
he's gonna have to reset that himself.
Gosh, I hope he hasn't hurt himself there. That was a bit of a nasty twist. Hopefully, just a small bit of a back spasm, but
you wouldn't do it any other way though to try and save it. If you've got 10 seconds, you really have to give that your all. It does look like he's in a little bit of pain there.
Okay, so hopefully nothing too bad. So do you think there's any outliers from the Scottish people coming up later?
In the UKs or the Four Nations? It's hard to say. I mean, I obviously see a lot of the Scottish guys. I think in the 72s with Daniel J having pulled out, it'll open the floor up to a lot of the other guys. Let's just say, because he's very dominant.
I've heard he's very good.
He's just very strong. He came from powerlifting. He's pretty well rounded, and there's a squat obviously in there. So that's
would have suited him
helpful
very down.
too. But yeah, I mean, Cameron Nisbet will probably be the replacement favourite, I would say, for that category. The 80s, got your money on anyone in the 80s?
Well, we have two very good 80s. We have obviously Lee McConville, came second at World's After, and John Ginty as well.
God. How did they get on together, those two?
They actually get on very good friends. They're very good friends. They really push each other on. Like, so I think I'm very excited to see how that goes later on.
It's great in training when you have a partner that is that little step ahead
push
you, or on your heels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's very easy to get complacent, like if you don't have anybody who's too close to you.
I've got a couple of clients that I train with, and they're, I'm like, oh, I
got
to
try
and set the pace here.
You don't want your clients getting stronger than you.
No. I actually, if they do, it's brilliant. I've done my job.
It's a win-win, I guess.
Exactly, that's it. So Samir is a friend of mine. He trains in the gym around the corner from me. Very, very talented.
He's been having a strong day so far.
He's been out of strongman for a while, so we'll see how he does with getting back into competition. And the other two?
We have Jay Gorman from Ireland, and then we also have Harrison Goldie as well in lane 1. Results came in there earlier. Sean Haggerty with 0 reps, unfortunately, and Gerard O'Neill with 4 reps. And Stephen Barry with 3
Sam
reps.
on his second rep there, and 1 rep in the middle lane. Lane 1 just struggled with the lockout, so he's reattempting that first rep.
I think Jay would probably be happy with the 1 rep, because I know log has always been something he's fairly struggled with. So getting 1 rep now, he'd be pretty happy with. So can he get the 2? No, unfortunately. He might now. He just takes his time with it. Harrison going up now.
Beautiful technique from Sam
just
there.
Unfortunately, you see this there, Harrison trying to go for a bit of a dip, but just, maybe the legs are just taking a bit more of a bash.
Yeah, on the push jerk, as you said. And with those lights, with a push jerk, you do have to just be that little bit more precise with the line. You can't kind of style it out with a dodgy split jerk. It has to be, straight up and down. At least that's what I was finding yesterday.
Well, Samir, really kind of went through the gears on that one.
Yeah, it's good to see him finding his stride and a little bit of confidence there. I'd assume with those guys being in the last heat there as well, that they've all had a good run on the
they definitely, some big distances were put in there. I mean, Samir, he put in 120 meters to take first place in the last event, so
it's wild.
The distances were crazy. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Somebody doing like yesterday, there's people doing 120 meters and coming like third or fourth. So it's just like that's
savage.
Oh, you'd be so disgusted.
Honestly, this was a really nice course to run on.
I think the 15 meters you find,
well, the 15 meters, but I have that in my gym that I've been training the 15 meters, but it just felt nice on the mats.
On the mats,
okay,
nice.
Turf,
actually, that's good.
And I gathered it based on the first couple of heats as well. That,
you're going to go for it,
yeah. Atmosphere too always
makes a big difference. So Samir with 7 reps at 95 kilo. That's big.
I don't think anyone else got closer. Did we maybe have a 4 reps behind that? 4 reps for.
4 was the closest there.
Hathaway. Hathaway.
Yeah. So that puts Samir with 22 points in the lead. Gerard O'Neill just behind him with 19.5 points, and then also Martin Hathaway then with 17.5 points. But Harrison's just only half a point behind him. And half behind him is Stephen Barry. So
anything can happen at this stage.
Podium's still all to play for these guys. So now we have the under 105 men coming out here.
There's Craig on the lighter log there in lane 1.
Lane 1, yep.
Just missed that.
Struggling with that one a little bit.
He's dropping back, so you don't get additional reps. So you can't do a rep on the heavier log and then drop back and get additional points on the lighter one. It's points on one or the other.
So Jamie just going back now for the lighter one.
It's a hard thing to do as well, mentally.
Mentally, you could be a little bit shook after failing that first one. But we're just taking that composure and just getting yourself reset again.
Craig knows his timing there. He knows how many reps he wants to hit. You can see he's just taking a bit of a break.
Right, yeah. I swear, since we've seen this method being brought into strongman, strongwoman, you have seen a lot of people like, going for that heavier one and then just zeroing the overall. And like people are great. We've seen with Tom Stoltman and stuff like that.
It is. You know that they're capable of it as well.
Yeah, it is. But from an entertainment point of view, it's a lot more. It makes things a lot more exciting. Obviously, from an athlete, it's heartbreaking, but
it's exciting. I think that was just one rep there for Craig, and unfortunately,
he
was happy with that.
Craig, he's been enjoying each event so far.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
He works really, really hard. High bar for himself, which is always good. So here we have the 105 men. That was the first heat there.
So another. Craig there with 1 rep. So just be the 2 guys coming out, and then both of them going for the heavier option. So we have currently, I think it's Ben Foster, I believe, also with Marvin. Robert Marvin, I think.
In a
4th and 5th.
In a smaller field as well, it really is all to play for. You have a bit more leeway for one event going wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You have to stay incredibly consistent. Nice. Well, that's a good rep for lane 2.
Presses here for both.
Yeah, lane 1 as well, getting through it.
Both keeping their heels like nice and like planted in the dip as well. They're not losing it.
Hugely important.
Craig there on his 2nd rep, he just travelled a little bit forward onto his toes.
Forward, like, Do you wear squat shoes when you're doing overhead press?
Yeah, I do. I do. My mobility is pretty good, but I think I always have. And because I do typically split jerk, I just find it helps me with the stability.
Get a bit more,
that for me is the hardest part, is just keeping stable, not being too wobbly. 15 seconds on the clock.
A couple of reps each now with these guys. It's been pretty good because
nice.
105 kilos to be repping out now this late into the competition is pretty impressive.
Bit shaky there, but clean reps on both.
Yeah, and I know both Sharon and Mary, they've refereed before. They are 2 of the strictest referees you will ever come across.
That hand was not coming down.
No, I don't know which one's worse, to be honest with you.
You've been on the receiving end.
I've been on the receiving end of both of them, yeah.
As long as it's fair for everybody, and the refs obviously had a conversation and gone, right, we're all going to be strict today.
Definitely,
then everyone's happy.
Like whenever I'm refereing, I always try to have the mindset of, I want to referee the person as if I'm competing against them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because then you're going to stay consistently strict with everybody.
It's quite enjoyable. I quite enjoy reffing. Yeah, you feel like you can. You want to try and help people out as much as you can. You reffed my first couple.
You ref competition. Yeah. I find it heartbreaking though when I have to disallow reps for people. Like especially when they get it, but maybe they don't bring their feet together on the log or something like that. Like, and it's just. But again, it's part of the ups and downs of the sport.
You have to stick to the rules as well. We all have the same, set of rules given to us. If you have to wear a T-shirt, you have to wear a T-shirt.
Wear a T-shirt, exactly.
So one opting straight away for the lighter log, obviously got a game plan there, and then the other 2 as well on the.
Yeah, I mean, like Bradley Wall, I believe, in lane 3. He's 2 points ahead here, so. It's really on Ben Foster and Alex Mosley to see can they catch up with him. That was a great rep. That was a great rep.
Always cool.
That was always cool
to see.
Extra
style points. Well, you don't actually get extra style points,
but
unfortunately.
Still, no, he didn't get that rep there. No, he didn't wait for the down commands.
Okay,
that was a good call. Good call from Sharon there.
That's sometimes a person that has been bashing out the reps in training and maybe not practicing their down commands.
Yeah. Like that's why in training it does help to have somebody there to pretend to be a referee.
Absolutely.
And just like wait
lovely push jerk, but again, just stabilizing it.
Yeah, not waiting.
Nice to see the head back there.
As I said, you're going to earn your reps with these referees.
Yeah. Stephen also a very good ref.
Yes, very strict as well. There we go. And, we were saying earlier as well, like it's just like this is the 4 nations, and like these are people who didn't make the podium for their national titles.
That's
and it's just seeing the standard of these. Both yesterday and today with the men and the women in the 4 nations. It's just like you look at them, it feels almost like a UK championship. Watching some of these people, like you know what I mean? Like,
well, in many ways, it is. You know, and it's very easy to have maybe just been in amongst a really tight heat in your national qualifier. Maybe you had like 4 people that were just absolutely electric, and you're still very good.
Very,
and this is an opportunity for these athletes to get a taste of success as well, and that really puts a fire under your bum. You're like, I like this winning thing.
So yeah, we had there Sean Sheridan with 1 rep at 105 kilos. Alex Mosley with 5 reps at 105.
Yeah, that was smart
Bradley
from
Wall,
Alex
yeah,
Mosley
Bradley
as well,
Wall
good
with
timing.
90 with 4 reps. So now that is barely changing things up. Alex Mosley now in first place, Ben Foster in second place, and Bradley Wall down to third place now. For only a point and a half between third and first, so 2 more events to go. 2 very tricky events to go as well, like, so anything can happen now.
Very skill heavy with the stone to shoulder.
How do you find those rubber stones?
Do you know what? My wrists and forearms are quite weak, and I've been really struggling with that and training.
It's so much on the hands, and
it really is.
You really have to squeeze. Yeah, you have to squeeze the hell out of those stones.
For me, if I can get it off the floor, I'll get it to my shoulder, no bother.
See, you have a very strong extension, like, and I think that's kind of really.
I just lie back.
You just, it worked good for you though. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I was really pleased with that yesterday, and I'm really excited to get to watch that today because you can see, you know, a lot of people were yesterday getting the first couple in really fast, and those split times are going to be close. So depending on whether you've decided I'm going to pace this to try and get the last one or not, that can really mix
make a
things
difference.
up.
Yeah.
So lane 1 on the lighter log, nice lockout.
So yeah, we have in this one we've got Hanley Spence in lane 1, and then we also have Ross Garside in lane 2.
Ross already hit 2 reps there, really nice quality as well. Looks like he could get another couple
He's a big man.
Yeah,
Ross is a very big man.
Interestingly, as the weight classes go on, we see a lot less jerking, just with the frames of these people being bigger. It's a bit easier to support the size of the log and to move.
Hugely, yeah. Because I mean, like watching like the under 57s and even under 64s, like the logs are bigger than them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like I'm trying to imagine, like, if I had a log that much bigger than me, how much I would struggle to press something like that.
It's interesting to hear that perspective.
Yeah. No, honestly, like I would be so nervous to press a log of that kind of size. So definitely a lot more impressive. But yeah, Ross really banging out the reps there. He's really going to put some pressure on Alexander, who has 2 event wins so far. It'd be very interesting now, Alexander, like, hitting 15 reps at 220 and then doing 94 meters on the 120 Huswell. How much energy does he have left to come in here and bang out a couple of reps? Because Ross has really set up a high number there.
Yeah.
But you know, Alexander, he has been very surprising so far. So I mean, if he can keep up this consistency, we could be looking at a very, very good future contender in this sport.
15 reps at 220 is phenomenal.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is tough on the
I don't know if we see many people doing that many reps later on for UKs, but it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, heavyweights and whatnot. Well, we had that event a couple of years ago at Worlds, and so a lot of people can be looking at the fairly similar weights. I think it was 5 kilos lighter for the respective categories at UKs than it was at Worlds a couple of years ago. And a lot of the same athletes who have got a lot stronger in that 2 years.
Yes.
So you can expect a lot of repetitions.
100%.
People like Tom Butts later on, who I think hit, I don't know, double digits then, you know,
and
it's
so
only 5
what
kilos.
Are we doing now? Like,
5 kilos, difference, 5 kilos lighter.
Lighter,
so
yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. So 2 athletes coming up here.
We're going for the heavy ones. We have James Gregory in lane 1, and then we have Alexander in lane 2. Both going for the 115 kilo log of Viper press.
Yeah. Some soft elbows there, but it looks like that's more of a mobility thing in lane 1 than anything else.
I think so. Like, you know, some people just physically cannot straighten out their elbows.
Lovely, like lean back technique.
Yeah.
There in lane 2. Fast reps.
Alexander,
I think that's 3 or 4, isn't it? Already?
Yeah, he is. It is ridiculous how consistent he is staying. Like, because I mean, like not saying it in a bad way, but he doesn't look this fit. You know what I mean?
No,
like, it was very deceiving.
That's what I was just thinking. Is that to the eye, this is a shoulder strength event, but as we discussed, there is that skill element and fitness too. Cleaning the log is
it takes
no
a
joke.
lot. Like, and again, as the third event as well, like, to be able to bang these reps out like this is very impressive.
Starting to slow down now a little bit, Alexander, but his dip is just so short. It's so controlled, isn't it?
Definitely. The press needs to be easy for him, but I think he knows he's done enough now to secure himself. So I think that's possibly a 3rd straight win in a row.
fantastic run on the Husafel as well.
God, yeah,
really nice run. He got it in such a good position. Alexander was right under his chin, under his chin, and he took that extra second on the pickup. I saw.
That makes the biggest difference.
Does.
Yeah,
you don't want to be distracted by this person next to you who sets off
you set them
earlier.
off, because sometimes it'd be better to let those people run off, see where they drop it, and then you know where you have to go then after that. So James Gregory with 7 reps at 115. That's big.
Nice event win there.
Alexander with 6. Okay, so second place though, but I mean he's still in a strong position going into these last 2 events. 11 points for Alexander overall, and then James is on 8.5, and Ross is on 6.5, and Harvey down with 4.
Doesn't look like Harvey will have a chance to catch Hanley. We'll have a chance to catch Alexander at the top there, but in the middle we could be looking at a little bit
possibly, he could still fight for a podium. So we're just going to be setting up now for the stones. We'll just take a little bit of a quick break, and we'll come back to you now in a few minutes.
Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place
are back here with the Factor 8 rubber stones. Starting off now again with the under 72 men. In lane 1 we have Jack Murphy, then in lane 2 is Jake Garrity, and then lane 3 we have Nathan Backler. So the weights here are 50, 60, 70, 80, and 90 kilos.
Jack already locking that out and onto the second stone. You see these guys moving very fast between the stones. They know that those split times count for a lot of points.
They really do.
Easy pickups. Also all opting to go with the topless approach here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. I know, like, you know, talking to John, he finds just like having no shirt on just makes it a little bit easier to roll up.
Yeah, more grip.
Just because, like, sometimes, you know, if your shirt slips, the stone's going to slip. You know what I mean? Like,
great reffing from Mary.
And we could all see all these guys finish this.
Hands on at the same time.
So, yeah.
Jack just a little bit ahead.
Come on now, Jack.
Nathan struggling with that pickup, so
that's it. Come on, he's got to get those hands under.
I think he was just a little bit too under grip there and kind of trying to curl it up a wee bit.
Curl it up a little bit, yeah.
Unlike a sandbag to shoulder, staying upright doesn't really pay off in the same way.
No, it doesn't.
You kind of have to move with the stone and roll with it.
Exactly, yeah. Especially like with the sandbags, you can fairly just like you can pop them a little bit heavier when you can pop them when they get heavier.
You can do it in kind of bits.
Yeah, whereas like we kind of seen yesterday when it gets to the heavier ones, when people are trying to just pop it up, it goes up and they have to try and recatch it.
That's right.
And it's when you're going for a heavy weight that's heavier than your body weight, to pop and catch it, it's a very hard and very risky thing to do.
It's so far ahead as well with those big stones, and they're just going to come crashing
down. One thing I find for me that helped with stones was just getting a stone up to my chest and just holding it there and just getting comfortable with it.
Used to that pressure
the pressure on it, because you kind of see some people, a bit of panic starts to set in, and which is normal, but I think in strongman you need to just get comfortable being uncomfortable.
That's right. And treating each event like a new event, not trying to be like, oh well, it's a shouldering thing, so I need to focus on that triple extension element, because I don't think that this is necessarily about being explosive, personally.
No, I don't think so either. I think if you have to just work it up your body.
That's
you know what I mean? Like, just because we've seen it a lot of time yesterday where being explosive when against. But fair enough for the lighter ones, but again, coming up to those heavier ones, like you need to have a bit more control.
So nice to see some athletes going out and wiping these stones.
Yeah, definitely.
I would 100%
that's on
you
be doing
personally as an athlete to make sure that if a lot of sweaty hands have been on that, you're giving yourself the best possible opportunity to have a good run.
So in lane 1 we have James Benyon, and then lane 2 we have Mark Condren, and lane 3 Damien McLaughlin.
Little stumble from James. That Damien in lane 3
already
onto the third stage. So he's blitzing this. I think
smashed. Just a bit of it.
Bit too fast.
And I can Mark. Just a little bit needs control now from Damien.
Still the first to move on to the fourth stone there in lane 3. That's a tough heat to follow. That
it is, it is. Well, this new category now. These are the under 80 men. There's a bit of a switch up. So this is the 90 kg stone. This is the 90 kg stone, and now we have Damien moving on to the big 100 kilo stone.
All men look big to me. So. Different shoe wear options. So all these guys going for lifters.
I don't know.
I prefer trainer. I prefer
so.
Shouldering in my Vivos, like the barefoot kind of shoes, but I get a better pickup with a slightly higher heel.
It's kind of
trainers seem to be a good way.
to trade off with it,
That's right. I noticed with a few people with the lifters, it actually wasn't favourable for them to be in that super upright position, which the lifters put you in. And kind of restrict the ankle mobility like on the way back. On the way back up with it, But it's personal preference.
It is.
Whatever works for you, you do.
Your own biomechanics are always going to be different from everybody else's. So in this next heat, we should have Mr. Sean Hegarty coming out, as well as Conor O'Neill and Jay Gorman, I believe. Damien very happy with that. He's been working really hard now the last few years, so he's starting to really kind of come into his stride.
Deserved. Always nice to see sharing of a celebration between
yes, I think so. I think that's what makes the sport so much better than most others. Like it's just it's the fact that like, you become such good friends with a lot of the people that you compete against, which is you don't really kind of see that in a lot of other sports.
Well, certainly not individual sports.
Definitely
as
not.
well.
No, definitely not.
But you spend a lot of time setting up events that take a long time to set up with other people. Yeah, and it makes it lighter work, doesn't it? So Sean in lane 1 there.
Yep. And then we have Conor Neal in lane 2, and then Jay Gorman in lane 3.
Athletes in lane 1 and 2 opting for a t-shirt, one with a belt, which can work as a bit of a ledge.
Yeah, it can. I know some of the under 80 athletes, they were saying to me that they much prefer just getting that extension. Just makes a little bit more support on the lower back.
Yeah.
And Jay Gorman,
very fast for is that Jay? That's Jay
the far one.
Really quick.
And again, like Jay, he static strength has always been a bit of a struggle, but moving and kind of carrying stuff are usually a bit better for him. But Conor and Neal could
they're just throwing it kind of off to the side a little bit here, aren't they? Nice to see Jay glue that to his body though as he pulls it into the head. And is he going to be the first?
He just needs to stabilize it. Yeah. Nice. Got that 90 kg. And the 2 other boys. Conor just unfortunately has to land on the pad.
I believe it's a 3-second time penalty.
Okay.
That's right. So he will still get that stone,
one,
but given that it was quite close between him and Sean, that might just tip it the other way.
Yeah, it's a very, very, and the thing as well, like chalk doesn't even help you on with these stones. Like, it just makes it even slippier. Like so.
I think that's obviously if you've gone out your way to make sure you can get access to these, something that you obviously get the chance to feel for yourself compared to like a concrete stone or a tackle.
I remember when I first went to pick up I think it was at the 120 stone, I was shocked, to be honest. I had to just stand up, take a second just to compose myself, because I feel like for me,
because 120 is like
it's fine. So it's like getting a 120 Atlas stone on the shoulder is fine, but like those rubber stones, it's almost the equivalent of doing 140, 150.
Oh, they're really unforgiving. So we have here
Harrison Golden in lane 1, and then we also have Stephen Barry as well as Benjamin Russell as well.
So Ben in the middle. Almost in sync there for Stephen and Harrison.
Harrison's
both of them really going through them. Let's hope they don't rush too much one motions here. It just takes a little bit too much intensity.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful emotions from Harrison. He's
really good here,
rapid onto that last one. Similar pickup that I personally like for myself of kind of bear hugging the stone or zerchering it.
Yes,
it does require that bit more
Harrison
mobility.
Finished that off.
Super fast.
Very good.
And they're still going.
They're still going.
So well,
and so does Stephen as well. Like that's very good. With 2 people in the one heat to finish that.
Yeah, that's not to take away from Stephen's performance as well there, who's obviously just completed that in very good time as well.
Awesome now as well for Stephen. As always.
Brutal.
Come on now, Stephen, finish this off.
Great work from these guys.
Sean, sorry.
Sean, yeah. It's like being at a wedding every comp, isn't it? Try to remember.
For everyone's name, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot to go through. So we do apologise to anybody we get your name wrong.
The nice thing is when you see some of the same people a couple of years in, and you get to know everyone, and you're rooting for them all.
So I think it's even more of a reason to keep coming back to these shows. Get your name out there, get your name remembered.
So Sam heading to 3rd lane, and then we have
Jarrett O'Neill going into the middle lane, and then we should have
Jarrett making the smart decision to wipe down his stones. Yes, Stephen just switching lanes with Sharm because that's his client in lane 3. So, it is uncomfortable as a coach. You don't want to be put in that position. You referring your own client.
To be honest, whenever I'm way stricter on them.
Just to make a point.
Make a point.
So Sam is very mobile. I'd expect him to be fast here.
Really good extensions.
Nice.
Journey just coming up behind him. And Martin's still going pretty good through these.
Martin going steady there. He's obviously got his game plan. I'm not sure what the upper, maybe that's an injury or something he's protecting there with the upper arm kind of
possibly,
cloth that he's got on. opting for
Samir,
flat.
oh
shoes.
wow, that was so easy by Samir.
Yeah, he likes getting hyped as well for these ones.
Yeah, he's very good on that. Can Jer get this up as well? We could see a lot of people finish this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you compare the weights often to the women's relative to the body weight as well, these stones only go up to 120.
Yes.
So it will be a slightly different event for the men and women. I think we'll see that a bit later on, where a lot of the women were finishing in the lighter classes and the heavier ones, which is very heavy.
Very heavy.
I think we'll probably see that there's a lot more of the opens and the 105s and whatnot finishing it fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the women's yesterday went up to 100 kilograms. I can't believe
heavy.
that. It's so heavy.
Like.
So heavy. And some of those women probably won't even weigh 100 kilograms.
No, that's the thing. Like, I think that's like, you know, one of the best bits about strong women. It's just because, you know, even when you're looking at like, weight class men, it's just like you always expect the big guys to be strong, but when you see like, you know, the women coming in and just absolutely smash the stuff, you know, it does put pressure on.
Yeah.
But I just think from like an entertainment value, like it's because like that, you know, that's how I got involved in strongman, was going to the first Ireland Strongest Woman and just seeing just the ferocity and just the determination of these women. It was just one of the.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Oh my
you
God!
want to be a part of
yeah,
it.
I mean, like, it set a fire inside
and
me.
you were like, well, I'm huge, so
I've got to do
this
something.
up.
Like, yeah.
So this is us moving on to the 105s here.
Yeah.
So Craig in lane 2 and
Ross, I believe, as well, going out with them. Yes, Ross Garside.
Ross in lane 1. We've got a lot of neoprene going on here. Cerberus sponsored.
Good rep.
Nice, 2 good down commands. Little bit of a fumble there on the pick, but easy on the extension. Nice and stable at the top as well there. Craig needing that little bit extra time just to take the hand off.
Both of them on the 90 kilos.
I know that Craig, this has been hit or miss for him, the 90 kilos. It's kind of his nemesis, so we'll be rooting for him.
Ross going pretty good. There you go.
Down command there. Nice. Again, that stabilizing on the shoulders is so tough.
Go on now, can he get this 10 seconds left on the boards? Just leaving it off.
10 seconds doesn't sound like a lot of time, but when you're in that moment, it's plenty. It can be enough. It can be enough.
So, especially when the head's switched on and you really want to get this done.
Absolutely. You just have to give it, don't you? Bradley, Sean.
So Bradley, Sean, and
Sean in lane 2, Bradley
Robert,
lane 1.
I think, Robert Marvin.
In lane 3. An easy one for our loaders and spotters this as well,
yeah,
not too much to
nice
reset.
and handy.
Got to make sure everyone gets a good workout in though.
Yeah, make them earn it.
Yeah. Oh, just 2 lanes here. When we have, let's say, 4 athletes in 3 lanes, nobody wants to go out on their own, so that's why we usually have the kind of 2 and 2 set up.
So Bradley in lane 1.
Bradley staring down his ref, Mary, as well, making it really clear, I've got this, let me move on to the next one. And that's a really good
stare the referee in,
go by as well.
Stare the referee in the eye,
Yeah.
But Bradley's really going through this now. I think he needs to catch back up now after that last event.
Again, you can see there he's kind of moving with the stone. He's got the flat shoes on. He's not like overly lifting his heels. His feet are pretty flat, which I think means it's a bit easier to stabilize.
I think so, yeah. He just misgrooved that last one, but can Ross catch him up?
Nice pick for Ross.
Ross gets it. Does he? Come on, hand down.
Come on, Ross. There we go. And that was a case of tortoise and hair there.
Yeah, that really was. Bradley probably disappointed himself on that last one, just missed that time. And again, that's where that explosiveness, you know, sometime doesn't pay off for these heavier stones.
That's right. Ben in lane 2, Alex Mosley lane 3. And
second. Oh, sorry, Robert Marvin's out now, sorry.
Robert in lane 1. Again, nice to see these guys adjusting the stones as they've had them in training. There's no rules to suggest otherwise.
Yeah, sorry, that was Sean Sheridan that was out there earlier with Bradley.
Okay.
So Sean finished the so Brady, you're 4. All 3 boys straight up.
Really, it comes down to that kind of 4th or 5th stone here, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah.
Seems like everyone's hitting the first 3.
So Sean got 5 in about 50 seconds, so
yeah,
definitely putting pressure on these other guys.
Lane 2, we're looking to match that, but just not quite waiting on the ref's down command. You do not want to have to do an extra pen.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just make sure you have it. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not worth the risk.
Don't know whether he'll be penalised for that not sitting on the pad or not.
Possibly.
I guess we will find out shortly. I like seeing people engulf the stone, like wrap their whole body around and get their chin under it.
It's very important. You want as much contact with it as you possibly can. That's a very good rep for Mosley there. But just drops this. Unfortunately.
Don't know whether he got that down.
No, he didn't. So
he won't get that.
It'll count as 4. So only 2 guys finishing it in there. Be interested to see who takes the win on that one.
Can just come down to seconds as well. Really, can't it?
Not much can come between it.
I think we'll probably see later on in the UKs when there are so many of them as well, more of that kind of sharing of points there.
So we're going to have Hanley Spence coming out here, and he will be coming out with Ross Garside. So yeah, Sean Sheridan taking the win on that last event. Fair play.
So these stones going up to 110 here, the heaviest stone.
Hanley Spence in lane 1, and Ross is going to be in lane 2.
We saw that really nice pressing from Ross earlier.
He's a big man. He's got big arms. I could imagine. I think he's he's thrown that towel there in the last one. I think he's
got a plan.
Yeah, he's going to win this one.
I love seeing how people hype themselves or don't hype themselves.
Yeah. Some people come out and they're just so calm and just like as if they're, just going for a walk or something. And
that for me is the best way for me most of the time. I don't seem to respond well to.
No, for me, it's very easy to make mistakes when you're very hyped up and stuff. And just sometimes it's being a little bit more controlled.
That's it. It's still laser. You're still lasered in. You're still locked in. But
I think for me, like max deadlift is probably the only thing I can really fully let loose on.
So Hanley on that 4th rep there. He's quite quick to try and get that down signal, but Mary's watching. She's looking for his hips locked, his knees locked. And I think he knows he's good at this as well, just by the pace he's hitting these at.
And he's finished it. He's going to be very happy. Oh, it fell off stick. Just get it back on. You're fine. There we go. Come on now, Ross. Get this up.
Yeah, also looking
slow
good
and steady. Nice.
Nice. Oh, that was almost off the back there for Ross.
He's very happy with that, I'd imagine.
When there's somebody who just goes out and smokes it, sometimes you don't get to take that second to appreciate that whoever's next to them has done a great job too.
Yeah. I got to keep in mind,
good runs.
Like Ross as well, first event put in 10 reps at 220 kilos, so huge, absolutely huge. And now coming back out now, we are going to have James Gregory and Alexander. Now, can Alexander keep on this pressure? Because that was a strong finish. Alexander really, really needs to finish this one, because James could really pop up here now if Alexander doesn't perform well on this last one.
Yeah, just 2.5 points there. So
he really needs to finish this one off if he wants to keep his chances. Otherwise, it's going to be very close going into the sandbag toss.
I would say when you see, athletes who've got that extension on the log and the press, this is a similar kind of skill set.
And Alexander's standing there looking cool and chill.
Yeah, totally relaxed. I love it. You've tried these?
I have, yeah.
Better with tacky? Prefer it with tacky or?
I haven't tried. I haven't used tacky in these ones, no. But
the
other ones, regular ones. I don't know. It's nice not having to use tacky. You don't get into such a mess.
Getting your hair and everything. Yeah.
Well, not my hair.
Weird.
Oh, Alexander, he has to recover this one.
There we go.
Just kind of realising now how big James actually is with it now. He's got his top off. Like he's a very big man. But
Yeah, Alexander, a shorter athlete here.
Alexander really needs to fucking compose himself now if he wants to keep his chances of winning
Seems to have gotten the flow a little bit there.
Catching back up, but James Gregory, yes, he really held on to that one there. Alexander, now this is going to be very important. That stone is just on the edge of that bag. Who can they get this? This is going to be very, very close. Alexander really needs to get this, but James takes the win of the heat. Alexander, okay, so
Alexander really not far behind there. That was seconds.
But depending on the time now, considering the other two guys have finished this.
Yeah. Can anyone get in the middle?
Yeah, you never know. Like Alexander, because I mean, Hanley Spence got 5 done in 41 seconds. Like that could be a very, very difficult time to beat. We'll just hold on a second now before we take the break just to see these results. Again, as well, now, if you want to follow on with all these results, strengthresults.com will have everything from yesterday, today, and we will have everything up there. But still just kind of waiting in to see. I think the referees are just kind of discussing something at the moment.
I would guess possibly something to do with the stone not being, on the mat at the finish point. That could affect things.
So we know Hanley Spence has taken the event win.
That's big points for Hanley.
It is very, very big points for Hanley. Now, it just depends for Alexander. How does that play against him? Because if Alexander possibly may have come last on this one, so that could really, Alexander 47, not too far off.
He looked like he had the tools there. It was just a bit jittery.
So Alexander taken third in this event because James beat him on that one. So yeah, James Gregory then with 45 seconds. So now as it stands, Alexander has a 1.5 point lead going into the last event. So
slightly tighter.
Yeah, slightly tighter. But we will take a quick break before the final event, which is going to be the sandbag toss. Okay, guys, we are back now with the final event here for the Four Nations, which is the sandbag toss. So for the under 72s, the bag weights are 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16 kilos, all going over a 4-meter height. So we have in lane 1, Jack Murphy. In lane 2, we have Jake Garrity, and then lane 3 is Nathan Blackbear.
Nice rep from Nathan.
Yeah,
there.
so Nathan is fairly ahead here on this one.
Yeah. There's a lot to factor in here as well. Like the distance from the frame.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. Like,
how you've been practicing that.
Yeah, I think it's easily probably one of the most technical events in the sports, I think.
Yeah.
And
this is where you can see some of your less, like you're not as statically strong athletes picking up really good
100%,
points.
yeah. And it's like, I think it's definitely worth investing in getting a throw bag.
Just kind of losing his height and trajectory there in lane 2. He's kind of throwing it back and almost kind of jerking.
Jerking it, yeah. See, again, it can be very, if you're just training in a regular gym and you're probably the only maybe strongman in the gym, it can be hard to get a proper setup done for this. Like, and really getting that set up and trying to get that trajectory really makes a big difference.
You're maybe throwing it against a wall or something instead. It's not the same.
It's nowhere near the same. And even like you might be able to use rugby posts or something. It's a little bit similar, like, but if you got 4 meters, like you need to know what 4 meters is because it's quite deceiving for when you actually see it in person.
I think this is 2, so just based on the mats are usually 1 meter, so I think that's about
no, sorry, in
2.
height, 4 meter height. Sorry, yeah, height.
Sorry, yeah, that too. Yeah. I was just thinking about it from yesterday because I've been setting them much further away.
Okay, yeah. That would definitely throw a few people off.
Yeah, exactly. But you just have to adapt in the moment, don't you? That's kind of what sport is all about.
Exactly.
When you look at team sport is all about adapting in the moment.
Exactly.
Whereas we can be a little bit stiff with that in strength sports, where you kind of it's more predictable.
You get a little bit more set in the ways.
Exactly. Yeah. Slight changes can throw people off, and that can make
a big difference.
Separate athletes.
Yeah, that's why I think it's good not to get used to just training on the same kit.
Yeah.
If you go travel around, and even doing different competitions and stuff like that, like
Absolutely.
because getting too complacent with using certain logs or certain bars can really kind of throw some people off.
We're very lucky to be, so established now in natural strongman that things are standardized.
Yes.
I'm sure, 5 years ago you're looking at competitions where individual logs are different.
Yes, I've been there.
Yeah. You see the crew yesterday and they're weighing the actual individual logs to make sure that even though they're the same brand, they actually weigh the same amount because often they come out in different batches.
Exactly, yeah. So just trying to make it as fair as we possibly can.
Exactly, so moving on.
So we have here the under 80s. Lane 1, Mark Condren. Lane 2, we have Joshua Bendon, and then lane 3 is Damien.
Close there on that second rep. I think he maybe went in a little bit hot. It's obviously
Mark
a good event for him.
He is, he's just smashing through these. He's probably gunning for that second place if he can beat Joshua.
Keep your cool.
Yeah.
Nice reach back there, but
it's one of those things, one of these events that once you kind of gas out, you're gassed, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like,
and also when you lose that flow, I think the flow is really, really important. Keeping in that
rhythm.
sway.
Yeah, 100%. And not kind of, losing your composure on it. Like, oh, wow, he got that. Mark Condon, wow.
It's hard to do that.
That is very difficult to do. He's going to be delighted with himself. Well, Mark, he's still a young guy, like, still new to sport. Like, I'm sure we'll see plenty more of him, but fair play to Damien McLaughlin, a very consistent performance all day.
They are all very happy for each other as well.
I think so.
So wholesome.
It is. It is. Just to show the appreciation they have towards each other.
So you can see with the men's weights here, with us moving up to the 90s, that we're taking 2 kilo jumps. So we're going 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And that's been the same for the other classes. When you compare that to the women's, tend to go up in more like 1 kilo jumps. And the reason for that is when you look at it as a percentage, it's obviously about the same. It works out about the same.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because and I have here for the under 90 men, like 20 kg, it's
doesn't sound heavy.
It's a heavy bag to throw.
It is.
I remember it took me a long time to get the 20 over 4 meters.
Yeah.
Like it's. So I mean, for any of these guys to finish this today in the under 90s, it's going to be very impressive.
Yeah, there's a lot there's a lot to it, you know,
Yeah.
and it's finding a consistency throughout the bag. So you might have a different approach to the first 3 as the heavier bags. First 3 you might be going, okay, well I'm going to hit them all the same, nice and kind of relaxed,
Go for it.
and kind of maybe working through speed and not being too perfectionist.
Exactly. Yeah. Kind of work through the gears on it. Like,
and then the last 2, you're like, right, I'm taking a second.
Yeah,
here, or
exactly.
last
Just
one,
get
maybe.
composure. So lane 1 we have Connor, and then lane 2 Connor O'Neill. Then lane 2 is Sean Hegarty,
that's right.
and then Jay Gorman. Then on the end. So just make sure everything's all set up.
It's going to come down to this last event. Some of these scoreboards.
Jay got a lot of height there, but
lot
and
of height,
Connor
just not
got a lot of
far
height,
enough
but
back. Yeah. There we go.
Pull
Clear.
himself back.
First
Connor,
bag over in
loads
lane
of height
3.
there. Yeah.
I can feel Stephen getting frustrated watching bag throws. He would consider himself a bit of a connoisseur of bag throws.
He's definitely got the leverages for it.
Yeah.
So we have a rule
That's
that
a
if
miss bag.
No, if it stays
Oh,
on.
sorry,
So if it stays on for at least 2 seconds, it counts. And then even if it
That's
was to
right.
fall forward, it's still a good rep.
That's right, yeah. Lane 1 just struggling to get the 4th bag over. Good front swing. Possibly just letting go a bit early.
But like, again, these are heavy bags to be throwing. So, and I think as well. I think a lot of people almost like overlook throw bags in their training sessions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it's like it's not
that
heavy.
heavy,
It's
so-
not that heavy. I'll just be strong enough to do it. But it's something you probably have to spend the most time on. But like the benefit of it as well, like it's not that taxing on your central nervous
you
system.
can do it
you can train.
often.
You can almost train it like maybe 4 or 5 days out from your competition. But I'd even recommend just like a part of your warm-ups to start off throwing some singles. Like don't even you don't want straight away to be doing a full run. I think just focus on some singles. Take breaks in between them and not get too frustrated because it's.
You don't want to build up that relationship with it, do you?
Yeah. Like it's very easy to get in your own head on this event. So coming out now, we have Benjamin Russell in lane 1, and then we have Martin Hathaway, and we also have Stephen Barry as well. So yeah,
So this will be our second to last tee.
So for a Martin and Stephen, they are both, Martin's on 22.5 points, Stephen is on 23.5 points,
That's
and
right.
then third place with Ger Neal is on 25.5 points. So with this, it's still all, the podium is still to play for these guys.
Yeah, there's enough people there that if somebody makes a
Good
mistake.
mix around, yeah.
Stephen Barry's going to be hoping to pip
I
into
think
that
he
third
is,
place position here. He does have the levers for it.
Yeah. Good distance and height on these bags for
Good
these guys.
decent technique there,
Yeah.
letting go just late enough. Kind of slightly arcing his body back.
I see. I had a good laugh with Wendy yesterday when she
Nice.
launched
Great
it
run from
forward,
Stephen.
but then recovered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I think did it maybe slip
It
out of her hand or
it went
something
straight
like that?
forward.
That's right.
Still won the event though. Entertaining as always.
Oh,
yeah.
always. It's always
good finish.
entertaining when
Yeah.
Wendy enters the room,
100%.
isn't it?
So all guys finishing that there, very, very impressive to getting that last bag over. I said, I know it's been a very fast-paced show. Like their lower bodies are fried with these events. So
This is a relief. This event.
it is,
Although, as you say, it's not a lightweight. You can't compare it to a squat for reps.
No, absolutely not.
So our last heat here in the 90s. So that they've just all put a lot of pressure.
They definitely have.
On
yeah.
these guys.
Yeah, I think though, with looking at scores, unless Samir just absolutely zeros this event,
Yeah.
he's pretty much guaranteed to win on this one. But as I said, the podium could still switch around depending on this because even Ger O'Neill is in third place. Fourth place is only 1.5 points behind him, and then Ger is only half a point off the second place. So I know damn well he's going to want to get himself up into that second place podium.
Do you know how his bags are?
I think he's usually pretty good with them. I mean, like, he's quite explosive. So I know he's also coached by Maddie as well. Like, so I'd imagine he's putting a lot of work into this.
That's Harrison in lane 2,
Yeah.
Samir in lane 3, and Ger
Yeah, in lane 1. Yeah.
Athletes just setting up the bags the way they want them, so they can get that nice backswing. You don't want the handle to go slack between your legs. That's the
want
kind of
like
main thing that you're looking for. That's right. If it's light enough, you can kind of just do a little reach back, but on the heavier ones, I tend to find that I want to be a bit more hingy.
Yeah, 100%.
Nice, keeping that close to the body there for Ger, but just missing the height.
Yeah.
Nice for Harrison.
Ger really needs to get this one over, boss.
Yeah, nice extension from Samir. He's getting hyped before it's done.
It's very frustrating for Ger.
He's not getting much of a front swing. He's kind of just pulling it back.
He's just pulling it back a bit, yeah.
So he might benefit from kind of reaching it forwards a little bit more.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that one for sure.
I think that's Samir, as you said, locked in his
I
win.
Think, I think so.
I think he knew that before it was done. Yeah.
As I always say, you can't celebrate until you have the trophy in your hand.
No,
so,
you can't. Yeah,
anything can happen.
It's very easy to kind of
get complacent. I think.
Start like the adrenaline starts coming down.
Coming down, yeah, 100%. Need to stay focused all the way to the end. But that is Samir's place in UK's next year, guaranteed for him.
Yeah.
So up
what an incentive as well.
100%. Yeah. I mean, like it's not just a competition.
It's a qualifier.
There's a qualifier here. Yeah.
I think a lot of people put a lot of pressure on their performance, and they forget that the goal is to qualify.
Exactly. Yeah.
At the end of the day, nobody remembers where you placed once you're at that next competition. That's right.
You're straight back down to zero. Then
exactly. It's a good way of putting it. So we've got Craig coming out here with our other 105 athlete. We're going to leave Killian responsible for the iPad. And Jamie.
Jamie White is coming out as well.
So Jamie in lane 2, just adjusting his bags there. Craig having a little dance, he's feeling good. Oh, nice.
Great height.
Great height.
Yeah.
Oh, go on, Craig. I love it. It's such a character.
He's a great performer.
You need those personalities, don't you?
Just
I was hoping for a third one there.
We can still get this. Come on, Craig. Let's go.
It's not quite getting that height, but I think he was happy with that.
That's...
Craig has been throwing them against the wall, so again, you just don't know what you're going to get with a frame.
Yeah, it makes it a lot trickier.
Just threw them a bit far back there.
Sport needs more guys with that kind of attitude.
Yes,
I think
it makes it watchable.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like,
Oh, that was close.
And, one thing as well, like, especially it's something to learn as well. That once you get up to these higher shows, you have to keep in mind that you're a performer as well. Especially when you got people at home paying for live stream, you got people there paying tickets to come to your shows, and you almost you owe it to the people there as well to actually put on a show for them, and keep them entertaining. And that's what helps the sport grow, and it'll help you grow as an athlete as well. Makes you a little bit more memorable.
That's right,
as well.
and not everybody has to be a big personality. You don't have to be jumping and losing your shit. You could be the more quiet kind of person, cap on, head down, but that's a personality in and of itself.
100%,
and that's what makes a great story, which is what sport is.
Exactly. So out now I think we have Robert Marvin and we have Sean Sheridan.
Nice. Oh, look at the distance on those.
Those huge.
Lane 2, we're almost throwing those bags back. Really nice run.
That was very good.
Really nice run. That's going to be hard to top. I think, are we just 4 in this? In the 105s? We got any more coming out?
Yeah,
we do. Okay, so that's going to be tough to follow. So just one athlete so far in the 105s to complete that run. With the next best being 4.
So coming out now with the last heat here. It's still all to play for, really. So in third place at the moment, Ben Foster on 18.5 points. We got Bradley Wall with 21 points, but then only 1.5 points ahead is Alex Mosley. So Alex really, really needs to win this event, at least stay at least 2 spots ahead of Bradley if he wants to secure his win on this one. So nothing's guaranteed in this heat, so I think all these guys want to come out here and absolutely smash this one.
How do you find, as an athlete, tracking the points? You know, do you prefer not to pay attention, or do you want to know when going into the last event?
I think, like, I would always try, like, you know, if I'm in a comfortable position, I would like to just try to beat the people I'd have to.
Yes.
You know what I mean? But then otherwise, you know, if you're not in the first position, you just have to kind of go all out, really.
Right.
You don't want to be kind of leaving any points out there. So I think it does depend. Obviously, you know, you don't want to like overdo it as well, you know, to save your energy. But the last event as well, you always kind of want to go out and just do your best.
Yeah, you've got nothing else to lose, do you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Even if you are comfortable, as you say, we're performers.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't see any point in just scraping by.
But these guys are smashing these.
These are fast. I didn't think anyone was going to beat that last run.
Alex Mosey gets it over. I think that is enough for Alex now to secure his win.
And in lane 1, we might get another finish here. Oh,
yes, nice. Well done. Well done. The three of these guys
runs.
had a great performance today. But I am pretty sure that secures Alex Mosley. Bradley Wall, very, very unfortunate just to miss out, but he had a great performance, and I'm sure next year he may even qualify for UK's going by his national title, but I'm sure we'll definitely see more of him coming up for this.
There is still the chance with the online qualifiers.
Online qualifiers
as well,
still
so
going.
These guys could
they still have at least 2 weeks. Yeah, still 2 more weeks to qualify on the online qualifier.
4 events as well, which I like. I think
yeah,
that works,
a bit more variety on it.
Well.
Like, so yeah, 2 more weeks left on that. Anybody else curious, you can check the Natural Strongman Instagram page. All the details there for the online qualifier will be up. It's no harm just to throw your hat in the ring and see what happens. Like,
Absolutely.
If you are in a
even if you don't intend on doing it, it gives you a good opportunity to see where you stack
exactly,
up.
Yeah. And if you are a weight class athlete, you have a 10% allowance on your weight class. So let's say if you're an 80 feet under 80s, you could be 87 kilos on the day of your of the qualifier. So definitely gives you a bit more room to play with on this. So coming now, we have only 2 more runs left here. We have got Harley coming out with Ross Garside. Harley in lane 2, Ross in lane 1.
Just half a point between these two.
Yeah, it's still all to go for between these 2 guys.
So they'll be fighting for that third place podium
Getting
spot.
on that podium.
Great height, but almost
Harley,
missing the distance there, just cutting it quite fine.
You know, Harley after, you know, especially winning the last event. Well, could that be a second event win for Harley? That would be a really good boost for him. And Ross finishing strong in that one. Like these 2 guys, again, they've been fighting so well all day. Hanley, sorry. Yeah.
Either way, Hanley's just pipped that, so that could be him. That is him. Yeah, on the podium in 3rd place there. Still another really, really nice run there from Ross.
So, like, theoretically, James still could win this, and that would have to depend on Alexander having an absolute disaster. But
anything can happen.
Anything can happen,
especially with back screws.
Yeah, especially with back screws. Only 1.5 points splitting them between us, so Alexander needs to stay at least 2 points ahead, otherwise he's going to go on count back.
He is probably the shortest athlete in this field as well, and it doesn't always come down to that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But
height does help. It is definitely helpful.
And James being the taller man here, like this.
Yeah, the length of the arms and whatnot.
Yeah, this could be very interesting to see how this actually plays out now. James straight over, same as Alexander.
Very similar timing here.
Yeah,
just a bit ahead
keep going.
for
Yeah,
Alexander.
you need to stay focused, James.
Flow.
Alexander just pipping ahead of James now.
He
James has smashed into this. Oh, but so does Alexander. Now, can James capitalize on this?
I think there's a bit of back and forth going on here.
Think so,
They're kind of reacting to each other.
James could take the lead now. James take the lead. This could be detrimental for Alexander if he doesn't get this over.
Oh, so close.
Oh, Alexander really needs to finish this one if he wants to secure it. And I think
it might be just a bit late.
I think this could be one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far this weekend.
He's had such a performance as well today, Alexander. But once you've done 2, 3, 4 attempts, I mean, it's
the adrenaline probably spiked. And I think James has won the opens going by that. The other 2 guys finished. That puts, going by this, Alexander's come last in this event.
Just enough.
Yeah, just enough. Well, now it depends now. James would have to win this He's 1.5 points
That's
ahead,
right.
unless the other two guys have beaten him.
We're just waiting for the scores to update. So in
this
the
is going to be
previous
very,
heat, that's
very
right,
close. Like, yeah.
we had Hanley finishing that in
Yeah.
17.49.
That's insanely fast.
But that was, they both
Yeah, and
finished
Ross,
the 5
yeah.
bags. So yeah, that is Alexander 4th.
Hanley Spence won that.
Yeah.
So, gosh, who knows how this could go.
We're just waiting for these to update.
Yeah. That
I need
was.
to stop touching the iPad because I feel like it's gonna. I'm gonna make it worse.
But yeah, we're just finishing up here now. James Gregory, unfortunately, 31.92. I don't think that's enough for him to beat Alexander. I think
No, he
James
was third. He was third there.
third,
so
yeah, so
just a
it's-
point difference between him and Alexander. So Alexander safe
Yeah, so Alexander, by
by
half a point.
Wow.
He is going to breathe a sigh of relief when he hears this. Unfortunately, James just... I think, if James didn't panic with that bag when it smashed in there, he probably could have taken that one. But
Just paying a bit too much attention to each other, I think.
yes,
and
I
trying to rush to...
yeah.
And there are more people in the competition than the person beside
the person
you.
beside you,
It's easy to
100%.
forget that.
Yeah. So that concludes the Four Nations for today. We are going to take maybe about a 30-minute break before the UK's men's start. So
Excited?
I'm so excited to watch this. Not too sure who's going to be doing commentary on them, but definitely stay tuned, have a break, get yourself prepared because we have got a long afternoon of some good action coming up your way. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again in a while.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place.
Really good, actually.
Next one, go. Next one. Double tap. Don't what's out. Don't what's out. Are you winning? Next one. Good stuff. So this one?
Neither one for red.
Oh! My nose has.
Boom. Finally, you got big guys with big weights and 50 apparatus and flag. This is Power Stick.
Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place.
Really good, actually. Next one, go. Next one. Don't what's up. Don't what's up. Are you ready? Next one. Good stuff. Then this one.
Neither one for red.
Oh! My nose has.
Boom. Finally, you got big guys with big weights and 50 apparatus and no flag. This is Power Sticks.
beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place
Really good, actually.
Next one, go. Next one, next one. Double tap. Don't what's out. Don't what's out. Are you waiting? Next one. Good, Sam. Then this one.
Nicer one for Red.
Oh! My nose hairs.
Boom. Finally, you got big guys with big weights that fit the apparatus and don't fly. This is Power Stick.
beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve.
Hello everybody at home. Welcome back to day 2 of UK and Ireland's Natural Strongest Man. We had Four Nations this morning. Kello, did you see that?
Four Nations was absolutely awesome. There were some great battles. The smaller categories, especially the point swings. But one of the standouts today was Stephen Barry's bag toss. 5 bags, jumping him 2 places into second spot in the under-90s. Wow. Absolutely great work.
Fantastic. So we are seeing now the UK and Ireland's Natural Strongest Man. We'll be starting off with the under-72 men shortly. Same as the past, yesterday and this morning, our first event is the Axel squat for reps. Now, we were chatting about this yesterday and the differences between the Axel squat and a regular squat. What variables have we got here, just for those who haven't been watching and are only tuning in today?
So, for the smaller guys like myself, the 72 boys, maybe the 80s and the 90s, the hand size makes a big difference. You can't wrap your hand round the bar, which puts it into a position where it rolls. It's a thicker bar, which throws you off a wee bit, which tilts you forward a wee bit as well. And to add it, the difficulty to it, we've made them all squat to the same height, regardless of their actual height. So they squat to boxes, and both wheels need to touch. If you come down and one hits and one doesn't, then you don't get the rep. And we did see that this morning where a few people were no repped at the Four Nations for not touching both boxes. The refereeing standard today has been absolutely through the roof, as it has been all weekend. We've been swapping refs in and out to keep everybody sharp, make sure the decisions are all spot on.
Fantastic. And we were saying as well yesterday, the guys, the 60 seconds starts with them out being in the rack position, so they have to run into the rack, get themselves set up and start squatting. So we're losing a few seconds there as it is. But we've got our first pairing, I think, out. So I'm just, as usual, lads, you love this, trying to get my strength results up, so bear with me.
Rory is one of the Scottish athletes, and he's a phenomenal under-72. He actually competed at under-80 for a long time in the natural scene until the 72 category came in. He's also been to Worlds at an untested level under-70. So Rory's one to watch. He's a great athlete.
And we were saying it's brilliant that this category has been added in now for the lads, because we have a lot of smaller strongmen who really wanted to be able to compete, but the under-80s was just not a viable.
And the problem with that is if we don't have this category and these categories don't appear, they end up in inters comps and comps where they're going up against guys who are maybe 2-3 times their body weight. And like, we don't want to focus on the body weight thing too much, but the other side to that is if you're going up against somebody that weight, you're giving yourself a massive disadvantage, you know.
So we've got 1 rep in the bag here in lane 2. We're just a little bit slow with the internet connection, I think, today.
As
Can you
usual.
pop that on there for me? We might get a bit more better connection.
Strength results.
With
It's very much available on strength results, but the venue, where we are with the amount of people here is doing us dirty just a wee bit.
With on the internet
so
connection,
we're getting the aim for the internet, but we will get it up. But both gents here doing some solid work. Rory flying through reps now. We've sorted some issues with the scoring as well, so we'll get live scores now as they go.
Okay. Oh, excellent. So we're not actually going to be waiting to the end of the event. Excellent.
That's all teething problems. So I've been on the floor all weekend as well, and we've worked out a few bits. These things take time as well, you know, so we're really working to make sure these all get the best experience possible.
Absolutely, and I think that's the big thing, is just trying to give the best experience we can for not only the athletes, but those at home who are actually tuning in to watch.
Yeah.
Lane 2 there, absolutely giving their all on that squat. Rudy too. Rudy kind of limping off there. He on the legs gone. Is he all right?
We've got 7 in this category, so it'll be 2 pairs and then a triple. The next 2 will be Hamilton and Goodison. So Rory Mackay with 13 reps there.
Wow.
And Chris Stern as well with 13. So both guys on 13
reps. So we have our next trio or
James
double. We have a double out.
Connor. Yep. So James Hamilton and Connor Goodison is the next 2 gents coming out. So some of these guys as well, they'll probably sitting round about naturally 75. And we talked about this yesterday about whether you decide to go up the way or down the way. And for some of these guys, it's better to just cut a little bit of weight, maintain that top end strength, and come into the day.
Absolutely. I actually remember seeing James there in lane 2. No, who we got? Who's lane 1 there? Hamilton. James Hamilton.
James Hamilton's lane 1.
Yeah, actually, England's put in a really good performance there. So good to see what they do today. Really excited for these lighter weight men's categories. I was saying to the lads there earlier, they really bring the fire. We expect to see it from open weight men who are like over 6 foot and weighing in like 120 kilos. But when you see these, again, lighter weight guys really going for it. So what are our weights here for these guys in the under 72s there?
140 and 170. And all these guys, these first two pairs were at 140. We'll let you know what these go out at. I didn't see the weights change, but I might be wrong. So we're looking at opening at just under double body weight for a squat. So, I mean, to put that in perspective, if you get some of the 130, 150 guys in the opens, we'd be asking them to do 300 on that ratio. But these guys, pound for pound ratio when it comes to the squat is absolutely phenomenal.
And we're seeing here, we're talking about the rules again yesterday. You can re-rack the bar as long as you do not take your hands off the bar, even if you're stuck in the pinned position under in the boxes. As long as you don't remove your hands from the bar, you can continue on. The minute you take your hands off the bar, you're done, you're out.
So I believe that they maybe changed a bit of
You're
that.
joking me.
And on the bottom, if it's at the bottom end, it doesn't matter if you keep your hands on or not, unless you start squatting within a certain amount of time, you're done. So there's no scooping back out and then back under to try to pin squat it like we've seen 3 or 4 of yesterday. There was some really good big hero reps where people had got out of nowhere from the bottom end. But I believe that they've maybe tweaked a few rules. Again, there was one, I don't know if he's caught in the under 80s, the rule with the t-shirt being off.
No.
And the Four Nations, who was the 3 athletes in under 80s? Was it, who came third? Irish lad, begin with a C, was it? But anyway, he took his top off for the bag, his Husafell bag, and zeroed.
Wow, okay.
Damien McLaughlin's category.
I can't remember.
So the lad that was third, the Irish lad who was third, had actually took his top off, was in the rules and in their email that they had to keep their top on. And he actually won the event by 0.6 a metre.
Wow.
And zeroed.
I think it's the big thing as well is just understanding the rules, and if you're unsure or you're not clear, that you address that at the time.
Yeah.
But if it was black and white in the rules there, no excuses. And I think I finally have, I spent it up on the big screen, I could be wrong. That was Four Nations.
If we get there. So we've got Cam Nisbet, Humphreys and Murray out here. So Cam in lane 1, Scottish lad from the Shetlands, he's a phenomenal deadlifter, Cam Nisbet. We'll see how that transfers onto his squat.
The lads here there, big grind there in lane 3.
Cam's competed well at under 80s as well, I believe.
Shetland, you have a real good strong stock out there. We've said about this before about that harder island living, because you've got some strong lads coming off of Shetland. We have one trained in the gym there, Bobby Lee's doing powerlifting.
The Shetland boys are a different breed, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah. It's that island life.
This grind on this by Cam, that's beautiful. Cam keeping his hand up, that's him. Lovely grind by Cam there. Spotted by another Shetland lad who was a natural world champion at under 105, Mr. Andrew Goodlad, who you would have probably just seen behind him, over-towering him.
I think Andrew Goodlad's been helping out for the past couple of days as well, hasn't he?
He's been here since Friday. He's one of the guys who's been here since Friday. And as we expected, strength results has crashed for me.
And I have it back.
You've got it back.
Yeah, let's get our under 72 men there. So that should have concluded.
James Hamilton with 15 reps is the shout for Martin for the win on that. So 15, couple of 13s.
So the weights for that was 140 and 170. We're saying that on the squat bar. Our under 72s are now concluded, and we'll be moving on to our under 80 men. 13 competitors Martin's announced there for this next category of under 80 men. Now this is going to be an exciting battle in here. So we have some serious contenders and some serious showmen. So I say keep an eye out, lads, because the likes of Liam McConville here likes to play to the camera, so be some interesting faces being pulled.
I'm going to put it out there that I think John Ginty's one to watch, and I don't think that'll be a surprise. I'm going to say that John was awesome at Worlds last year. John, it was a name I didn't know much about until Natural Worlds last year.
John Ginty had the title of World's Strongest Loader, right? John Ginty performed amazingly when he was like head loader. He'd pick up open weight men's, and as soon as he got to competition, he'd make a hames of it, right?
Yeah.
But something clicked in him about 18 months ago, and he's been on fire. And I've watched this man train, so I'm really excited to see what he's going to pull out the bag for this. He's hungry for it. So I think we have Earl Suligowski and Matt Dudley out in lane 1 and 2. So Earl Suligowski, sorry, I've no glasses on me, in lane 1, and Matt Dudley in lane 2. Guys are in. Lane 2, we have reps in the bag already from Matt. Earl not far behind him. Matt seems to be looking a little bit more comfortable, though. Yeah, Suligowski is a little bit
just
difficult. They're having a little bit of a grind there on his back. Yeah, you see the tilt of the bar.
Again, as well with the axle, look, we're not, because we're letting them walk in, we spoke about this today, because we're making them walk in, you don't have that 15-20 seconds to set up. Like, anybody who's squatted to any sort of level will know that everybody wants that bar dead centre on your back, and if you're rushing in because you know you've only got a certain amount of time, you're getting slightly off. And on a normal squat, you can maybe account for that. You get that imbalance sometimes where you can push through slightly harder on the other side. But if you do that with a bounce and a wobble and you hit the plates at different times, you're then rocking back and forth.
So that was our first two. And I was actually thinking, I remembered Matt from the England qualifiers with the old, the bucket hat or the visor.
Yeah, right, okay.
So we have then, next ones, Liam McConville, William Yao and Luke Phillips. So Ireland, Scotland and Wales.
William's had a good last 12 months. He's a solid worker. He actually trains in Martin's gym, William Yao.
So here, Liam McConville, world's strongest zookeeper. The zookeeper in Photo Island in Cork. Looks after the rhinos, so he does. William Yao, lane 2, Scotland.
Yep, as I say, William's done a good last year or so. Competed well at the Scotland's under-80s recently, and he done really well at the qualifier as well to get here. So.
Oh, we're going with 2 again in the lane again. Remember, my maths, lads, is not great, so on the spot with another 2. So Ireland versus Scotland. Liam in lane 1, William in lane 2.
Liam's competed at a high level as well. You would expect him to come out here and do some damage. Especially, I think Liam's maybe got a bit between his teeth after his Worlds performance.
Yeah, so I think so.
Just a wee bit of fire in him. Let's see how many he can
here he goes, and oh, a little bit of a misgroove there. The foot position had to adjust, but here he goes. I think he's found it now, and he's off. Really using that box there. A little bit more tentative.
Really slow and tense. So he looks like a natural squatter where we talked about yesterday, where you keep the tension on all the way.
But Liam here is
smoking reps over here.
Just going for days by the looks of this.
Liam as well, but look, I think he'll be making a statement, especially when he knows what's coming out behind him. And you've got Sean Cassidy, you've got John Ginty and a few of these other guys coming out next. Like, I think Liam goes out to put a marker down for the rest of the day.
Let's show the lads this is what you have to beat. And it's a big category. There's 13 guys in this. Oh! And good reaction here from the spotters to get out of the way.
We've been drilling that all weekend. So you've got Chris Crawford and Jamie Kleiman who have been heading the spot and loading crew. And we've literally drilled it all weekend that if it's not safe to scoop in, just
get out of it. Yeah.
Just get out of the way. Nobody wants to see any athletes or crew injured. Because on that point we've got a lot of good sponsors in. So HSS gave us a lot of kit so we could help keep these guys moving all weekend.
Right, so we have Luke Phillips, Sean Cassidy and Ewan Colligan. So we have Ireland, Wales and Scotland. Lane 1, Luke Phillips. Lane 2, Sean Cassidy. Lane 3, Ewan? How would you say that? I'd say Ewan. Ewan Colligan.
It's just spelled a different way.
Okay.
We had a Ewan and a Ewan, and it was Ewan we used to call him.
Ewan.
Because it was spelled that way.
Now it'd be interesting what these guys do. Sean Cassidy, I know he's also looking to put his name out there and get some numbers in the bag for this. His other half, Rachel O'Brien, was competing yesterday in the under-64s. First time on an international stage. Lane 1 is already out. Lane 3 is already got a rep in the bag. Luke Phillips comfortable enough here, as is Ewan. Sean Custody now in the game.
Oh, he's getting away with that. Oh, no way. That is an absolute fight.
Grind.
Well done. The double bounce, I thought it killed him there.
Yeah.
Ended up back on the boxes and ground it out. Might call it at that.
Sean is ignorant. I said about Sharon, right?
Yeah.
He's an ignorant man when it comes to lifting. And it really bodes well, I think, for strongman when you get events like this where you have to get yourself out of it to keep yourself in the game.
All these squats will now be at the higher weight of 190, and Liam McConville set a total of 14 to beat.
So I suppose the lower option they had was 160 and the higher option was 190.
Yeah.
So far, only the first two guys that came out were on the 160 option. Everyone else is at 190 kgs.
So unlike the log, we give them the option to pick. The running order today wasn't picked in a standard way. They've actually picked it to help the crew as well.
Fantastic.
And they've went with the weights, and then they've went in rack height order, so it's easy to set.
Oh, brilliant. That was a smart move there.
I don't know who gets credit for that one, but somebody gets credit for that one.
Bag of smarties for that lad. So next out, what we should have is James Briffa, John Ginty, and Ross Cosgrove. So saying there, and I know I can speak on an authority with this. So John Ginty is industrial plumber, and there's been nights he's come into training at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the evening, and he hasn't left that gym until 11:30 at night. And he has been an angry man. And there's days he'll come in and you'll see the face on him, and you're like, right, I'm not talking to him. So I'm really hoping it goes really, really well for him today.
That's the time.
I know he's
that's
put
the
the
time
work
we
in.
train at as well. Is 8 o'clock to 11:30.
Yeah. So waiting for the reps to come in for the last three guys. It was Luke, Sean, and Ewan.
So we've actually, because of the credit to the female athletes for yesterday, there's a good chunk who were here yesterday who competed who are back helping today. They've all rocked up, so you can see Rosalind, Hope, Jade down there as well.
Mary, I think, was refereeing this that morning, and Sharon, I'm not sure.
Sharon was as well.
So James Briffa in lane 1, John Ginty, lane 2, and Ross Cosgrove. Actually, John Gerard Ginty, we'll have to start calling him by his full name.
Ewan Colligan get 15 reps there, which puts him ahead of Liam McConville, and did Phillips got as well.
Wow, look at that, 15
Luke Phillips got
reps.
15 as well, so Liam picked by a rep, but this is six events as well, so not all is lost on the first event.
Yeah, and we were saying again yesterday, if you know you can get a good high score, maybe not having to be the absolute leader on this because it's a taxing event.
Yeah.
Play that smart game. So
you think about how much leg work they've still got to come.
Absolutely.
They've got the bag run, and then they've got the hill medley at the end. You've got a
Lane
lot
1,
of squatting with the
repping already.
stones.
And here we go, John Ginty
There
is
you
off.
go, John. We can actually hear the bounce for
So,
up here on John.
John
John's
Ginty
back.
in my gym, when he starts training, I have to get out because I
The
get
noise.
sensory overload.
Right.
Yeah.
John's powering through
He
those.
is.
And
Every beat of the drum for the lads to know John Ginty's in the house. Lane 3 now. Struggling there on that lane rep.
Ross Cosgrove just grinding through those reps, and now is
James
he going to lose
Briffa
lane
is
1?
now
Yep,
stuck in
James.
hole.
He was doing good work there. He was slow and controlled.
John Ginty is on a re-rack. I think he's going to go again. Everyone's shouting for John there in the crowd there. Oh, and he's gone. Now, I don't think that was... I know he was banging them out there. Not quite sure how many he got there. And lane 3 is also gone now.
And of
Ross
course,
Cosgrove.
we are let down by technology.
Yeah, mine crashed too. And is reloading. Oh, we're back in house. Actually, that wasn't too bad. We're where we are, so just waiting for the results for those 3 to come in.
Next trio coming out will be lane 1, James Watt, lane 2, Alistair Griggs, and lane 3, Alfie Burnside.
So I can't remember some of the names of these guys. I think we obviously have some seasoned athletes, but some new people as well. So I have to keep looking at my info.
There's Alfie there.
There is Alfie. So what have we got for Alfie? Oh, his first competition was England's in February, so really happy to qualify for the finals.
19 is that, say? Am I right there?
That says 19, so
19.
he's a junior.
So what we seen yesterday
Oh,
was
Taylor
Southgate.
Ja.
Absolutely
girl.
wonderful.
I think she was that topic of conversation, and I cannot wait to see that girl, Inglewaite, at Worlds, what she's going to do.
I felt sorry for her because she had to do about 3 interviews with me.
With you. We were up here going, please, just leave that child alone.
I just get told to do what I was doing, like, get the winner at each heat. Somebody else told me to move along and pick somebody else as well.
Yeah, she's like, no.
To be fair, she handled it well. She done well. Like, I wouldn't want to get interviewed off me after an event as well.
So Alfie Burnside, let's see which lane he's in. This is our 19-year-old according to our athlete info.
Alfie will be
lane 3.
So he's got the pink knee sleeves on for people who are watching at home. Alfie's a 19-year-old pink.
190 on an axle, 4 reps at his first UKs and Irelands. So 5 reps for Ross Cosgroves has come in. And lane 1, James Watts is in the game.
So 192 and a bit, 2 and a bit times body weight.
The Alfie Burnside, I'd say, must have a real kind of powerlifting aura. You see the way he's engaging each time, that low bar position, really bracing the core.
You can see that, so I don't know if you can see that the way that this, but you'll see the bar go up the way and then back down, and that's him taking his brace.
Yeah.
So he shrugs it up and then brings it back down when he retracts his lats and his upper back, and then just pulls the bar into himself as he drags it down.
Lane 1 here now. We're actually powering away here with James Watts. We're looking at the young lad here in the distance.
Grinding that out. He's going to take a wee pause here.
So 11 reps for John Ginty on that last heat.
He's absolutely taking that. Alistair's not taking any more reps off that either. Goes to say thank you to his ref. And what I've just noticed, what is that boy wearing?
Which
Has
boy?
he put something? Has Alistair put something funky over the top of his Cerberus shorts? Because that's not standard Cerberus shorts.
Oh,
I'll
good
tell you that
Lord.
for free.
He's got a leopard skin Speedos on.
Things you love to see on a comp day. Tie-dye socks, and that is like leopard skin.
Why should the girls have all the fun with the funky shorts?
By the way,
do you know what I mean?
Right, I actually fully agree with you there.
Yeah, why
I'd
should
love
the
to be
girls-
able to rock a pair of funky shorts. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, especially on comp days like yesterday. I'm like, you see some of the girls come out. Like Stacey Pope comes out with these like short jort things, like a dress jort.
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
she just swishes about, and I'm just like. I'm just there in my Cerberus shorts
Mate,
inside out, so the
embrace
wee
it.
dogs are on the outside.
I'm going to find you the funkiest pair of shorts, man, and we're going to do a poll to get you.
We will. We'll
to
get
wear them,
some funky
That's
shorts.
What we do. Funky shorts for you.
Tag us in some funky
Yeah,
shorts.
do,
Tag us on
actually.
Instagram some
Yeah.
funky shorts. We'll share some stuff. I know Danny, that runs the KLC podcast, one of the KLC boys, he loves a set of funky shorts, and he will be tuned in this weekend.
Yeah, well, challenge out there now, mission. Okay, so next, our weights will change for our under 90 men. 180 or 210 are the options for these guys. First out, we have a massive group here, by the way, lads. Sorry, 18 competitors in our under 90.
See if
So
we can find the 90s.
Steve Warren, Tom Keithley, and Luke Young, by the looks of it. Have I got the under 90 there? Not,
Yeah.
Wrong category, that'd be like me. So Steve Warren, lane 1, Tom Keithley, lane 2, and Luke Young in lane 3.
Pleasure of calling Luke Young a close personal friend, and he was an ex-training partner as well. We're actually training together a wee bit just now. Recently back training together on a Tuesday night. Squats have been a bit of a sticking point for him, but I'm hoping he does well here. Unashamedly biased to see how Luke does.
Oh, Scott,
There he
anyway,
goes.
you got 2. Okay, so he's comfortably there. He's very comfortable there.
Yeah.
Popping these out.
It was a good.
Is
Luke
this
was a
the
good
180
powerlifter as
or,
well.
do you know if he was going for the 180 or 210? Just out of interest?
Going to guess 180, but I could well be wrong.
Okay.
First trio out, I would guess. Unless
One-
they're all
yeah.
weight 210, there's definitely some lower weights out there. But
Interesting.
whatever he's doing, it's good rep work.
Interesting there, lane 1, Steve Warren is actually could be competing in Masters. He's 41 years of age.
41. He might well be doing it in a fortnight. For people who don't know, I think it's on Strong Pass as well.
He will be,
So
absolutely.
you've got UK
yeah.
Masters and Juniors in Liverpool in a fortnight.
And
But
that is
there's
in box
Luke out at the
park,
bottom
I
end.
think. Yeah.
Other guys are racking,
I think
and that is time.
Just a shout out there to understand as well that some of the competitors, ladies yesterday and the men today, will actually be competing in the 2 competitions.
Yep.
And that's a pathway that was brought in because as a Masters athlete, you might not necessarily be a heavyweight, number 1. And number 2, you're not getting as much competition. So if you want to get into a weighted category and get a run out as well, you're having that option as well as going into the Masters.
Yeah.
So it's just giving a little bit more for us oldies.
There's a couple of guys. Craig Lewis recently qualified as a master. He's in this category as well. He'll be up later on. But yeah, there's definitely a couple of guys through these categories that could well be qualified and go into Masters. And say the juniors as well. The juniors, I think, will be a great watch, especially if you see the calibre of the juniors so far.
Absolutely.
It's just wild, man. Like Taylor Southgate in the 70s, I'm going to say it again, like, just came out and smoked it all day. Like,
yeah, but I don't think
brilliant.
she's going to do the juniors, because I was chatting to her at England's and she's going, no, I'm going to stay in the weight categories. That's savage, man. Yeah. That's a savage approach. Anyway, next heat out, Pavlos Kouros, Mark Black and Ryan Carr. Pavlos, one of the a favourite, I think, with the spectators as well.
Puts on a show, and you be sure to hear the crowd. Pavlos has always got a good crowd of people with him.
And
he's
lovely
a
guy.
lovely gentleman
as
well.
He's an absolute gent. So Pavlos, Mark Black and Ryan Carr. So those previous heats was 180 kgs of an axle squat. The guys are here now getting wrapped under the bar. Let's see who'll be first.
Walking it out.
Pavlos just taking his time there.
If this is the lower weight like the rest of the boys, 11 is what the total could beat by Luke Young.
And it looks like lane 2 might already be out. He's out. Mark Black.
Unlucky Mark.
Pavlos has 2 in, I think. Lane 3, Ryan Carr. Oh, and a grind there now.
Yep. Pavlos just popping through the reps, probably on about 5 just now, I think, maybe 6.
I know from Pavlos, watching him and seeing some of the content that he does, he's very methodical in his approach.
Yeah.
So that time he took to actually get himself into that rack position, he was confident. I think we were talking about this yesterday. Were people incorporating the 60 seconds into their training of their
so we've seen
comp run?
The best example I've seen of that today on the Four Nations, while Pavlos is squatting and doing another great job on the rep. The best one I've seen of that was a young lad called Sean Hegarty, and he didn't win the event, but he was slow and steady on this factory weight, stone to shoulder, and the other guys raced ahead, but by the time they got to stone 4, he had caught up and then overtook, because they had went really fast and they were struggling with the pick. And Sean just took his own time, and it was the importance of what we were talking about yesterday about staying in your own lane and keeping an eye on what you were doing.
Absolutely.
Sean just chipped away, and at one point I did say on the mic, I was like, slow and steady as fast.
Yep.
Like, if you can do it that way, slow and steady, and like we said, like that extra 5 seconds for setup means that Pavlos' squats are all methodical, all picked, down, up, down, up.
Yeah.
And like we're talking about how methodical he is. When you see the weight selections here, right, you're looking at Luke Young, for example, when he's done 11 reps, Pavlos is 7, 8, 6s. The only unfortunate one was Mark on the 0, but when you were doing a 1 rep max calculator, all these guys are in that 210 range for a 1 rep max. But maybe they want to be best of the rest instead of maybe missing the 210 on the day with a water cut, warm, being late in the afternoon, and what they've done is picked tactically, knowing that they've still got 5 more leg heavy events coming up.
Yeah.
Because if you're underneath a heavy log, you're in trouble, you know.
Absolutely. Now, this lineup here that's coming out this next heat, this guy here, Thomas Kelly, he's representing Northern Ireland. He won the under-90s at INSF, came out of nowhere. His brother is an actual strongman as well, Lee Kelly, who's been competing for a while. Right. 20 years of age. He's an absolute savage. And he's on the right, lane 1.
On lane 3. You've got Scottish champ and Scottish Masters champ and another close personal friend, Craig Lewis. Rory and Nola will be tuned in. That's his daughter, and they'll be sitting with Jenny's good partner. They'll be tuned in, the dad doing this.
Is your lineup different to mine then?
That is Craig Lewis.
Oh no, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm seeing
Andrew Bottomley in the middle there.
Who also won, I think, England's under 90s.
Okay.
Right, so
we've got 3 national champions out here. This makes it a proper nice wee lineup. This is the sort of trios you want to see out battling out. All guys hitting reps, and by the looks of it, they're all now on the 210, because we can see yellow plates on the outside, and that was 2 reds earlier on, so we're all at the higher weight now.
Yeah.
Craig grinding through that rep.
Savage. Luke, I keep going to Luke, that's the singer, but Thomas here now, built to squat, stocky young lad, never done any sport before. I was asking him, did you do something in your background? Nothing, just followed in his brother's footsteps and doing strongman.
Craig's the opposite if we were talking about John McGinty. Craig's a 4 or 5 a.m. trainer.
Oh, really?
So he goes in before he then goes back home to do the school run, and then he goes to work and stuff like that, and then it's full day. So
we had 3 champions. I was correct.
Andrew Bottomley, 3 champions. Andrew Bottomley, England's champ.
I remember doing the commentary there and was very impressed with Andrew. It was a brilliant performance with him. His overhead was so impressive as well. So out of these 3 champions, who won?
I genuinely, you lose count on this sort of thing. I
Yeah,
get so invested in watching the rep and like
and
the grinds, we get caught on a
So
grind.
12 reps,
wow.
12 reps for Luke.
11 for
Kelly.
Andrew Bottomley.
What do we get for Craig?
8 reps for Craig.
Wow, okay. That's some savage work there.
So that was Ireland, England,
And
Scotland as a
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 there.
There we are.
But I was right, it was correct. We're on to the higher weights.
So that was 210 kgs for Thomas Kelly, who's now taking the lead on the under 90 men.
Which means the rest of these
12
guys come
reps.
out.
And who have we got? Michael Prentice. And now we have... This under 90s category, man, is stacked. It's just
In fact,
stacked.
Tom's 2-time champ.
Yeah.
What did Pavlos win? Pavlos is podiumed as well, or did he
That
podium?
would 2 years ago Worlds, I think.
Right. So
In the one
Pavlos
who's
is
had
a
in
former
Edinburgh.
champion as
Yeah,
well.
former champion. Yep.
And then we've got Tom, 2-time Worlds champ.
Yep.
Craig, Scottish champ. Andrew Bottomley, English champ. Like the
That's-
90s is stacked, man.
This is a stacked,
Such a good
stacked
category.
yeah. And then Michael Prentice, I'm trying to think what he was up as well, dude. Becoming more, no, Michael Prentice, I know I've seen him compete in that, I've seen his name out there, so.
Tom's smashing through reps so far, and he's probably a rep or two ahead of the other 2 lanes.
And this is the thing as well, Tom comes from a powerlifting background. Because I remember talking to him about this before. Former IPF lifter. So he came in statically very strong to strongman anyway, which was always a benefit. So squats is probably going to be a good one for him anyway.
Up he goes.
And I can hear
Tom
in the
Bucks.
crowd how many more he needs. 2 more, 3 more.
One more
One
is a
more.
shout. That's a,
Can he do it? Yes,
Yep.
he's done it.
But
One, oh, is
we've
he
still
gonna,
got a couple of trios to come after this
and
as well.
yeah, I wouldn't be. Yeah, I would probably do the one more. He's able for it. He's not really worn him out. So, but then again, how many more are going to get more than 12 at that weight? 210 kgs. Unless we've got a real outlier. Oh yeah. We're looking at the list and going, maybe. Yeah, so this one as well, yeah, so we're just sitting in the next row, so just waiting for... Let's see.
Going to get a word with Tom, so hold on.
Up here for the UK and Ireland, a little visit to Scotland. How has your preparation gone so far? And is the world champion going to walk away today as the UK and Ireland champion?
Yeah, prep's been okay. Prepping for 2 comps at once. Everything's been going fine, no injuries. Can't complain. And winning is certainly the only goal today.
Well, you're undefeated in the Natties. You are a fantastic example of what an actual athlete can achieve, which is a new weight class, the best in the world. Tom, thank you very much for coming here. I know you didn't need to come here because you've already qualified for the Worlds. Thank you very much. We all appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Butts.
And that was Martin there just chatting to Tom Butts, who at the moment is now the leader in that event with 13 reps. So just chipping Thomas Kelly's 12. Our next heat out is Ben Gillespie, Charlie McGarry and Joel McCaffrey. Now, Charlie is one of Maddie Costello's lifters there, coached by him. Really new to strongman, has done other sports before, only in strongman for about it's about 18 months, I want to say, but has really made himself known in Ireland as a really good all-rounded strongman. Joel McCaffrey, another excellent young man. I think he's around 25, 26 now. Has suffered, actually at Worlds last year, he suffered a massive fracture, dropped the axle on his foot. And came back, and I couldn't believe it. He was back at Nationals.
Joel's dad messaged me on Instagram to tell me that he was all right. He's like, he's in the hospital, he's watching the rest of the live stream, he's fine. Messaged me, I'm sure it was Joel's dad or somebody messaged me to tell me Joel was all right.
So,
Joel,
can he get out of it? No. Joel is a very, very good overhead.
Right.
I'm not sure where he is, and I think he's calling it a quit on that one anyway. However, in lane 2, we have Charlie McGarry banging his out.
Rattling through reps as well. I did point at Ben's name when we were sitting
Yeah,
looking
we
at
knew
those
these
numbers.
guys were coming out, so... No, I saw Charlie McGarry in training there up in GSP Abs there a few weeks back, and he was really comfortable under this squat.
Ben
so
just double bounces there and loses, as does Joe right at the same time.
Yeah.
Listen, see if he's listening at home. We are an absolute cuss on athletes.
We're
They've
really,
got another rep in the legs, bounce.
So Ben Gillespie was first at Natty Wales Juniors,
right,
2024, and third at UK and Ireland Natties in 2024 as well. So I knew the name. You know, you remember the name.
Yeah, Ben.
Where were you from? So again, another good heat out there with this end of the under 90 men. So the final heat for the under 90s. Final heat for the under 90s will be Ian Easterbrook.
Scottish lad. Ian has
So
actually
5
competed
reps
in
for Ben
all
there.
the natural federations as well. So
7 for Charlie.
Ian's a
and
solid
0
athlete.
for Joel, unfortunately. I think Joel will be happy as well in one sense. Probably not happy with that, obviously, but the fact that he's back at this level after such a bad fracture on the foot there at Worlds last year. Ian Easterbrook, lane 1, Luke Shirley, lane 2, and Reese Henry in lane 3. Again, I remember some of the names of these guys because I was at their qualifiers. Not the Scottish one, but I suppose I just know the Scottish ones anyway. Because
Ian's a lovely guy. He trains away out.
What have we got here? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yep, we just got a little note there. I shall remember that.
Just a wee shout out to say hi to Danny Curtis. I've just seen your Instagram message, Danny.
Thanks, Danny.
Where's my
Heads up.
fancy shots, but? So on this, we're
Here we
banging
go,
through
lane
reps
1.
here.
Ian Easterbrook is happily popping these reps out. Looks very comfortable.
Ian, one of the taller athletes as well.
Oh, grind there on lane 2 with Luke Shirley. Oh,
Ian,
kind of a dead stop there, and it just caught him off guard. But he's done. He's happy.
he's one of the
with that.
taller athletes in this category as well, so Ian with just a tiny bit more work to do.
I might have a little issue in lane 2, I think.
I think he's got a wee thumbs up there, he's all right.
Yeah, just knee with a little tweak there.
I don't really want to say it out loud, but we've been really lucky this weekend. That.
Don't put it into the universe.
Oh.
You, I swear to God, Keldo, right?
That's enough for me, for folks.
He's
I'll
up,
go
yeah,
back.
yeah.
I'll go back down on the MC duties.
Excuse me, I need another commentator. This fella is jinxed.
Where's Killian? Get Killian back up. Where's Andy McWilliams? Where is Willow? I've seen all these faces on the screen. They've all done a much better job than me.
All right.
We're good. We're good, boys. We got a thumbs up off by the boys walking off
Excellent.
there.
All 3 of them. I was like, oh my God. It's like pew pew, sniper in the room. It's called you, Keldo the sniper.
I swear to God, like that. Just like I'm on the big screen, just taking them out.
Right, if Jerklees, if you're watching this, lad.
Do not make memes of me as a sniper, Gel. Let's not.
So, Tom Butts takes the win in that category with 13.
On that, then it was perfect coaching for whoever was in the crowd for Tom, knowing that one more rep.
Absolutely.
So whoever was in the crowd shouting out for Tom, telling
we
him how
could
many
hear you
reps.
up here, so
we could hear eyes. 1 more, 2 more, 3 more reps. Like.
Okay, so we're now going to move on to our next category. That concluded the under 90s, which will be our under 105s.
This will be another one. These guys' categories are absolutely silly stuff,
Savages, man. Strength results seems to have just had a little. Oh no, it's gone up the way, whichever way it was entered.
You've got a couple of names standing out here. Mitchell Wiley has been a Scotland's strongest junior. Jonathan Liddell Johnson, who came up to do the. Jonathan had already qualified for this, I believe, but he came up to do the.
Dominated by the English. There's only one Scotsman in there, look, and no Irish or Welsh.
Jonathan came up to Scotland because he couldn't make the qualifier for England, so he came up and did Scotland. And I'm pretty sure he won 6 events out of 6. One of them was 110 kilo log for reps, and then at the end of the day decided to go for the natural strongman world record on the log, which I believe he hit at 142.5 kilos, just at the end of a full comp where he'd won 6 events out of 6, then went back out and hit a natural world record, which he had to rep twice because Matty Costello is the most harsh referee in the world.
No, as much as I don't like, as much as I will happily abuse my other half, right? He's actually fairly legit.
He called it right, and Jonathan knows. So what Jonathan done was he actually locked out, and as he was moving forward quickly.
Oh, and as a ref, you'll pick up on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so lane 1 we have Edward Stone, lane 2 Lewis Randall Pringle, and Simon Millins. Now he could be Louis or Lewis. What we go with?
Lewis.
Lewis. Again, if anyone's watching this and wants to text Keldo,
yeah, just like most of these are on my Instagram. Just abuse me, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay,
Lane
so our
1
guys.
and 2, so we've got Edward and Lewis.
That's my mistake. We haven't got a third one in there yet.
This category's only got 10, so it'll be.
So lane 2, Lewis taking his time.
This will be 2 pairs and 2 threes for 10.
Oh, he's so methodical here.
Yeah.
It's like slow motion. Look at this.
Yeah, I like these reps, to be fair.
No, I love them.
I'm a fan of ice control.
There's no
rep.
noise. I think this is fabulous.
Oh, you're down for the no sensory overload.
Absolutely. Look at that. That's beautiful. Don't break the egg.
Oh. This is the only reason we get noise cancellation headphones. It was so you didn't get to hear most of the noise down there.
Absolutely because of that, because I would have been going bonkers. That's why we're in a darkened room up here as well.
Yeah.
That bright light, though, is a bit much, I think.
Again, I've got to say,
interrogation.
As somebody who's been on the floor all day as well and up and down over the weekend, the venue is absolutely wonderful.
Oh,
it really is.
Man.
And if you can and you're able to, like, obviously this weekend's nearly done, but if you are English bound and you can get to Liverpool to go watch that, I believe the venue is also top class in there. And we know what Galway brings.
So Box Park Arena in Liverpool is where the Masters and Juniors will be. And then again, Kingfisher NUIG will be the world's venue. And
they were wonderful to us last year. Absolutely wonderful.
That's because big shout out to Ronan Graham, one of my old friends, looking after us, so we're good.
So this will be another pairing as well. So because there's 10 in the category, we'll do 2 twos and then 2 threes.
So here we go, Simon Millins and Ryan Dean. This interesting one here. We were saying about the height of the boxes, right? So lads, the weight, not only the weight, they have to pick a weight, but the box height changes for the weight category.
These will all be 230 as well now, because there's only one.
Yeah, so
Edward done the 200 and failed, unfortunately. He had 0 in that. So then it's 230 for 3 reps with Lewis Randall Pringle. So everybody else after this will be going at a higher weight. And on a comp day like this is the sort of weight you'd be expected to give it a deadlift when it's a standard event. Now we're looking to make them do it as a squat.
Yeah. Now lane 2, Millins looking comfortable, as is lane 1 on 230 kgs.
Yep.
And he's powering through here. Using about...
These are lovely reps for both
They're
lanes.
lovely. At lane 2, Millins in lane 2, I think the height really suits him. I think it's just going to be, it's in his power out position, because look how he just powers out.
Yeah. So what we're talking about here is, for people who don't know, is he uses that bounce ever so slightly, and rather than, when we talk about getting stuck in the hole when you squat, is when you go a bit too low, but he's in that range where the bounce takes him past that, he's in a strong position, which would probably be where his lockout position is in a deadlift.
Yes.
So then he's using his hips to drive through and stand up and get his back straight. So you can actually almost change the mechanics of a squat.
So Millins is just...
Foot position and obviously the bounce.
Millins called it a day a little bit early on that. Holding his butt, I think he's got a little bit of a tweak there. A bit of a cramp perhaps. Very warm, because Scotland's had a, same as Ireland.
No idea what's going on, but
I've noticed.
Stephen Wiley looked like he got sunburnt indoors yesterday.
He probably did. Big shout out as well, just before we go any further, to our 2 equipment sponsors that we have. Cerberus Strength, who has supported Natural Strongman for the past few years.
The lovely plates that are on the side of these are Cerberus Strength ones.
All the Husa bags, throwing bags.
Yep.
And then factory weights for our logs and our
half
rubber
racks.
Atlas stones. And half racks as well that we used for the squats.
And the plyo boxes, which have been doubled up as a podium.
See? Reduce, reuse.
Factory weights were in here with us on Friday night, building stuff as well. They came in and actually took the job of building the racks for us. So they actually done that as an even bigger solid by taking that pressure off. Cerberus gave us lots and lots of bags, like all these bags, throwing bags, etc., and all the drop pads.
I actually think the wheels are factory weight as well, aren't they?
Yeah, they will be.
The wheels on the actors. Okay, so next heat out, Jonathan Little Johnson lane 1, Will Richards lane 2, and Rich Taylor in lane 3.
Little Johnson should be one to watch here in
Absolutely,
this
I think with his track record, his pedigree.
Trains in Stag Fitness just outside of Newcastle, I believe, as well. I've been in the gym a couple of times, Stag. It's a really nice gym. The owner one of the owners, Craig Orange, was kicking about yesterday as well.
Really?
He had a client, I think Danica Johnson's a client of his.
Yes, Danica.
Who was in one of the categories yesterday as well.
Yeah, Danica was the lady who had cut weight 20 kgs to go into the under 64s.
That's right. So all eyes on these 3 gents now.
Okay. So Jonathan Liddell, third at UK and Worlds in 2023 and 5th at Worlds in 2024 in the under 105 category. So definitely one to watch.
10 reps. But,
is that the one to beat at the moment at 230?
Yep.
Wowzers. Well, he's struggling a little bit there on that 3rd rep. He's going to go for a re-rack. Liddell Johnson. Hands still on the bar, so he's not quick yet. No, lane 2 is gone.
Out the way, yep. He's done his step back and he's just supporting his competitors. And then lane 3 is gone, so it's just all eyes on Jonathan now as he drops the squat and bombs out.
Do you know what, Kello?
That wasn't me. That was saying all eyes on Jonathan because he was the only one squatting.
Everyone look at Jonathan.
Everyone look at Jonathan and he's like, look at him as he walks off. You want a useless Jonathan Liddell Johnson story?
Go on.
I was with Craig Lewis. I actually travelled with Craig Lewis to Natural Worlds in Galway last year. And Jonathan Liddell Johnson was in my taxi, and I hadn't spoke to him before, but I had obviously got the athlete bio stuff. And I was like, Craig, I'm sure I know that boy's face. And I'd seen his Natural Strongman t-shirt and twigged that he was competing in the same competition. You know that way where you couldn't put a name in the face. And I'm like, Craig, he jumped in the same shuttle bus as we came out the airport. So I got a chance to talk to him in Galway, and he was lovely in Galway, and he was up as he came out of Scotland, and he absolutely smoked the competition.
Very good.
And his log press was, I genuinely think he had another 7.5 kilos in there on the day if he wanted to. I mean, he pressed it, I'm pretty sure it was 142.5. Pressed it for a double, eventually as well.
Just interesting here, to call this up here, there's a massive, disparage with the reps at the moment here,
Yep.
With Ryan Dean on 10, Simon Millens on 7, and then it just drops to threes.
And that probably does a couple of these guys. So Jonathan Lewis and who's the other one? Rich Taylor all on 3. So that's split points. And because there's a few zeros in lower weights, there's a part of it, depending on what happens in this, there's still at least guaranteed middle pack with 5 events to go.
So we have the final heat out in here. Jordan Courtier in lane 1, Thomas Fisher lane 2, and Mitchell Wiley. Wiley.
Yep.
Like that Wiley.
Yep, like that Wiley. So Mitchell's a former Scotland's strongest junior. He's qualified for a couple of big comps in Scotland as well.
I don't think, looking at this, I could be wrong, we're going to see 10 or... Well, we might get lane 2, might get up to the round 7s by the looks of it.
Jordan Courtier's out. Lane 2, Thomas Fisher just working away.
And I just cursed him, sorry. He's done that.
We might shut up about Mitchell.
Yeah.
If he hits a rep I'll talk about, there you go.
Lane 3.
Lane 3, Mitchell's going to re-rack it.
Yeah.
But he's got a chance to take a pause here as well.
Looking for time. Yep.
Mitchell's going to call it that. He's probably done enough there.
I don't know. Lane 2 was doing really... I think he was paced quite well in lane 2, so Thomas Fisher, we'll see.
I would expect to see those two second and third then, Mitchell and Thomas, with 7s, and then 7 all the way down to 3s. So
Mitchell Wiley was Scotland's strongest junior 23, you were saying, and Natural Scotland's strongest man under 105. Very cool.
Yeah.
Waiting for these results to come in. That was the final flight of our 105s. So Ryan Dean did continue and take the win of that event with 10 reps.
So I'm expecting to see, so I forgot there was a 10 in there.
Okay, so we had a 0 there in lane 1 for Jordan Courtier.
Third and 4th possibly, so 5 reps there for Thomas.
Yep.
And Mitchell in 5, so joint third. Because we had 10, 7, 2 5s and then 3s. So joint 4th for the other guys on 3 reps, which points-wise isn't a disaster as the day starts, especially, I say, we talk about it being the long game.
Yeah. Okay, so that concludes our 105s. Now we're moving on to our open men. So we have relatively good category here. 12 athletes: Matt Scott, John McClellan, Reese Baxter. Good few Scots in there. Stevie Speakman, Andy Taylor, Patton McNally. One to watch, definitely.
Andy Taylor, Scottish, I thought.
They've got the wrong flag up. This happened to England. It's England's Andrew Taylor.
That's what I thought. I was just looking at the flag.
For some reason, it hasn't been changed, and I don't know why. We had this conversation down at England's. James Merry, Ben Rand, Casey Brooks, and Owen Boothby. So first 3 out: Matt Scott, John McClellan, and Reese Baxter.
John is literally.
Matt's a monster of a size.
Is Matt taller than John? Are they around about the same height?
I think. No, John's taller.
That's 2 of the tallest. That's going to be 2 of the tallest boys, and they are
Yeah,
going
look at
to
him.
hate every bit of this. John, I know, wasn't looking forward to the squat, to be fair.
Look at the height of him, no wonder.
Yeah.
Legs on him.
Then when you look over,
I know, that's like Reese
is like,
nice, I got this.
I've got this for height-wise. But it's all about how well you can move the bar as well.
So,
like, some of these taller guys can still squat, it's just mechanically, it's not ideal with this height.
So we have 220 and 250 are the options for these axle reps for the open weight men.
220, I think this is what it's going to be. I don't think John wanted to hit 250, so he might do 1 rep and call it.
Yeah, did he get one in there? Did he? Yeah, so
John's game plan was 1 rep and call it.
Reese Baxter in lane 3, grinding out those reps. Here he goes. He's got another one.
Matt Scott.
Just re-racked. Back out again.
Big distance to squat, but lovely work there. And they are starting to take plates off, get ready for the next event.
Next weight.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're actually having to take weights off now just to reset the bar. And nobody could stand that up to move the J-hooks because nobody's tall enough out there.
That's exactly
apart from maybe Andrew Goodlad.
So that was our first
triple.
Shout out as well to Jewson's Building Providers, who provided all of the floor in here to protect the lovely basketball arena floor. And also
2
the
ton of sand.
And 2 ton of sand.
2 ton of sand as well, they helped us out with.
And Dad, we were saying this before, you know, sponsorship is great to get the money sponsorship and all this thing, but these things as well that cost a huge amount of money. Even to, like I said, the hire the equipment from HSS Pro Market Services and getting the sand, that all costs money.
Oh, absolutely.
So it really helps to take that.
The money saved on those sort of things through sponsors like Cerberus, Factory Weights, HSS and Justin's all goes back into making this a better experience for the athletes. We want to put on the best show possible. I said this when I was closing yesterday. Natural Strongman in 3.5 years has become one of the premier competitions that people should want to compete at. We're putting on a show and it's getting better every time. You can't look around this venue and not say that we've not put on the best weekend possible for all these athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. All I've seen in my peripheral vision.
Back down.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a change out, I think, of commentating team, maybe? No, you're still with me?
I'm finishing the squats out. I'm not changing anything until the squats are done.
Excellent, yes.
Let's have some fun. I like a squat. I'm a fan of a squat, and I want to be here for the end of it.
Absolutely. We want some continuation
and then we'll see what's happening. Oh, hold on, actually, Martin might be. Right, actually, hold on.
Oh, okay, I think we actually have a problem. Okay. So, we're just a little bit of a technical issue there, so you're going to have me and my dulcet tones on my own for a bit. So, our next heat of athletes coming out, Ross McIntosh in lane 1, Stevie Speakman in lane 2, and Andy Taylor in lane 3. So I think these guys are all aiming for a 250 on this axle squat. 250 kgs. Lane 2, we're off, reps in the bag. Now all of the guys now have a good rep on this axle bar squat. Big bounce there in lane 1. Lane 2 and lane 3, a little bit more of a gentle, methodical approach. As I was saying earlier, sometimes the bounce is all good if you can control it. If you can't control that bounce, it's going to make life a lot worse for you and throw you off balance. Lane 2 is out, so Stevie Speakman has conceded. Lane 1 re-racked, he's just waiting for a little bit of a... And he's also going to call it a day on that. Looking for time in lane 3 for Andy Taylor. And I think he's also going to call it quits on that squat. So that's our second heat of the under 105 men's. That was Ross McIntosh, Stevie Speakman, and Andrew Taylor. Next out will be Cathal McNally, Big Cathal from Ireland, Dean Patch, and James Merry. And I think I see Jade in my peripheral vision coming up to give me a hand here. So Jade Harkin, who was competing yesterday. So 5 reps for Ross McIntosh. 2 reps for Stevie Speakman. And Jade has just joined me. She's going to do a headset on. How are you, Jade?
Hello, everyone.
You come to save me?
I have.
Excellent. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Grand. How are you feeling after yesterday?
Actually, okay.
Yeah,
I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, I can move.
I can move. That'd be the beer.
Probably. Probably still a little bit drunk this morning.
So, Heat of the 105s, our big Carl McNally from Ireland is out now.
Carl from Ireland.
Dean Patch and James Merry. I'm interested to see what Carl does here.
Carl's a good squatter.
Yeah, we were saying the only thing is that height, you know how the heights are set for some of the taller lads? It's actually, but look.
It's tough. Like those 2 lads in the first heat, they were so tall.
Oh my God,
way below parallel. Their bums are nearly on the ground.
Yeah. It's very difficult, and the thing in the way they were saying, like Kelder was saying who was it now? It was John McClellan was only just going to go for the 1 rep, just get a point on the board because it was ridiculously high for him.
It was insane.
So Carl McNally in lane 1, Dean Patch in lane 2, and James Merry in lane 3, and the whistle is blown. Off we go. Let's see. I hope you haven't got the Keldo curse. Every time he says something, they bail or something goes wrong. So big wide grip there in lane 3, right out at the collars. Lane 2, wonky.
Yeah, Dean Patch just looking. Oh, he looks a bit better there now on that rep.
I think we're out on lane.
And Carl is out.
Oh, wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that.
No, definitely not.
Now, looking at the scoring so far, and we're saying this with the previous 105s.
Dean Patch is out as well now.
It could be a game of tactics. They have 6 events.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot, and then when you're coming out for the Hooseville as well, like, you don't want to be super taxing. You don't want those legs to be tired for that.
Like, and with you yesterday, how did you find? Did you have a game plan with that, with the 6 events, or was it just go hell for leather and everything?
That 140 like was way above my max coming into it, so I was like, if I can just get even 1 rep on the 140, I'll be happy, and that's what I did. I went for the second one, but it just like rolled up my neck. But because I'd only done 1 rep, I felt fresh for the bag and I was good. So it was interesting to see. But like some of the girls that did 10, 11 reps yesterday were also fine, you know.
Yeah, so I suppose it's where you're at, I think, with your maxes and what you've been training.
Yeah, exactly.
So our next heat out, we have Ben Rant, lane 1, Casey Brooks, lane 2, and Owen Boothby in lane 3.
Lots of new faces here this year.
Yeah, it's very strange because I was at the English Nationals and Welsh Nationals. So I'm going, oh, I know that name, I know that name.
I
and
know
I'm trying to remember. So it's, But, yeah, I think Worlds, when we see these top 5, whoever goes through, we might see some new faces and new names that we haven't seen there before, which is fantastic.
It's great. It's great.
The growth of the sport.
Yes, absolutely. And they're off.
Tall lad there in lane 2, Casey Brooks.
Then the first to get out.
And he's a good rep in the bag there. The 2 of our lads have rep in the bag. Oh, a bit of a grind there.
He got it though. I find sometimes the first rep actually looks a little bit sticky.
So I was talking about this earlier. He was going with that bounce and it doesn't work. If you
I don't like the bounce because I feel like it throws, because it's an axle bar and it rolls, and I feel like it throws you.
But you also dead stopping 250 kg through your entire body, which is
not
going to send that shock. Yeah. Okay, so lane 3 also out.
And just taking a tactical re-rack. Getting some breaths in. Oh, and hands are off, so he's decided no. That's enough for him.
So we had in here, the leader of this was 5 reps into joint. So take a joint first there, Ross McIntosh and Andrew Taylor with 5 reps. Raps. So that concludes event 1.
Event 1,
yeah. Of Axel Squat. How did you like the Axel Squat yesterday?
I liked it. Yeah, it felt good. Like in training, I felt like.
Hang on. So we're going to go to Keldo.
And we're down, and I'm going to talk to event winner Ben Rant. Ben's 6 reps. Were you listening in to let yourself know how many you needed, or did you just go out with a total to target to hit?
I knew the previous was 5. To be honest, I was hoping for closer to 10, but with the rack as narrow as it is, I couldn't. I had to like overhand it. So the main thing I was thinking of the whole reps was like not letting it slide off my back.
So we were talking about this in the live stream. For the people in the crowd that don't know, and obviously in the live stream, your hand position's imperative when you squat, when it's on a normal bar. That axle being bigger, I mean, you've got quite big hands anyway, and you're saying even you couldn't wrap around it. So do you think we've tested you enough on that element of making it super difficult?
No, I think it was a good event. I think the only thing is, like in powerlifting, with like immobile guys, we can put the stands in, which can let us sit lower in, like deeper into the low bar. But other than that, I think it was class.
Have you got a good background in squatting before this, or was it one that you've picked up to train for the competition?
Yeah, probably with 5-6 years of powerlifting. I did the World Championships in 2019 in Sweden. So yeah, some squatting.
Just a little bit of squatting, right? I'll let you get back and get warmed up. Absolute pleasure to watch you work. 6 reps in the event, winning the Opens. Ben Rant, folks. We are going to get kicked off the next event.
So that was Ben Rant there, just been interviewed by Keldo. So the guys are going to be preparing now for the next event, which is our Husafeld bag for max distance.
Yep.
I think we will probably take a 5-minute break, and we will see you back here soon, guys.
See you soon.
Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place
And you're very welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Play Arena here in East Kilbride for event number 2 of UK and Ireland's Natural Strongest Man. We will be kicking off with the under-72s. Jade's going to join me now for, I don't know, for a while.
I don't know how long I'll be
Yeah,
here.
it's good anyway. A little bit of variety. It's like a pick and mix here on the commentary.
Exactly.
It's all good. So,
Spice it up.
Husafell yesterday, after, because you were competing under 82s.
Yeah.
After those squats, going straight into this, what was it like?
It was actually okay, and there was like a nice break in between where you weren't waiting too long, that you were kind of like completely warmed down, but it wasn't like straight into it. So you had a nice little break to kind of rest and recharge before it. But it was fine. Like, it's one of those events as well that like it's just a killer. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know you're not going to feel, you know you're not going to feel good after it. Yeah. So it's just one of those ones you just kind of have to shut it out and just lock in and just get it done. Do you know?
So our under-72 men, their Husafell bag is 100 kgs. It's 15-metre course, and it's for max distance.
Max distance. I actually quite like the 15-metre course because where I train, we only have a 10-metre course.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes you feel like you're still doing the same in training because you're going the same amount of turns, but you're actually getting more distance because you have that extra 5 meters. So I was just kind of counting in my head, like I was trying to hit like, you know, around 100 meters in training.
Yeah.
So I was like doing 10 up and down. So I realized like that's what I was counting, but because of the extra 5 meters, you actually
did more.
Yeah, so it was great.
So you had a few of the girls there competing as well that you coached yesterday.
Yeah, they all got on great.
Excellent, fantastic. Now we have our referees are in place with Willow Brady down there refereeing, who's also competing, who won under 64s yesterday. Our first queue of under 72s come out. It's Rory Mackey and Chris Stern. So we have Rory Mackey in lane 1. Yes,
and
Chris
Stern
Stern
in lane 2.
Sometimes I have to remember which way they're going to do
I know, yeah.
on the running order.
It's actually handy because the little cones actually have 1, 2, and 3 on it, so you can see which lane is which.
Yeah. So off we go.
Just getting sucked in. It's interesting to see like different people's pickups and stuff. Like some people knock it over, some people just kind of tilt it a little bit.
Yes. So we have the guys are off.
Yeah, moving nicely.
So good pace here now in lane 2 with Chris Stern.
I find with max distance stuff, you really need to pace yourself at the start because I feel like sometimes if you go out too hot, you just gas yourself too quick.
But it's a weird thing we were talking about this is like with fast twitch and slow twitch and everything, and we were saying it with the likes of John Ginty, myself as well. I always found I needed to get as far as I could, as quick as I could
before you shut
off.
off.
Switches off.
Yeah.
Yet we saw yesterday with some of the women a steady pace, and as soon as the last 10 seconds
go, they have
whoop,
an extra.
Nitrous. So it's really interesting to see what kind of game plan we'll have with the lads here. Is there a similar lane 2? Chris Stern seems to be speeding up a little bit. I think exactly what we're saying here, as does lane 1 with Rory Mackey.
He's running now.
That's the last thing I would want to be doing at that stage, is trying to start getting faster with the bloody Husafell bag. Small enough category, but still great to see 7 in the under 72s here for UK and Ireland. So you'll see the distance is taken from where their feet were when the whistle was blown, not where they throw the bag to.
Unfortunately, you don't get that extra distance. They don't really care how far. It's impressive that they can throw a 100-kilo bag.
Literally, I'm thinking that after running for 60 seconds with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be a part. That should be included, right?
Yeah, they should get a little extra point for that.
You'll get a 5-second whistle at 5 seconds. See how far you can throw it. And we'll take this. We're saying we've got some new tech down there as well. They've got this laser.
It's cool.
Yeah.
But it's good because it's obviously accurate and like you can't really contest it. Like I know many people won't contest a tape, but like it's a lot easier to, I suppose, like human error. Whereas that, it's just that's the distance and that's that.
Absolutely. So our second, I thought Keller was going to go for an interview. There is not. Keller's chatting there. Not quite sure what he's chatting about there. Oh, probably about the ladies that we have down there who were competing yesterday. So we have Hope Christie and Ros McCall, who took first and second in the Opens.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was going to be a full Scottish podium at one point. Yeah, for the Open Women's, which was Ella Gibbs doing fantastic.
Impressive.
So next out, we should have Brian Murray and Cameron Nisbet. So Ireland and Scotland, Brian Murray. Brian Murray, I think, actually is new enough, right? He appeared at INSF Nationals there this year. We hadn't seen him before. He's actually living in the UK, I think, at the moment. He's training away. And he came in and he won.
Yeah, very, very impressive performance by him.
Okay, so, and the lads are waiting for the whistle. Off they go. Brian in lane 1.
Needs to get that up. Ooh.
Cameron in lane 2. And Brian is off and away. Not sure about his position there.
Yeah,
it
looks a little low.
He's going at a good pace, so maybe he's one of me that he knows he's going to gas out at about 35 seconds. So
he's still moving nicely.
Yeah. Still questionable on the hold, but
as
lane
Cameron.
2, Cameron is good grip. He's catching, he's gaining on him.
Yeah. I feel like because Cameron's bag is a little higher, his legs are a bit freer to move.
Yes,
so
it looks like that. It looks a bit awkward.
Oh,
and you can see
Brian
the
just
grip is starting to go. Yeah. Cameron is seeing it.
Coming.
He's smelling blood.
Yeah.
Here he goes, and he's lapped him. Not lapped him, but overtaken him. And is about to lap him.
Brian just trying to get as much distance as he can.
That grip.
Yeah. See that extra push.
Again, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Mate, it's not going to work. Okay, and time for these guys.
Very good by Cameron there.
Excellent. I think he took probably a good lap and a half. Excellent result there. So the guys are just resetting, they've taken their measurements, or they're taking their measurements.
Yep. So from the last heat, Rory did 99.8 and Chris did 116. So the same distance there.
Yeah. Insane.
Anytime you get to around 100 meters, like, it's just going to be impressive, you know?
Yeah. Like 100 kgs, this is 30 kgs over these guys' body weight.
Yeah, it's insane. The bag is nearly like the size of
Absolutely, yeah. We were saying it with the lighter weight ladies yesterday. Like, the bag is literally almost their torso and legs.
Yeah.
And they're trying to run away with this, with weight. So just finishing getting the distances here. Let's see, Jack's down there now with Keldo, keeping him company.
Yeah. He's down there on the mic, having the time of his life.
Having the chats.
That'll be him. Talk to a wall.
Okay,
so we're going to have our last heat now in the under-72s.
Should be a triple coming out here now with Conor Goodison, Jordan Humphreys and James Hamilton.
Yep.
So Conor in lane 1. So that was, 116 meters, half meters for Cameron Nisbet.
0.5. Because that 0.5 now is going to do it, because Chris Stern got 116.
He literally beat him by that half a meter. So I say keep going till that whistle blows.
Like, I tell my girls, like, a coach, every step counts, like, it matters.
And lane 2, we are off at a rabbit's pace here. Jordan Humphreys from Wales. Absolutely flying. He's just about to double lap these lads here in lane 1 and 3.
Interesting hold from lane 3. Like, so it's not actually quite wrapped around it. It's like right at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, so this was something I questioned yesterday when Laura Hollywood came out and she had the fingers hooked under the base of the Husfeld, because on a regular Husfeld, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So I was like, hang on a second, what's this? But apparently
no,
you're allowed to do it.
But I find if you lose your balance at all and, like, tip forward, that bag is just going to come straight
I suppose
out.
And he's going
like
to reset there now, but he's now locked the hands around it.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something. I think that's something that's obviously been practiced, and he realised he could get some good distance and then can divert. Excellent there from Conor Goodison in lane 3.
And James
got completely carried away then watching Conor in lane 3. So
James and Conor pretty much kind of on par there with each other. I think Conor got a little bit more of a distance.
James Hamilton, Goodison in lane 1.
No, yeah, James Hamilton was in lane 1 and Conor Goodison was in lane 3.
Oh, he's just come off. Yeah, I got the lanes mixed up there again. Sorry, lads. So it's actually James Hamilton in lane 3 that was doing our impressive hold that we got carried away with.
No, it was Conor Goodison in the far lane.
No, because I had Goodison on the back of this guy's T-shirt here, and he was having a moment for himself. So, yeah. Sorry, lads. We'll find out again in the next event. Okay, so that concludes the under-72s. Moving on to our under-80 men.
And the bag is 120 kilos.
An extra 20 kilos. Yep, 120 kgs.
40 kilos more than their body weight.
God, yep. So we have 13 in this category. We should have Earl Suligowski and Matt Dudley out first, both representing England. So just finishing up with their measurements.
Getting the new bags out.
So Wendy Stewart down there. I don't know what she's trying to do, but she's competed yesterday at Four Nations, worked the whole day, and is back out there again today. That's dedication for you.
All the crew here are amazing. Like, they've put in some shift.
Absolutely. We said it, without them, this doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
You know, and I think that really has to be understood by everyone. Like, this is these guys are all volunteering. No one's getting paid for this, and they're out here doing their very best.
Just for the love of the sport.
Yeah. And to be a part of it, to be involved, and fair play to them. So we were saying that you see that the guys are actually using loaded trolleys. They were sponsored there by HSS Pro Market Service, which is HSS Hire. They provided us with those trolleys, which is fantastic. Give these guys a bit of a break. Just getting everything set up here now for our...
making sure all the Husfelds are in the same
so
starting
the results
position.
coming here now. James Hamilton was 90 metres. Yeah, so 94.6 for Brian Murray, 91 for Conor Goodison, and 90 there for James Hamilton.
So Cameron's going to take that event win by 0.5 of a metre.
So Al Suligowski and Matt Dudley now coming out. And I said I remembered Matt Dudley from England because of his lovely bucket hats.
Bucket hat, yeah. It's impressive. It's
It's
cool.
a bucket visor, isn't it? By the
Yeah, it's not quite a hat.
Just let the hair up the top. Okay. So off we go. So Matt going for the drop, push it over, and
yeah, a nice pick there from Earl.
They're both pacing themselves here. I wonder if this is going to be one of those. Let's hit the nitrous at the end. 10 seconds. Let's get that pace in, and just a little bit ahead now. Matt just breaking away a little bit. Earl just slightly behind him. Looking like he's a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit stumpy there, but...
Of course he is. There's 120 kilos on his chest. He's hardly comfortable.
Says me. Who would be complaining the whole way through.
There was a girl yesterday, I can't remember who it was, and the whole time she was doing it, she was just smiling away, and I was like, are you okay?
Perhaps it's a breathing technique and,
Maybe.
calm. Go to the happy place. That's it. Just getting a call back there, slightly missed the line. And there we go. Now
Matt's starting to pick up pace.
Speed it up a little bit, yeah. Sharp turn. Hope walking with him to keep him going. And that was it, and the time has gone. Matt Dudley taking the lead there. So also shout out to the sponsors of the kit, Cerberus, who have sponsored us all of these Husafeld bags, crash mats, throwing bags,
there's
plates that we see holding the rigs down and we're using for squatting. Massive support to Natural Strongman over the past couple of years.
Yeah, they've been great.
I think it's really good sponsors. People are starting to see, companies are starting to see the potential that's in the sport.
Yeah.
And also, I suppose Cerberus being a Scottish company, Scottish-owned company, really handy with such a big competition being in Scotland this year. So our next heat should be out, which should be James Briffa and William Yao. I think we'll have a two. We might have
another
a
two.
Yeah, two of them this time.
Yeah. So just with the uneven numbers, that's why there's going to be two, just so that no one is actually going on their own.
So I was trying to explain to people yesterday, trying to do the math quickly to go, how many are in the group? Is it going to be a two or is it going to be a three?
Yeah.
So I remember James Briffa from UK, from the England qualifier, and his notable, I remember he was saying there, 280 kg deadlift. So this is
that was a quick pickup there.
190. I think he'll go in his favour, and he is off. So William Yao just slightly behind him there. James looking very comfortable here.
Yeah. William looking like he's struggling a tiny bit, but he's still moving.
I said, look at these Husafeld bags are almost as big as these guys.
Yeah. They're the entire length of their torso, like.
Pacing themselves out.
Yeah. James just stepping it out there. You can see his hamstrings just starting
to go.
It's so funny because you'd be running along and you're like, grand, and then all of a sudden your hamstrings are like, nope, no more for you.
Just readjusting there, trying to get that a little bit higher, clearance of the legs, makes that step.
Get that turn.
I think we've always tried to drill into the important areas.
William just trying to...
and also every ounce that you can get out of those hammies before the time
and he goes to the whistle.
Fair play to both of these guys. I was saying always about the importance of trying to make that turn.
Yeah.
Because it could be the difference between first and second. So that was our James Briffa and William Yao. Next out should be very own Sean Cassidy.
Sean Cassidy.
Ross Cosgrove and Alistair Griggs. No, it's going to be two. It's going to be Sean Cassidy and Ross Cosgrove, I think. Hang on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so it'll probably be a 2 again. Oh, we're missing. Oh, I've got a whole.
We have
probably
more
a 3,
people.
yeah.
1, 2, 3.
If I scrolled
1,
up,
2,
lads.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, so this will
been
be
a
a 3.
long month. Not even a long day.
The lights are bright. Our eyes hurt.
Yes, I feel like I've been being interrogated.
I know.
Okay, so the guys have just taken the final measurements. A few more spectators in than there was yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like because a lot of the women are here today as
think
well.
that's
and
what it is, yeah.
With yesterday, like the men can't really come and watch because you don't want to get too hyped. You know, the
Yeah.
day before your comp, you want to go and chill and refeed and charge up for the day ahead.
Yeah.
So
we have 3 out.
62.5 meters for James there, and then 56.3 for William in that last heat.
So Sean Cassidy, Ross Cosgrove and Alistair Griggs. Sean Cassidy lane 1, Ross in lane 2, Alistair in lane 3. Let's go, Sean. Struggling a little bit with that pick-up. Just get it under his legs.
There you go.
There he is. And he's managed to lock those fingers.
And Alistair is moving very well here in lane 3.
Alistair has
both lads are catching him though.
Yeah, they get called back there.
Sean
nice low pick as well. So Sean's actually motoring now. He took that little bit of time having to get the bag up. Had the fingers gripped and locked.
Oh, the fingers have ungripped now.
But he's still going, still pacing. Off he goes.
Ross just trying to hold on to that bag. His fingertips.
In lane 3 is absolutely motoring out here now.
And Ross is down.
They're starting to fade a little bit. Alistair in lane 3.
Sean just opting to go sideways.
Trying to get as much as he can out of those relief for the hamstrings. Alistair's gone, and the whistle's blown. Now, did Sean do enough to catch up at least with and get over lane 2? I wonder. We'll see in a minute. Haven't seen as much of the crab walk this time around as what it was quite popular there for backwards walking.
Backwards walk, and I haven't seen much of that. I'm sure we will as the heats go on.
Didn't see it with any of the women yesterday.
No, you don't normally see it. It's more the men that do it. I think they just like to be dramatic.
Yeah. Until it falls backwards and it lands on you and knocks you out. Ross, Alistair and Alfie. Sean, Ross and Alistair. Just waiting for the lengths to come in for these guys.
And then we'll have our next heat, which will be Alfie, James, and our Irish John Ginty.
John Jared
is notoriously known for very good moving events.
Yes.
All that practice from the loading crew.
I think he may have been a bit disappointed with his squat performance. I know he's done more in training, but like we said, it's a different kettle of fish. It was the first event out. But he, middle of the pack, saved the legs as well.
Yeah.
We got come out for this.
The one thing about John, though, he's a great engine on him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And ignorant.
Yeah.
So,
which is definitely necessary
Alfie
for this.
in lane 1, James in lane 2, and John Ginty in lane 3. We're trying to see if he's got a big angry head on him or not. I say he's shaking the head of that bag. So he just has to get himself ready.
Just got a nice
Be
pick.
sure of it.
There we go.
I know this is not an event that he is
He
favoured
is
of.
running with that.
Well, he's now knowing because he has to catch up with these lads. And I know he doesn't like, even though he's good at moving events, he doesn't like it. He wouldn't be a fan.
All lads are moving very well here, very comfortably.
Like he knows he has to really dig deep for this now, get some good points, move himself up the pack. Even though with 4 more events, he wants to be in a good position.
Yeah. He's just taking a little bit too long, I think, to turn as well.
Yeah, I think he's... Now, lane 1 here, motoring away here. Lane 2, a good low pick again with the fingers locked underneath.
Yeah. James Watts in lane 2.
Alfie Burnside in lane 1. Alfie is motoring. John is gone. He's going to be so angry. He'll probably punch the sandbag in a minute.
He looks a bit disappointed.
Yeah.
James is still flying along there.
A great performance there in lane 1 from Alfie Burnside. Some great speed there. Opting for the knee sleeves though.
I wear knee sleeves on Heathrow.
For distance,
I think I just couldn't be arsed taking them off though for like the events.
My legs would be gone.
Trying to get them back on then is too much of an effort.
So we're just waiting now for those. Sean Cassidy got 82.3, came second in that heat, which is not bad at all.
Yeah, 94.7 is the current distance to beat.
No, 97.5. Matt Dudley.
By Matt Dudley.
Matt, as I said, I remember seeing him at England's putting a really, really good effort
in
there.
this.
Yeah. Wait for those results to come in.
And then we have our last heat in the under 80s. So Liam. Always a fan favourite, Liam.
Yep, Liam McConville, world's strongest zookeeper. Luke Phillips in lane 2 and Ewan Colligan in lane 3. Ireland, Wales and England. So Liam there getting ready, primed.
Ewan is just having a little stroll away,
around. Not sure, am I ready? Do I want to do this yet? Yeah. Do I go out the door instead?
Yeah,
that would
run
be
away,
me.
far, far away.
Liam kind of primed, getting ready. I was worried if I'd be out there, I'd trip over that blue step, you know, that little wood.
I think a couple of people did yesterday, especially after the event, because you're a bit delirious.
Walking on to go through the Atlas stones, didn't she? Yeah, the rubber stones. Right, should be just about ready now. Wait for our whistleblower. Off we go. Now, Liam, good high pick.
Oh, lads, basically straight in a line there.
Line 2, breaking away there. Luke Phillips. Oh, it looked like I thought he was watching to see what Liam was doing.
I think he was just checking to make sure his foot was on the line. Liam going a little bit too far there.
I feel like Liam's actually was watching the big screen to see was he. It's like he looked up. That's it. Here he goes.
It does actually look like
neck and neck so far.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to the last wire, isn't it? Now we've got lane 1 and 3 breaking away here. Lane 2 struggling.
Yeah, Luke just starting to slow down there.
So Liam and Ewan. Now Liam a little bit wobbly there.
Yeah, Ewan just starting to pull ahead now.
Last seconds, I think. Yeah, Liam is really struggling here.
Oh, Liam.
Luke is still going. I thought he was going to be just gone.
And can Luke catch up with Liam here?
There we go.
Doesn't have enough time. Brilliant performance there by Ewan.
What's he doing? Checking Liam being dramatic. Of course he is. Of course he is.
Has to have a little celebration.
Oh, look at him now, look. Yeah.
He's not half shy, is he?
He is not. He doesn't realise it's the wrong way around, look. Oh, Liam loves the camera, so he does. Liam loves the camera.
There's no camera shyness around here.
No, so that concludes our under 80 men. Interesting to see where those results lie. Still waiting for some of the results to come in, but that could be just as Strength Shop's crashed on me. We will find out. And we will then be moving on to our
under 90.
Under 90 men. My voice is going.
Mine's already gone, so I don't normally sound like this.
You do, Joe. You actually sound normal. And we're going to go to Keldo.
And we are down. Ewan taking the heat win on that. We don't actually know the final results. You were joint first on the squats and heat win, putting a bit of pressure on the guys behind you. How does the body feel after doing those squats into that sandbag?
Minced. I knew it was going to be bad, but especially seeing some of the numbers that some of the boys are putting up in training, it's just a case of stare straight ahead, not look at anyone else, play my game, and obviously pulled off today.
So on the live stream, I've been talking with Aisha, and we were talking about the importance of keeping your eye on just you, staying in your lane. That was a tactic you felt you employed, even though you can hear what's going on, are you just zoning out?
Yeah, for sure. It was UK and Ireland last year, that was the mistake I made. On events that maybe I knew that I wasn't going to finish top half, I would have one eye on what someone else was doing, pushing myself to do things that I probably wasn't capable of, made too many mistakes, lose points. This year, I would just go and focus on my own game, do what I came out to do. If that's enough, it's enough. If it's not, it's not.
2 very good events back to back. How are you feeling for the next 4?
Log can get swiftly in the bin. I split out the log as well, so it's going to be fun. So I'll go out, put my 8th layer of deep heat on. Hope to God I stay in one piece, and then we'll see how the rest. There's a few events at the end I'm really looking forward to that have went well in training, so we'll see how we are.
I'm going to look over to Kat Moultrie. Kat, what was the event win there?
James Watts.
I'm going to say thank you very much to you, and I'll let you go, and I'll get announced the event winner. Then I'm going to hand back over to Martin.
I had to laugh there. We had a few humdingers on the interviews yesterday, but this one, log can get swiftly in the bin.
I agree.
I think there's a few people that would agree with that one.
Although my log actually went quite well. So
You know what I mean? Petra would have said the same thing. Coach Petra, who did Four Nations, and she got a lovely PB. So we were just waiting for the results for those under 90s. Under 80s. Sorry, there was a little bit of an issue there, I think. So the event winner was
James Watts, 128.6 meters.
So Mark Black and Joel, we've got 3 out. Mark Black, Joel McCafferty and Ryan Carr.
Joel will be looking now to make up some points here. I think he was a bit disappointed with the squash.
Well, I was saying that myself in Keldo. I said, I know he'd be disappointed, but the fact that he's back at this level after breaking his foot at Worlds.
Yeah, is insane.
Absolutely. So I was delighted to see Joel back on. So Mark in lane 1, Joel lane 2, Ryan lane 3.
Joel attacking that sandbag there.
Here we go, jumping with it. Well, off he goes.
And the other 2 lads are off as well.
Very good at these moving events. So here he goes. Yeah. Off he goes. Excellent, Joel. The 2 lads now onto their second lap. Lane 3. Oh, Ryan Carr.
Lane 3 starting to catch up now to Joel.
Switched at nitrous. Lane 1 just keeping steady. Like we said there, talking to when Calder took the interview there, staying in your own lane.
Yeah.
And not watching what's going on. I'm wondering there, did you see on the big screen, was that distracting to you when you were doing any of those? Did you find yourself looking at it or nothing?
I think I just went blank.
Yeah, I think that tends to be what happens, I think, when you're in your zone.
Yeah, you just have to, I just try and focus on my breathing and just keep that rhythm. Joel's still ahead.
He's still ahead. Excellent
Ryan
here for Joel.
Down.
He needs to keep going. Yeah, Ryan in lane 3 is down. Lane 1 still going. There we are. Yes. Joel will be happy with that.
Hopefully that'll be a good distance now to just help him gain back some points after that first event.
Yeah, because we're saying it's actually a massive category. 18. And it's stacked. This category is
Hold the back now. Last year at Worlds, I shot out my foot on the 115 kilo axle. So I dropped it and smashed my foot. So I'm just happy to be back.
I know you're breathing hard. I know I've caught you on the hop. We've all got bad events, mate. Unfortunately, the squat, it's gone. Are you happy with your distance here?
I'm over the moon now. Come back on, just.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Ireland, Joel McCafferty.
So, after getting rudely interrupted there by Martin Lennox, we're back on. So our next 3 that will be out with Steve Warren, Pavlos Kouros and Tom Keithley. What we were saying earlier was when you look through the pedigree of the under-90 strongmen, at one point on the squat rack we had 3 national champions. We had Thomas Kelly from Ireland.
Yeah.
We had Andy Bottomley from the UK, and we had Tom Butts. oh no, it was Scotland, sorry, it was Scotland. We had 3 national champions, like, what the heck. Then you have Tom Butts, who's a world champion.
Yeah, he's a world champion.
Stacked.
Multiple
Pavlos,
world champion.
I think he podiumed the first year of Natural Worlds in Edinburgh.
He did.
So we have just a huge amount of very, very good talent in this under-90s. So absolutely stacked.
Bit of Shakira there to get them going.
Yeah, there we go.
Well.
Get them going. So Steve in lane 1, Pavlos lane 2, Tom in lane 3.
90.03
get them
meters from
hands
Mark
locked. And off we go. So Steve Warren in lane 1, pacing himself here. And Tom Keithley in lane 3 is motoring.
Pavlos is slightly catching up now.
Again, keeping that pace, that tech, whatever his tactic may be. Steve Warren in lane 1 having to reset himself there. Steve Warren, also a Masters athlete. We're saying we had a few ladies yesterday who were Masters and a couple of the lads as well.
Competing in the weighted categories because the Masters and the Juniors have obviously, they have their own separate comp now. So.
Yeah, as we said, that will be being live streamed on Strong Pass 2 weeks' time, Box Park Arena.
In Liverpool.
Liverpool, yeah.
Liverpool, yeah.
In between that, actually, next weekend, for those who are Strong Pass subscribers, you'll have the Scottish Strength Cup.
Yeah, which is going to be an exciting one.
So lane 3 here, motoring. And the whistle has gone. A little bit of delay on the results coming through here again as well.
It gets to a point where you just want the whistle to go. Like,
absolutely.
You just don't care what you've done anymore.
It was actually funny yesterday when we were looking at the dash and carry, low dash and carry at the end, and going how some of them it looked really, really fast, and others we were here going, oh my God, will you blow the whistle?
Yeah.
Because, and if it felt like that for us up here going, this is
taking too long.
You guys, you need to blow the whistle for these
especially for this like 6th event in, you know.
Hey, Pavlos blowing me kisses there, look. Fangirling. I've a Rory O'Hagan and Pavlos.
Right.
Matty, watch out.
He'll be jealous. Don't show him the video.
No, because if I said that, if he said that, I'd kill him. So I should be behaving myself. Okay.
Right, going to be moving on to our next heat in this under 90 category.
So we just rebooted here strength results for some reason, and we're going to go down to our under 90s.
The weight of this Hicksville bag is 120 kilos. I don't know if he said that yet.
Oh, actually, yes. So
same as the under 80s.
Oh, I know what happened here. I have just to rejig this event results here. Okay, I like to see it in the order they're coming out. So,
referee's just getting ready.
Right, here we go. So we have here Luke Young, Luke Schultz, 2 Lukes. Luke and Reese. So Luke in 1, Luke in 2, and Reese in 3. The guys just getting ready. Termination.
Oh, kind of caught that midair there.
So, and we are off. Lane
Luke
2
Shirley,
is he's gone. Luke and Shirley.
Reese is moving now.
Now the 2 lads there.
Yeah,
you
they're
can
pretty
see
much
them.
neck and neck. They're catching up to him.
They know that they need to, I suppose, keep a distance, but and need to split these 2 guys. Look,
just motoring along.
Luke
side by side.
Luke lane 1 and Luke and Reese neck and neck on this. But Luke Shirley is
still going,
lapping these guys.
And Reese just slightly getting ahead of Luke now. Luke Young.
Here they go, pushing on.
Luke Young just starting to slow a little bit.
And Luke Shirley still.
And Reese is motoring now. And he's going to overtake Luke Shirley.
Yes, there you go. That's Luke Young.
Oh, Luke Young's here.
Luke Reese. You're as bad as me now. See, look, getting tired there.
Tired.
Okay, so excellent performance there, Luke Shirley. With a nice, quick and solid pick. And then just went with it.
Yeah. Got to keep going.
So our next heat out should be Ben Gillespie, Ian Easterbrook, and Michael Prentice.
Jesus, there is a lot of these lads, isn't there?
Yeah, 18 is like, it's a massive
category.
But so stacked as well.
I know.
It's mad.
It's really going to come down to the last event because there's so many points up for grabs in each event. So.
Absolutely. I suppose as well for the guys at home, just to say the top 5 from each category get a straight
invitation to Natural Worlds,
right? Other than that, you would have to look to do an online qualifier. I know that sometimes people ask, how do I qualify for this competition?
Yeah.
They suddenly see it being shared. So you have to do a national qualifier, which is well, you do your national qualifier to UK and Irelands.
Yeah.
Your UK and Irelands top 5 then goes to Worlds, or you can do an online qualification. We've done European qualifiers for this, American qualifiers for Worlds, and this is our UK and Irelands one.
Yeah.
So Ben in lane 1, Ian in lane 2, Michael in lane 3.
113.8 metres there by Luke Young in that last heat.
Now, Ben Gillespie is actually won the Welsh under-90s, I think. I feel like he's actually a junior as well still. Again, we were talking about this earlier, the impressive juniors that we have in natural strongman.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Ben Gillespie, 23 there, up on the strength results. Anyone who wants to keep up with the results live can do so with strength results. Just go to strengthresults.com.
And you should find the comp in ongoing.
It should be on ongoing, or you can search just natural strongman. UK and Ireland's natural strongman, I think is what it's coming up under. Guys, Payson, lane 2. Ian Easterbrook is comfortably motoring along there, but as is Ben Gillespie as well.
The other two just behind him.
Struggle in lane 3 though. He's starting to puff a little bit there. Michael Prentice. Does he have much more in him? He looks like he's down to suffer.
Yeah. You can just see the grimace on the face.
Absolutely, and it's like some people can keep going like that for like ever.
You think that they're uncomfortable and then they just keep tipping away like.
Yeah. So, but I'm not sure. No, I think he's 5 seconds left anyway. So let's see what he can
his
get.
Head, trying to get.
There we are. Excellent. Ian Easterbrook in lane 2 there with a excellent push. So we'll wait now. Those results will come in.
Yeah,
Our next heat, though,
two
Charlie
more heats
McGarry.
left. Charlie.
Craig Lewis and Andy Bottomley. Yeah. Charlie McGarry has said he's relatively new to strongman as well. Like,
he
done a
is.
bit of everything, bit of powerlifting and stuff. He's actually a coach himself. I think his first time on this. Did he go to Worlds actually, Charlie, last year? I don't think he did actually.
No, he wasn't at Worlds last year.
So
I think this is kind of his first big international comp. Yeah.
I was saying as well, like this venue, like you did OSG in 22, I think.
I did OSG Worlds in 2022.
Yeah, 22. Yeah. Big arena, big venue. For these guys here that wouldn't have actually competed in such a venue,
it does make a difference. Like especially if your comps at home are just in like gyms and stuff, and then you come to this, like the ceilings are so high. I find like with overhead events like that kind of puts you off because the ceilings are high and. There's a lot more of an atmosphere. It's a lot bigger. There's a lot more space. There's a lot more going on. So, and it can kind of affect your nerves as well because
it's an arena.
Yeah,
it's an arena.
You've got an
MC,
cool.
You've got all of this. You've got cameras, lights, action.
Like I'm actually kind of important.
Look at this, which is good, which is great, which is what athletes should be feeling when they're at this level. So Charlie McGarry, like
he looks ready to go there
in the socks,
ready to pounce.
So getting ready. Waiting for that. Everyone, the whistle is gone. Charlie attacking the bag.
Nice pick by Charlie. The other two lads just behind him.
Now, very good here. That's it. Now, Charlie actually dropped a weight category, I think. I think he had been up at 105.
Under 5, yeah.
And it seems to definitely suit him now being in that under 90 category.
Yeah.
So Charlie McGarry, Craig Lewis and Andy Bottomley. Andy in lane 3, Craig Lewis in lane 2. Craig Lewis also just come into a Masters athlete. Firing along here, Charlie.
Charlie just starting to lose that grip a little bit.
Leaning back into it, it's going to load into them hamstrings.
Yeah. Craig is coming up behind him.
And Craig Lewis, two-time natural Scotland's strongest man. He's going to be wanting to prove a few points here.
Craig also competed at Worlds last year as well.
Yeah, and Andy Bottomley was England's strongest man. This was it, yeah.
We have that backwards walk there.
Charlie, where are you going? They should have said on which heat, in which category will the backwards walk come in.
So we shall be on to our last heat now in the under-90s.
Which should be Sam Stalbo, Thomas Kelly and Tom Butts. Now we're saying here Thomas Kelly is 20 years of age.
I was hoping you got me.
His brother did.
I was going for Scotland.
Martin Lennox.
Big handsome Jack was going for the Irishman, and you triumphed. On the line at the end, you were knackered. Started a little backward walk, gives you a little bit more distance. Big show of heart. What's your thoughts after that event?
Just wrecked. Bag is good and chunky. In training, I could get my hands around it a little bit better. So I just wasn't expecting that, but I think I managed to do okay.
Happy?
I'm happy.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie McGarry.
So that was just Martin there interviewing Charlie McGarry, who put in an impressive performance there on the Husa bag.
He sounded so Irish when he said the first sentence.
I missed it.
He said he was just wrecked, but the way he said it was so Irish.
Yeah. Okay, so our final three of the under-90s. As I was saying there, and I said earlier, Thomas Kelly, 20 years of age, just appeared at INSF Nationals and won the under-90s.
Yeah. Is Lee his brother?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lee Kelly, who competes in Strongman in Ireland as well.
So I think the distance to beat at the moment is 120 metres, unless Charlie has done...
What, do we wait for Charlie's to come in, actually?
Yeah, so Ian Easterbrook with 120.
So Tom Butts is off and away. Again, 2 times world natural strongest man champion. Well seasoned and should have a real good game plan of what he needs to do in order to
Thomas keeping
win.
up with Tom.
He really is. Tom and Tom in lane 2 and 3. Sam Stalbo here. I think they've actually moved the lanes around, have they?
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, Andy's actually in lane 3. Sam is in lane 1 and Thomas Kelly is in lane 2. I don't know because I know who they are, so I can tell you that's a bit messed up.
No.
So Tom and Tom. Oh, okay, I didn't have the thing right. It's okay, ignore me. So Sam in lane 1, Tom and Tom, lane 2 and 3. Last 2 seconds. Thomas Kelly is keeping on the tail, but I think, there we go. Oh, and he landed it on himself.
That backwards walk did not pay off.
No,
there.
I can see what he was trying to do, but Tom, if you watch Tom's quick tap and run, and that's where that little bit of experience will come in always.
I think Thomas will be happy though, keeping up with a world champion.
Oh, absolutely, and probably here with a point to prove that he's as good as the rest of them. 120 kgs of a sandbag, Husafeld bag, sorry. Oh, I thought we wouldn't get cut out again, but it's obviously not.
We
so
don't
that's
get very
fine.
much of a warning. So
we don't get warnings apparently. No. Right.
That finishes
we are
our
now
under 90 category.
Moving on to our 105s.
105s.
So we'll see now, because Spencer Results is like up and down for where they've got them in order. So 105 here. A little bit of a smaller category. When I say small, there's 10 people in it.
Still 10, yeah.
It's a very English dominant. There's all 9 English competitors and one Scot.
One Scot.
And Husafeld bags moving up to 140 kgs.
Kilos.
That's heavy.
That's heavy.
I wouldn't fancy it myself.
No.
We've got one in the gym, and one of the young lads they were messing around with it, and he's only 18. Yazan.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you know Yazan. He's like,
yeah.
Can I lift it? I said, no, can you? I don't think you can.
Like, I mean, if you want.
You can try.
You can try. So we should be getting started now with our under 105 category. We should have Edward and Will coming out. I think a 2 heat.
I would say 2 heat. I think it goes 2-2 on this one on a 10.
And then 3-3.
I think.
Trying to do the maths.
I'm trying to just install it in my brain to remember that's the standard. So Sam Stelbo came in there with 92.7 metres. Thomas Kelly with 121. I'd say probably around 125.
Yeah, we'll probably take that event win then again.
124. Oh, look at that 124.9.
Not too bad. It's a good guess.
So let's see our under 105s.
We should have Edward and Will.
Yeah, no, just trying to see what the standing was on the 105. So
these lads looking to get back points now after unfortunately zeroing the squat. So
yeah,
hopefully moving is a bit more their thing.
Yeah, trying to actually get that that balance back, get some points on the board. So Ed in lane 1. Will Richards in lane 2. Getting ready, need that whistle. Off we go. Heavy bag, you can see struggling there now, Edward, to get that bag up off the floor.
Try and get it onto his knees.
So, yeah, he's just not getting it, it's so low. He's to try and get lower down into that bag.
Yeah.
And if not, he's just going to have to keep going.
So he's opted just to try and get some distance.
Absolutely, and I think it's just to get something. Everything is a mark. So Will Richards now, he's
still going.
Getting some points on that board. Every meter counting here now to push him along, because 10 people category. If you know that somebody isn't particularly good at a moving event in the past, you could be looking to get those points back here. And he's starting to suffer. That bag is sliding.
And he is down.
So that Will Riches. There's a support in the crowd there.
So we'll be going on to our next heat, which should have Jordan and Lewis. Louis.
Oh, right. So I said this to, this went in my mind. I said to Keldo, I said, is that Lewis or Louis? He goes, well, I'm going to go with Lewis. I was like, yeah, we'll go with Lewis. So we're going with Lewis.
Okay.
And if we're wrong, please someone tell us.
Yeah. We're sorry.
So Lewis, Randall, and Jordan Courtier. Just waiting to come out now. Getting those final checks. Bags getting adjusted. There's a massive shout out to all of the sponsors, all the companies that have helped us to get this event as well stocked and stacked as it is.
Yeah. It's great because we have like the bags out here and they have bags in the warm-up, so there's plenty of equipment here.
Oh, absolutely. So the two guys are just about to get ready here. Jordan in lane 1, I think, and Louis in lane 2.
Oh, we're going Louis now?
Lewis. I'll have to go down and ask
him.
Let's just
call him Lulu.
Oh, and he's taking off at a pace here.
Moving nicely there, yeah.
So Jordan there. Lewis. What are we going with?
Lulu.
Lewis has overtaken him. Motoring there. Jordan
just trying to re-grip that sandbag. Seems to be in a much nicer place there now.
Yeah, just that little bit of a readjustment. That's it.
Oh no.
Oh no!
He just tried to re-grip it and it just slipped out of his hands. And now is Jordan going to come
motoring?
So Jordan's going to overtake that distance.
There we go, just enough.
A little bit more. So Jordan will be happy with that as well because he also zeroed the squat in that first event. So
at least both guys have points. Some points there on the board.
It's all a points game.
Oh,
you know.
Absolutely. We saw it yesterday. We see it all the time. It's not just yesterday. How those, just getting those extra little points, pushing on when you think that you might not be able to, like there.
And like that, it's not over until that 6th event.
Absolutely. So out next should be Jonathan Little-Johnson, Rich Taylor, and Thomas Fisher. So interesting to see what goes with these guys, how they fare out on these Husafell bags.
140 kilos for these lads. A lovely way to be sitting on your chest.
Especially if you fall over with it. Right, we're reset.
We're ready to go.
Here we go. John in lane 1. Rich Taylor lane 2. And Thomas Fisher in lane 3. Thomas Fisher with a bucket hat as well.
Love the bucket hats.
I wonder if it's helping.
Is it a Cerberus one?
I'm not sure.
I see your red logo on the front of it.
Possibly be. It's red on the inside as well. I'm not sure. Did Cerberus bring
out bucket hats? See, it looks like a Cerberus logo.
Oh, it does look like a Cerberus one, doesn't it? Interesting.
Someone let us know, do Cerberus do bucket hats? I'll have to buy Jack one. He loves bucket hats.
Oh, there we go. Right, so all these guys now going to get a good grip on this Husa. And they are off. Looking fairly solid at the moment.
Jonathan and Rich pretty much neck and neck. I think Jonathan's just kind of starting to get ahead now.
I think Rich Taylor is struggling a little bit there in lane 2 though.
Doesn't look overly comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like that bag is slipping on him. It's impairing his legs as well. He's having trouble, it's banging off the knees. But Jonathan in lane 1, even though he's very laid back with that position, he still seems to be...
Yeah.
Nope, I've just jinxed him.
Thomas
See, that
Fisher
bag is going.
Had to go back there, unfortunately. Oh.
There we go. These guys seem to have all gassed out fair quick.
Yeah, he didn't seem happy with that now. He kind of shook his head when he fell down, so I don't think that was the plan.
No.
Sometimes your legs just say they've had enough.
Oh, absolutely, and that's it, game over. Like, Optin here was saying about this earlier about the knee sleeves. It looks like he's actually got the double ply.
The double ply ones, yeah.
It looks like we're going to go to Martin Lennox now as well for an interview. Or maybe not.
Just when we thought we had it right.
Yeah, I tried to get some awareness in, and no, we're not.
No,
okay.
we're not.
No,
they're
okay,
just
fine.
having a chat.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to this. If he cuts me out, we're going to go down and poke him in the eyeball. Just so that's out there, everyone knows.
So we're going to have our final heat now in the under 105s. We should have Mitchell Wiley, Ryan Dean, and Simon Millens.
Now let's see this now. So Mitchell Wiley, I think they were saying he's a Scottish champion.
Related to Steve? No.
No, I actually said I said like that other lad down there. It's, no.
How common of a name can Wiley be?
Now, did Mitchell Wiley fill in? Oh, he did. He did. Scotland's strongest junior. That's what he was known.
Scotland's strongest junior.
And natural Scotland's strongest under 105.
Very good.
So again, a junior athlete.
I don't think he's junior anymore. So he's 24 there now. So I think that must have been last year.
Our juniors are the future of strongman.
It's so good.
So bright. Yeah.
It's great to see though, because like the fact that there's a separate junior category now and it's full is absolutely amazing.
Brilliant.
Because a few years ago there was just maybe one or two, like a handful of them.
Yeah. So Mitchell Wiley in lane 1, Ryan in lane 2, and Simon Millens in lane 3. Getting ready there. Oh, look at Ryan Dean. Looks quite young as well, actually.
He does. Do we have an age for Ryan?
Let's see, did he actually fill in my... Oh, he did. 29.
29. Give me his skincare routine.
Benjamin Button down there. So they are all off. Good pace here now. Go back to this. So Mitchell Wiley in 1, Ryan in lane 2, and Simon Millens in lane 3.
Mitchell's starting to motor on now. He's after finding a new gear.
Yeah, it's like now it's time to move things up a bit.
And I think he's going to overtake the two lads. He is.
I think he knows that the final few seconds is going to count.
They're all neck and neck
here he
now.
goes. No, Ryan's breaking away. Mitchell's breaking away.
Oh, and Simon just starting to struggle.
Ryan is there now. Here they go. Who is going to do it?
I think.
Yeah. Oh, Ryan just ahead of Mitchell there. And I think they both had laps. Oh, a little bit light-headed there.
To be expected.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So that concludes the final of our 105 men. So we move on to the opens. They'll have to take the measurements and readjust. What is our weight for the open men going to be? Oh, it's also 140.
It's 140 as well.
Okay. Surprised they didn't just say, look, you know, go 160
just
or
go
something.
Go for a whack, yeah. A 160 who's for bag would be rotten.
Oh, absolutely horrible.
Rotten. You can't do that kind of torture.
No,
that's
absolutely not.
So our final category now for event 2 coming up.
So we have, looking at John McClellan and Matt Scott, unless that is... Oh, no, it would because the Scots. Yeah, so John McClellan and Matt Scott coming out first, I'd say. 12 in that category.
In this category.
So they can actually come out in threes.
Yeah, there should be a 3.
My maths, I did it. I went, that's divisible. Oh, look at that.
Go you.
I know, right?
So proud.
So John McClellan, Matt Scott and Carl McNally should be our first 3 out. I'm looking down to my right, and it looks like that's who's lined up in the holding area.
Yeah, Cahill, I think, will be looking to make back some points. I thought his squat would have been a bit...
I'm not sure what the story was there. I think he only got 1.
I think he just got 1, yeah.
Yeah, and it was, I think it was the lighter weight. He didn't opt for the 250, so again, he's relatively tall. Perhaps it didn't suit him, and he just wanted to get 1 on the board. It was 2 hit and miss. So Martin there just giving the introduction for our open men. Just getting prepared. So the results there as well, just coming in for the final 3 of that heat.
Again, if you want to keep up with the results yourself, you can go on to strengthresults.com and just look up natural UK and Ireland's.
I think that's what it's, UK and Ireland's. UK and Ireland's natural strongest is what it's listed as. So we have John McClellan in lane 1, Matt Scott lane 2, Carl Mullally in lane 3. Carl McNally, firefighter there with the Dublin Fire Brigade, and has also competed over at
World's
the
Strongest
Strongest Firefighter.
Pretty cool comp.
It's actually very cool comp, yeah. And they are off. Matt Scott, the John McClellan, taking off the lead.
Yeah.
And Carl is a good pick there, so hopefully, good wide wingspan. Hopefully you'll be able to pace this out well.
The two lads in lane 1 and 2 pretty
Scotsmen,
much neck and neck.
Yeah. John McClellan and Matt Scott.
Just keeping each other company on their little run.
Oh, but John McClellan just got called back.
No.
These are probably the two of the tallest, I think we were saying, who are in this category.
Yeah, that squat looked so difficult.
Yeah,
they had to go so deep. And Cahill is down.
Oh, he will not be happy with that.
You can see him shaking his head there.
So the two lads, and I think
John just
got a call back
to...
as well, did he?
Oh.
Matt Scott get a call back as well?
No, I don't think so.
No. But he's gone anyway. And John McClellan
Just
taking that.
I've had enough.
Yeah, I'm done. And very thoughtful because they don't have to take a measurement. That's very good of him.
Very
good man.
thoughtful. Every little bit helps with these loaders. It's going to be a long day for them.
It's going to be a long day. So
long weekend.
So next up we should have...
I'm laughing at Wendy.
Like
using
trying
her
to get some
entire body weight
leverage.
to try and, yeah.
Wendy, who competes at under 73 in Masters.
Versus 140 sandbag.
Yeah, there you go. Double body weight. So Casey Brooks, Stevie Speakman and Dean Patch should be our next heat once we are all set up.
All English heat.
140 sandbag. I suppose for people at home, like, just trying to get the concept of this, it's... How would you even explain it to them?
I don't even know because it's like... It's not quite like, obviously it's like a sandbag in general, but because of the shape of it and stuff, the pick of it is a lot harder than a normal sandbag.
Although I actually find the Husfeld sandbag easier to
Do you?
Well, I pick it up like a normal sandbag, I push it over.
Oh, do you? I just tilt it. I pick it up like a steel Husfeld.
Yeah, no, I don't have the mobility for that in my old age.
I love steel Husfeld. I think I'm the only person.
Absolutely. No. I've always said it because you can brace against it.
Yeah.
I've always liked it. Right, so the guys are off now.
Get
Casey lane 1,
stuck in straight
Stevie
away.
lane 2, Dean in lane 3. And Casey is off like a rocket.
The other two lads are moving now as well. Not far behind. Casey just creating a little bit more distance.
Yeah, he is motoring there.
Just looking back to make
Stevie
sure he got
Speakman, that Husfeld bag's almost as big as his entire body. Dean Patch there now, just pacing out. Seems to be just taking it handy. Not handy, but do you know what I mean?
Do this in lifters as well.
We were actually talking about this. Oh, I've just cursed him. Sorry, I'm turning to Keldo. Oh, no. Yes, keep going.
Let's go. Get that distance.
I think Stevie Speakman has just
found
smelt
a new,
blood.
yeah.
Gone, right, these two guys are gone. I am going to pace this out. Let's go, Stevie.
Trying to get as much distance as he can here. You can see his t-shirt just being ripped down with that sandbag.
And he's in his fingertips.
Just at the line.
That's one hell of a fight. He saw what he could get. The two boys were gone.
He seemed
Time
happy
to
with that now.
shine.
Especially because he was kind of in the third position there that whole heat, and now he's after taking the win. So you just don't know until the end.
Literally, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, he probably thought those two guys were maybe better in moving events, but look what happened.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic there. So we're going to go to Martin Lennox now.
England's Stevie Speakman. Stevie, we were just talking about how the shorter open weight athletes that are carrying a bit more body weight could struggle with this. You really struggle to get your arms around it. Phenomenal performance, by the way. And I heard what you said after that. We won't repeat it. Obviously not an event that you like, but what do you think of your performance?
Yeah, Summit Open lads are big lads, but I'm a bit of an athlete, so I'm fine with this. No, yeah, just dig in, just keep going until time goes and see where you get.
Well, determination took you all the way for 60 seconds. Are you happy with that? Is that better than you thought, or there or thereabouts?
Yeah, I'm well happy with that. That's a PB for me, so can't do no more than that. So yeah, on to the next one.
Stevie, well done. Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Stevie Speakman.
We're back.
So that interview there with Stevie Speakman, and the
we are
results.
ready to go.
And the results actually
Lane
came
one, James
really
Perry.
loud there.
Lane 2, Owen
Just
Bithby.
want to get
And
Mario
lane 3,
to adjust.
Reese Baxter.
The microphone there is very, very loud.
There we
in
go.
our ears. Thank you very much.
Now we're okay.
But just quickly there, Stevie Speakman, having that ignorance, actually took the win on that heat by 8.3 meters.
Yeah.
Class.
Insane.
Okay, so next up with James Merry, Owen Boothby, and Reese Baxter.
Get an all-English heat.
So James in lane 1, Owen in lane 2, and Reese in lane 3.
This is our second
That's
last heat.
not a great pick.
His legs are going to struggle to move.
Yeah, no, perhaps that works
That's
for
what
him,
works, yeah.
but generally it doesn't.
No,
and it
you
looks
can
like
see
he's
it,
slipping
yeah.
already.
You can just see his fingertips really just trying to grip on.
So
No.
that's James Merry in lane 1, yeah, struggling here, no.
And you can see he knows himself. He's like, why did I do that?
Yeah. Owen Boothby then in lane 2. And Reese Baxter in lane 3. They're looking struggling there as well.
Oh.
Oh, and
He's
lane
gone.
3 is gone.
Lights out.
I actually think I remember meeting James Merry at the English qualifier, if I remember rightly as well. Oh yeah, he's a Masters athlete as well. That ended quickly.
Yeah.
What happened there? Blinking, you
Quickies.
missed it.
Save some time, you know.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it's like the turnaround isn't as quick as what it was for you guys yesterday, but I'm wondering if some of them are struggling with it. If there's a little bit of that
Yeah.
heavier lads.
I think it's actually, it's pretty much the same.
Is it the turnaround?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I suppose
But
then.
there is more athletes in this, so.
But it is the open men, and they're going to struggle.
Yeah, they're not normally known for their conditioning.
Look, it is what it is. I'm an open weight woman, so, you know, the heavier you get,
It's
it
obviously
can
a
be
little bit
difficult,
harder, yeah, to move.
So,
and recover. So one final heat now in this event.
so we have Ross McIntosh, Andrew Taylor, and Ben Rant. Now, Andrew Taylor obviously is the other half of Annabelle Chapman. Annabelle, I'm sure she's here today. They normally support each other very, very much. I think Annabelle was due to do the Opens yesterday, but had to pull out.
How come?
I'm not sure. Just I'm not sure.
I was excited to see her compete,
Yeah.
and she's an insane athlete.
Absolutely.
Her overhead is so
Yeah,
good.
incredible athlete. So, and coming back then, you know, after having the
A
wee
little
baby.
baba.
So we have Ross in lane 1, Andrew in lane 2, and Ben in lane 3. So the final 3 of our open weight men, which will then conclude this event, which was event number 2.
So all the lads getting stuck in for the pickup.
Go. I didn't even hear the whistle go.
And he's just taking a little bit more time trying to get that nice and high in his chest.
Correct, There we go, and off they go. Lanes 1 and lane 3 are motoring away onto their second lap, going into their third.
Pretty much neck and neck
which
here.
is Ross and Ben. Looking fairly solid here.
Andy not looking the most comfortable here.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, that readjustment there for Ben in lane 3.
That's what I was saying about having your
Yeah.
hands down that low. It gives there's so much room for falling.
Yeah. So, still, he's managed to reconvene himself. Struggling here now in lane 1. And off they go. Andy Taylor, where lane 1 is gone. Andy Taylor is still... There we go. Did he get that? Probably not.
No, I think
on the
just
whistle.
before the line. So again, it goes from where your body is, not from where the Husafa
Absolutely,
lands.
yeah. So it doesn't matter how far you can throw. Genie, Ethan Preston
Go
down there
on,
now,
Ethan.
trying to show off.
Under 80, under 90 athlete? Is he?
Under 90,
Is he
same
under-
as John. No, under 80, I think. Same as John Ginty.
Yeah,
I could
under
be wrong.
80 athlete.
There's the rivalry between himself and John Ginty, so he's
So
trying to
funny.
now get that the strongest loader position. That's
Yeah.
obviously what he's trying to do.
Trying to overtake
Showing
John
off.
for that. Don't think anyone can overtake
Okay, so
John.
that's the end of that event. Our next event up will be the log press for reps. There is a 2 options for that
Two
log.
options, a lighter weight and a heavier weight.
Yep, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
We're going to take a break.
See you soon. And we are back for the third event today.
Hello everyone, I just got my breath back. I just ran up the stairs.
Running for a can of Monster.
Just any kind of monster. So we've got Martin chatting to Jack.
Just explaining how the event is going to work for the crowd so that everyone understands. So this is going to be the log press for reps. So we have a heavier weight and a lighter weight option. So any of the reps done on the heavier weight will trump any amount of reps on the lighter weight. That's how it works. And after doing the Max Husafel, it'll be interesting to see, do many people go for that heavier weight?
So I've just lost the connection again on the internet, so trying to get our run in order.
So we'll be starting off with the under 72 men shortly now. Just getting everything ready and set up. So we're going to have
James Hamilton in London.
James Hamilton, name number 1. And Connor in lane 2. So we'll have 2 heats of 2 here and then a final heat of 3.
So my internet's just disconnected. I said it's very busy in here, I suppose, with the arena and all
A
the
lot of people are probably logging on to that Wi-Fi. So both men standing now for the heavier one.
Interesting. So we said sometimes it's a game of tactics with this. They can move back if they don't get that rep on the heavier log, but some people you'll see will keep trying to attempt it.
Yeah, and you're kind of just wasting time and you're wasting energy. Do you know, I think if you don't get it on that first attempt, and, you know, if you don't get it, really don't get it, you know,
Absolutely,
you just need to move back. So you can see there, Connor did miss that one now, but it was very, very close. So, no, he needs to go back.
James Hamilton looking very comfortable under this heavier weight. Almost back on my strength results.
I think 75 kilos is the lighter one.
I think probably because I think they were in around body weight for
the light one.
The light for the ladies as well yesterday.
I'm just
they were heavy
looking
enough.
at the plates there, and I think 95 for the, or 90 maybe for the heavier one. We're just trying to get back onto strength results.
Our internet crashed, so we're just.
Connor getting some
For
reps
anyone
there
who
now.
wants to keep an eye on the results, we keep saying, go to strengthresults.com. Hopefully your internet is in a better position than what ours is, and it won't keep crashing.
Natural Strongman, UK and Ireland's strongest man. That's what it will be under.
So we are on the event results, under 72s.
So that's the first heat done for the under 72s.
Right. So that was James Hamilton, Connor Goodison. Our log weights are...
Don't know.
Oh, here they go. Sorry, over here. 75 and 95, yeah.
75 and 95, yeah.
So 75 for the light, 95 for an under 72.
It's insane, especially after those first 2 events, you know.
Yeah, that's
it's a
mad.
different ball game. But although I find, because like normally overhead is the first event, and I find you have them first event nerves, so it really affects it. So I actually quite liked it being the third event.
Yeah, I think because it's technical as well, but then you had squat to start with, so.
Yeah.
You're like, what?
But you just
where
have
do
to
you
stand
go
in the
with
one
it?
spot, so you don't really need to do anything.
So it's 4 reps of 95 kgs for James Hamilton. That's savage. Okay, so we're Brian Murray now out in lane 1 and Rory McKay in lane 2.
3 reps for Connor Goodison on the lighter log there.
So Brian opting for the heavier log and Rory for the lighter log. Oh, look at that strict press.
Nice.
Jack
and a
would
nice
love that
rep.
one.
Oh, he would. He loves a good strict press. And a nice rep for Rory as well. Brian just pacing himself, getting some breaths in before he goes for another attempt.
I want to say that I think a couple of reps or even 1 rep on this big log for these under 72 men will be big.
Big points, yeah, but we've just seen 4 reps by James.
Yeah,
so but is that going to be now the top scorer? Who knows? And Rory onto his 3rd rep, I think.
Of that lighter weight, yeah.
No.
No.
But one
So
rep will do.
I think he's going to be, you know, I think we may have seen James Hamilton, I want to say it was probably an outlier with that press,
Yeah.
who knows. So, as a Brian Murray, said relatively new to strongman, who came over to INSF Nationals and won that under 72 category back there in February. So out next we have our triple. So it'll be the final of this group then. Jordan Humphries, Chris Stern, and Cameron Nisbet. Let's see what these guys decide to go for.
So again, any reps done on the heavier weight will trump the lighter weight.
Yeah.
So if, see the way Brian did 1 rep on that heavier one, but Rory did 3 reps in the lighter one, Brian still gets ahead on points.
I actually really like this setup. It's something that's become quite popular over the past couple of years with deadlift, like you can trump the deadlift overhead, and I think it just gives you that little bit more variety. You might not be necessarily a strong presser, but you could be a really good deadlifter.
Yeah.
So it just kind of gives you that bit of a balance to actually get some points.
And I think as well, like it stops athletes just zeroing straight off, you know.
Absolutely. So we have Jordan in lane 1, Chris in lane 2, and Cameron in lane 3. Jordan, basically strict pressing that 95 kgs. Jordan Humphries from Wales. Here we go. You're going to get a second one. Nice. Little bit unsteady on the clean
you
there.
can see his legs just shaking. Oh,
It's
that was
actually
actually an easier press out of the first one.
It seems to be the clean is that little bit stressful, but once he gets it,
Well, it is nearly 20 kilos, or it is 20 kilos more than his body weight sitting on his chest.
We were saying this before. We also then forget about what's going on in the other ones. We've got lane 3 here. Cameron Nisbet seems to be popping out this lighter weight log with relative ease.
And Chris Stern fighting for that rep. Lock it out.
There you go.
And he gets it.
Chris Stern, what a fight. Not another rep. I probably that was it. He'd go for the 4th there, I think. Was he, Jordan Humphries? It was his 3rd or 4th rep. Didn't get it. Didn't look as good as those first 2. Oh, and
Just
time is
runs out
gone
of
anyway.
time.
So that concludes our under 72
So yeah,
men.
we were right. James Hamilton taking the win there, I think.
Fabulous, yeah, 4 reps. I feel like Jordan definitely got 2, possibly 3. So even that 1 rep, as we said there for Brian Merry, is
good now.
Really
Yeah,
good
it's after
points.
giving him some good points there.
It's possibly put him into 3rd position, or 3rd of this
Yeah.
event. Waiting for those results to come through, but we're going to move on to the under 18 men now. The log will raise to 85 and 105. So 3 reps for Jordan Humphries.
3, yeah.
Yep.
So just behind James there.
So that would give, so gives Brian that 3rd position out of this event.
I think he'll be happy with that.
I'd say so. I would be. Okay, so William Yao in lane 1, Roz Cosgrove. We'll have a couple of double sets here, and then we're going to triple. We've got Killian Groom now is in the referee seat there, putting Killian to work, earn his pay. By pay, I mean abuse from me when it's on the live stream.
Earn a can of Monster.
You can have a can of Monster. Like we said, it's the love of the game. Unfortunately, it is unfortunate for us.
Yeah. 13 men in this category.
So William Yao in lane 1, Ross Cosgrove in lane 2. Both men going for the lighter option of 85 kgs. We say lighter option. It's 5 kgs over their body weights.
Nice first rep for both men there. Ross
Cosgrove
getting
there.
stuck straight in. William just fighting for that 2nd rep, and he gets it. Ross on his 3rd. Oh, come on, William. Go on, fight it.
Hold it.
Nice. So 3 reps apiece, I think, for both men. Ross attempting his 4th now.
William, watch and see what Roz is doing. I wonder if they're neck and neck with their reps. I'm not quite sure.
Ross just needs to get his feet in line, and he gets the down.
Yes. Big fight there. William,
Nice.
Very unstable on that left arm lockout, though. It looks like he's really struggling to hold.
He's very good, though, at sticking with it and just getting it locked out.
The grind.
Oh, going for a bit of a split there.
I was about to
now.
say, interestingly, let's try and split jacket on the last one. So William Yao and Ross Cosgrove, that was his first heat. 2nd heat out will be James Briffa and Earl Siligowski. So these guys there just getting the logs tidied up a little bit.
Making
Ready
sure
for the next
pads are all in order.
guys coming out. The 2 boys walking out. They mean business. Where
Too
are they gonna
tall
head
under
to?
80 men, aren't they?
It's interesting sometimes when you see this, you kind of go, oh, you're quite tall.
Yeah.
Or,
You just
but
expect them to be little shorties.
Yep. You think so, yeah. Now, Again, I think these are probably guys that are going to grow into under 90s. You know, if they're very lean, they've got space to move, get that muscle on and go up a category. So James Briffa in lane 1. Both of the guys going for the heavier option, James and Earl. And both getting reps in the back.
Kilos here.
Nice.
Getting stuck straight into their second one.
Up, up, up. Easy, making light work of these.
Yeah, on 2 apiece now.
I think I remember seeing James Briffa actually in the Preston event at England's, and he was good. He was very, very strong. Watching him actually rep these out.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the weights. I feel like the weights were in around the 100 kg, 95 to 100 kg for that trump that they had, because they had the same at England's.
Yeah.
Oh, can he get?
Oh, it's not able to stabilize it there.
Earl there going for that split jerk, but
lost
the knee kind of gave way on him. I think he's going to call it quits on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. James kind of lamping that down a little bit with a bit of a bounce. So both guys there, you know, respectful. You know, they came out and they've put a few reps of 105 over their head. That's nothing to be sniffed at.
I think 3 apiece there.
So next out will be John Ginty and
Why
Sean
is Martin
Cassidy.
Pointing at us.
Who?
Oh, I think we're going to go for an interview now.
Little bit of a dramatic end there. Yeah. We've noticed that people are really, really shaking, struggling with the stability. No wonder after the sandbag. How much harder was that there than training in your own gym?
Yeah, you don't realise what it does to your legs. You're going all out and you're straining and then trying to warm up again. You can feel the jelly legs. Everyone's the same, so it's tough.
Are you struggling more with these fast-paced competitions? Because go back a couple of years ago, the competitions never ran as fast as this. Now everything is 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, you can tell once you finish the event, you used to be able to go and chill out, get some food in. You got to get ready, get prepped and stay warm. Make sure you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen from England, Earl Siligowski. Thank you, mate.
Okay, so that was a quick interview there with Mark Lennox and Earl Siligowski. Our next 3 out, 2 from Ireland, 1 from Wales.
Yeah.
John Ginty.
Sean Cassidy and Luke Phillips.
Let's see now. Now, I know that this 105 log, John's log has accelerated over the past year.
Yeah, because overhead wasn't necessarily his strongest suit before, but
and
it's
he's done a huge amount of work.
Yeah.
Really had the epitome of actually really trying to work. He's going to be trying to make a point of things now. I know he's going to be really not happy with.
He's just making sure he's enough space there for that jerk.
Yeah, he's really not going to be happy with what his past 2 results were, even though he's kind of sitting.
Not too bad,
Not too bad, coming up to the middle, but he'll be wanting to get these reps. Sean Cassidy, nicely with a rep in the bag. There we are, got John. Nice.
Nice from John.
I think he knows this is going to be big points for him.
Yeah, and he needs them points.
He absolutely needs them. So.
Both Sean and Luke.
Sean here busting out these.
Yeah. That lighter 85 log.
That's 2 reps for John. Luke
just
and Sean here
yeah.
popping them out. This is going to be big points for him now.
Oh,
steady.
Stumble.
Yes. Sorry, I'm forgetting where I am.
Are you Irish?
The microphone. Sean Cassidy here now, popping them out. Lovely little pop of a technique.
Same for Luke.
Yeah. Okay, Luke's actually, every time I move, the camera's in the way. I'm trying to see him.
John just can't get that 4th rep. Does he have time to attempt it again?
Big points for him if he can.
No.
Okay, well, at the moment, he'll be splitting points with the other 2 guys, James Briffa and Earl Siligowski. So depending on what the others are going to come out
there's still a few to go, so I think there's, 2 more heats left.
Yeah. So a good amount of reps there now from Sean Cassidy and Luke Phillips. So let's just see what they got. Alistair Griggs, Matt Dudley and Liam McConville coming out. We have a baseball cap, we have a hybrid bucket cap, and we have some super shades.
Super shades. Bringing the swag.
So just waiting for these results to come through. 6 reps for Sean Cassidy at 85 kgs.
Okay, so
I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
2 of these lads now going for the lighter one and Liam going for the heavier option.
Now, Liam's a very good presser as well. Tends to go for that split jerk technique as
very
well. So
technical, so he is, very efficient.
So for Alistair in lane 1, Matt in lane 2, and Liam in lane 3. And the two boys straight in.
And no split for Liam.
Yeah.
But he gets that first one.
Yeah, a little bit unstable there. The two boys here at the back are popping up reps, Alistair and Matt. Oh, and a little, the hat come off.
Oh no.
Matt's lost his hat. Did Liam miss that?
Liam missed that, yeah.
Oh, interesting. However, Alistair and Matt here are just comfortably popping out the reps.
They'll be looking to chase Sean's 6 reps.
Absolutely.
For the lighter one.
So 6 reps so far in the lead there with Sean Cassidy for that lighter weight log.
So Liam's still just on the 1 rep of that heavier one.
This is an interesting turn of events. He's not going to be able to catch the other lads anyway on that heavier log. No. This is going to be an interesting... He's not going to be happy with that.
And the lads just getting that final rep in just in time there.
Interesting to see what Matt and Alistair got here on this lighter rep because they were very consistent. I was actually saying to Kello yesterday, we almost need a clicker here. We're going to go to Martin Lennox for an interview with Liam.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Ireland's Liam McConville. Liam, you've been about the natural strongman since the beginning. You always perform well. And again, as I've said, not often in heat like this. You are a good presser, but we could see there was nothing in those legs. Where are you going to find the reserves for the final couple of events?
I have a jar full of honey backstage, so I'm just going to neck that, and we're just going to go fucking balls to the walls.
So that's the secret. Sugar and determination.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Ireland, Liam McConville.
Sure, look, dropping the F-bomb and the ball bomb and God knows how many bombs. I'm going to rename him, though, Liam Winnie the Pooh. Because he's got his jar of honey out the back.
Liam the Pooh.
Liam the Pooh. Okay, last 3 in his heat. Ewan Colligan, Alfie Burnside, and James Watts. Let's see, does their pressing match their squatting prowess and their efforts on the Huska bags?
Yeah.
Or are their legs now busted out?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. If you've like really gassed yourself out, you know, you're going to start to struggle with this, especially if you're using a push jerk or a split jerk technique, because you really need your leg power, and you need that explosiveness.
Yeah. So our athletes are in the holding area, waiting to come out for this final heat.
The under 80 category here. So again, the lighter weight on the log is 85 kilos and the heavier one is 105.
See these guys, what they are going to do for us. All of them heading for that heavy log, knowing that that's what they need, that's where the points are. Alfie Burnside, we said this earlier, his first competition was actually England's in February.
Oh, so he's
he was
very new.
So delighted, to be able to qualify for this. Oh, we have 2 good reps in lane 2 and 3, and 1 in lane 1. Very good.
So 1 rep for everyone there. They'll be looking to chase down 3 reps, I think, is it?
3 reps, yeah, that's
the split
between the 3, so we're looking
lads,
for 4 to take that top spot. Can we go again? Oh, that was a deep split. 2 good reps.
Kyle Scott's
oh,
split.
no, 1 good rep. He lost it in 3. Just couldn't stabilize. Kyle Scott,
Kyle Scott, when he split jerks, his knees nearly on the ground.
Yeah.
It makes me nervous.
Makes me nervous. Yeah, I couldn't do that without a log over my head, let alone with one. So 30 seconds left. Oh, see, that's, I suppose, where the little bit of an issue will come in. I think he's going to leave it at that. And we have can he get the rep?
He got it.
So we have 2 apiece, I think.
And 3, I think 3 in lane 1.
I didn't think he got 3, I thought he missed. I could be really wrong.
No, I think he got 3.
We shall see in a minute. So
that's going to be
Ewan Colligan in lane 1.
Or 4-way tie, I think.
And then Alfie Burnside and James Watts with 2 apiece.
Picking up some decent points there. That's going to be good for John now because
absolutely,
he was obviously looking to make up them points. So, yep, 3 for Ewan.
And I think then we have
2 and 2. Yeah, 2 for Alfie.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
And
one
one for James. So he
I thought it was
disallowed.
2.
Okay. I think he wasn't getting the down command. He was just not stable enough. And it looked like a good rep, but it wasn't because it wasn't. They're like, oh, no, he hasn't. Okay.
It is until it isn't.
So that concludes our under 80s. We're going to now move up to our under 90s, and log is going to increase to 95 and 115. Like, what the hell is this? These guys. So savage, like people watching at home again, trying to get the concept of what this weight is that these people are putting over their heads.
I don't think you can even explain it, and it's not until you're there and you've done it that you can understand what it actually feels like.
Absolutely, and it's a solid cylinder of steel, so it's not just like guys who might be in the gym going, "Oh, I could do that in the gym on a barbell."
No, it's not the same thing because
come out and try it.
You have no vision even at all. Like it completely, like you have to put complete trust into it. It takes so much like trust in yourself. And
you can't see. You have the density of this log sitting on your chest.
Yeah, you can't breathe.
You can't.
It's
great. Everyone should do it.
Like obviously, you would think that move and stuff. Like you need good conditioning, but I find log is actually like quite a lung buster because you're not able to get those breaths in.
Absolutely. Okay, so our first heat out, Steve Warren and Pavlos Kouros and Andy Bottomley. So this is, Andy is a really good presser.
Yeah.
Right, I was so impressed with him at England. I said there was a few standout names I got. He was just a savage.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see Pavlos also opting for the heavier and Steve Warren staying back here on this this lighter option of a log.
Lighter would be 95 kilos.
What I actually haven't seen is somebody go from light to heavy.
Yeah.
I seen it as a warm-up, get one
of the
point.
women did it.
Did they? Because I haven't actually
I don't think they got the heavier one,
but it's like, I've got one in reserve, and now I'll do this one.
Just like a little log ladder.
Yeah, so Andy in the bag, and Pavlos. Pavlos solid under that 115.
Pavlos, I think, is a good presser as well.
Yeah, I think
he looks like he's a presser.
Yeah.
And
Long
he's very
arms,
explosive.
Though, do you know what I mean? It's like
that
little bit more distance. Where Andy, the shorter length of the arms, built for that press. Beautiful jerk, split jerk here from the two guys, making light work of this 115 kg. Steve Warren also in lane 1 is happily popping out this lighter weight log.
Especially coming out in this first heat, you don't know what the other lads are going to do.
Andy took a dive there, back up, hasn't taken a phase out of him. Pavlos, Pavlos
can't stabilize it.
Steve Warren back in, Andy back in. No, gassed. I think the two boys are just going to concede. Yeah, well done.
That's a good standard set now in the first heat for the rest of the lads to try and follow.
Oh, absolutely, because sometimes when the first heat comes out, it's difficult to see where they're actually got to gauge with. Now they're going to have to fight.
Yeah.
Especially with the first guys coming out and doing like 3 reps of the
heavier one. And there's so many, like this is our biggest category of the day. I think there's 19, is there?
Yeah, I think so. It's just 18, yeah. So next out should be Mark Black, Ryan Carr and Sam Stolbo. So we'll see what these guys go for. They're just tidying up the crash mats and the logs there. Logs which were sponsored to us by Factory Weights, as were the half racks for the squats, the wheels for the squats, and the rubber Atlas stones.
I really like them factory weight log. I felt really nice.
I
felt
get
nice
to go
clean.
with them. I must actually have a rattle before we go. So our next heat is on the way out now.
It felt really well balanced. Like, you know the way sometimes some logs, like, they just feel not
too
great.
dense.
Like, yeah,
not
that
balanced.
Was
too
lovely.
Dense.
So it was. I thought it felt really nice.
I will have to have a rattle of one of them.
Let's go down there now and whack out that 115 there.
Matt would just go, no, not again. So the first two lanes, Black and Carr, are going to opt for the lighter option. And it looks like Sam Stelbo is going to go for that heavier option. And the whistle is gone. And we have a rep in the bag for Black. Oh, a little bit of struggle there for Carr.
And
yes, and that's a good rep. And one for Stalbo
as well.
So 1 rep apiece for everyone. Sam pacing himself.
Be looking to chase down the 4 reps set by Pavlos.
Wow, okay. He actually bet Andy on that one as well. I thought they were neck and neck. I thought
they were neck and neck too.
Excellent. Good points there now. So Mark Black in lane 1. Another rep in the bag. Down there with now Sam. I'm not sure if he's going to get this. Good clean. Can he get it? Nice.
Gets it.
He was lucky on that.
He got that. He got that down.
He got it. I think that
just
was enough.
in time.
Yeah, boo that referee. Killian.
Mean. That's what we want. We want good,
we need
clean,
like
strict reffing.
I think even yesterday, like when there was questionable, we were like, oh, maybe that was a soft call. We'll call it out. But at the end of the day, the levels that we're seeing of the refereeing is way higher than what you're going to see at an awful lot of other competitions, and it's trying to get a standard. And as an athlete, as well as a referee, I want to be held accountable. I want to be held longer if you're not sure that I'm actually doing it right.
Yeah, because you know that if you've done it, you've done it.
Absolutely.
There's no contention.
Soft call on it. So 3 reps there for Mark Black in lane 1. Next heat is out. We have Henry in lane 1, Prentice in 2, and Lewis in 3. 3 reps for Sam on 115. That sits him in 3rd of this event. Oh no, joint
second.
Yeah, joint second.
With Andy Bottomley.
So Reese Henry in lane 1, Michael Prentice lane 2, Craig Lewis in lane 3. Craig Lewis, Scottish champion. I thought he started on the heavy log. Did he jump back real quick?
I don't know.
He was standing by it. So
maybe he was just trying to play games with the
other
lads.
Michael Prentice though, opted for the heavier log and getting a good rep there.
Looking very comfortable now on this heavier log, to be fair. Just needs to pace himself well. And
Reese Henry then. Did he manage to get one in?
I think I jinxed.
You did. You were like, nice one, Jane.
He looks so comfortable.
Another rep there for Craig Lewis in lane 3. 20 seconds left, I'm hearing.
Reese going for another one now.
Lovely clean. It's just I haven't got that press. Prentice, Michael Prentice. It's almost a strict press there.
I think his legs have probably just said no more.
With another one in the bag there.
And time.
We said Craig Lewis also now applicable to compete in the Masters if he wants to.
Waving at us.
Is he waving? Is he not waving? I'm not sure.
Is he waving at the camera?
Keldo.
At us?
No, I don't know what he's doing. No, it doesn't look like he's going to do an interview there, so we will continue on. They're just tidying up the logs.
So we should have Joel McCafferty, Charlie McGarry, and Tom Keeley.
Yeah. So we've got the 2 Irish boys, lane 1 and 2, Joel McCafferty and Charlie McGarry. Joel always opts for the shades when he is pressing his preference. Really good presser.
Really good presser, really technical, really efficient.
Look forward to this now.
So hopefully the sandbag Husafel hasn't taxed them too much.
And both the Irish lads are opting for the 115.
Go on, the boys.
Charlie pacing. Really looking forward to see how they do. They're sitting really good at the moment, so be a good battle with these guys. So both guys up to the rack. Nice.
Nice clean.
Keithley in lane 3 with the lighter one. Oh, Charlie. Nope. He's going to go to the lighter one. But again, a game of tactics. Yeah, but I think he doesn't want to waste his time. Joel McCafferty then. Did we get one in the bag? I was too busy watching Charlie. Oh, there, I say definitely.
Joel.
Lovely. Did Charlie not get the down command for that lighter log either?
No, I think he did.
The ref very quick at bringing that one back up. Let's go, Charlie. Let's go, Joel. Tom in lane 3 as well.
Joel.
Oh, nice grind there.
Come on, can Joel get one last rep now? 10 seconds, I think, to go.
Let's go, Joel. Come on. Big points for you here. No.
Come on, Charlie.
Charlie, another one there for Charlie on the lighter weight.
Just in time.
It was so close on the heavy old logs for Charlie. I'm surprised this didn't. I suppose he wants the points. He doesn't want to waste the time.
Because like whatever about the energy, you're not leaving yourself with much time to go back and try and accumulate reps
60
on
seconds,
the lighter one.
So with Luke Shirley, Luke 1, Ben Gillespie lane 2, and Luke Young in lane 3. See what these guys can do here now with this pressing. Looks like Okay, so 3 reps there for Joel. That's good points there for him on that heavier weight log. And 3 reps for Charlie on the lighter log. Tom Keithley with 4. So Tom Shirley going for the heavier weight. Sorry, Luke Shirley going for the heavier weight there in lane 1. Ben looking like he's opting for the lighter weight.
And Luke Young, I think, going for the heavier one as well.
So 2 Lukes out again in the same heat, not side by side today though. But effectively,
nice
yes,
clean
there we
from
are.
Luke Shirley.
Oh, a strict press there for Luke Shirley though. And Luke Young also.
Both Luke's getting that rep.
115. Ben Gillespie now in
Ben
the back,
in the
just
middle,
getting some of those reps in. Knowing there's probably points to be made here with that lighter log. So Joel's in. He's joined second there at the moment there with that getting those 3 reps at 115. This is a good placing for him. So Luke Shirley going for a waft of the salts here now. 15 seconds left. Can he get another one? He'll want to get into it now if he does. Ben Gillespie here going for another rep. Can he get it?
Yes.
Yes. No, Luke Shirley is dusted there. He's not going to get another one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Excellent result there for the 2 Lukes. And Ben as well. Some good points and some good reps on that lighter weight log. So next, a final heat.
Final heat. Ian Easterbrook, Thomas Kelly, and Tom Butts.
Thomas Kelly here now, sitting in second at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing very well.
And only 2 points away from Tom Butts. Now, Tom really technical and good at overhead, but Luke, I keep going to call him Luke. He's not Luke Kelly. That's the singer. Thomas Kelly, Tom Kelly, is also a really good presser.
Is he a good presser?
From Ireland. Like, he was just...
Yeah.
I think he won every event, I feel like.
Oh,
I want to say. Like, very, very good. So here we go. Our final 3.
Heat.
Our 3 current leaders in this category. So Ian Easterbrook will be in lane 1, Tom Kelly in lane 2, and Tom Butts in lane 3. Both of the 2 Toms going for the heavier.
Heavier one.
115. Thomas and Tom. Yeah. Let's go, lads. Let's see. So I'm really excited to see what happens here now between Thomas and Tom. Tom already up to the rack position. Knows he has to get in there fair quick. Thomas Kelly with a real push jerk there. Gets that rep. Tom Butts. Easy for him, a little bit unstable.
Needs to control it. Those legs are going to be a little bit shaky now after those first 2 minutes.
I think he knows, like, Thomas Kelly is kind of biting at his ankle there a little bit. Yeah, he got one in.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he just missed the second one. Didn't quite get the down command. Definitely has one in the tank. Not forget Ian Easterbrook here with the lighter weight in lane 1, just tipping away.
Yeah, looking quite comfortable.
So Thomas Kelly going in again for another rep. No, I think he's gassed out there. And at this stage, there's no, you coming back, you can't. There's no point.
There's no point in going back. It doesn't give you any more reps. Like
Thomas Kelly going to go again and try for another one.
Drive.
Oh, unlucky.
He's still got that one rep though.
One rep.
So
yep. And Tom Butts there now with 3, maybe 4.
I think 3 is to beat, or 4.
So Thomas, I think Keldo is going to try and catch Thomas Kelly there now for an interview.
Yeah, 4 reps by Pablo.
So we're going to go across to Martin Lennox now.
And we're ready to go. Thomas, I noticed you had a wee bit of an issue with the belt. How much did that throw you on the log?
Yeah, I'll be honest, not too much. It's happened before. The log's just it's not my best event coming into this one, but I'm feeling okay falling back in the points there. I was very happy with the first 2 events, so confident enough.
The 90s looked like a pretty even split for the guys doing the lighter weight and the heavier weight, so you've maybe even put yourself top end, mid pack. Was that the plan coming into this event?
I was just get one. Get one, that's what I've done, so I'm happy enough, to be honest.
Myself and Jack were a bit worried when the belt came off, so 3 events to go. How's the body feeling in this heat, in this building?
You know what? It's getting tight. I dropped that there bag on the cab, and it's a bit iffy. But you know what? It's still 3 events to go, so go ahead. Anything can happen.
Best of luck for the next 3 events. Absolute pleasure. Have a good one.
Who got the win on that one? Do we know?
And we are back there. That was Keldo just chatting there to Thomas Kelly, who got a good rep there on that 115 log up against Tom Butts. His first international competition.
Yeah,
smashing
it so
yeah,
far.
I think when I was chatting to him, he'd only done like a Renegade. I think did Tom Butts win that one?
I'm not sure. I think
I
Tom
had him going Tom Butts anyway for something there anyway.
I think Pavlos then in
5 reps there,
5,
yeah.
and
Wow,
Pavlos in second.
excellent. So we're moving up now to our Wonder 105s. As you were saying there about Thomas, yeah, I think he'd only done like a beginner's comp, possibly, and then he did an INSF Nationals,
and now he's
smashed it, and now he's doing this.
Insane.
Talk about coming out of your comfort zone, hey?
Yeah.
Under
Straight in the deep
105,
end.
yeah. So under 105, 105 body weight log and 125.
25, 20 kilos more than body weight.
So we have 10 in this category. This is the one that's dominated by the English, 9 English lads and 1 Scotsman. Out
So
first, lane 1, Edward Stone, lane 2, Rich Taylor. A little bit of a, oh, there we go. There's a good one for Taylor.
Did he get that down for that?
See, I can't see the cameras in the way, and every time I look, I'm like, oh. So I think he did. I think he's struggling there in lane 1, though, a little bit, Edward Stone. Yeah, he got that rep.
He got that one. Yeah. I don't know if he got the one before, though.
I'm end up watching
I didn't see the ref.
You see, he might be just giving that little hand instead of a big arm.
Yeah. Edward Stone
That
just
was
trying
a
to hype
low,
himself
wasn't
up
it?
there
Yeah.
now to get another one.
The 2 lads. Oh, that lovely
nice.
press. Nice. There's Edward Stone. Rich Taylor going again. Yeah, found his little groove there.
Oh, just in time.
I think he conceded a couple of reps though. I think
so, yeah. Yeah, no, the ref has gone so I think he didn't get that second one. Or
It
third.
could have been feet in line. It could have been
Just a little bit unstable because it's hard to see from up here. Like, the refs are obviously a lot closer, so they're seeing something.
And they're watching everything. You're looking from the foot to the lockout.
Yeah.
Next out would be Tom Fisher and Louis Randall. I'm going with Louis because I think I keep
Louis.
defaulting to Louis.
To Louis, yeah. We'll just call him Louis, so.
So our next grouping is out. Thomas Fisher and Louis Randall Pringle.
I'd love some burgers.
Word association.
Love some burgers. Feeling a bit peckish now, so yeah.
But we have to go out for a little snack, so we will
Yeah,
after this
I
event
think
run
so.
up to the concession stand. Actually, Jack had jellies up here yesterday, and I was munching away on the jellies. They were
Having a great time.
Yeah. So the guys are just sorting out the mats there for those lads, the crash mats. Because some people, as you know there as well, if you're doing the wider push jerk, you need that space.
Yeah, you need that space. You don't want your legs to, you know,
And sometimes
land
people
on the
don't
mats.
want to ask about getting the mats moved. Always ask.
Always
because
ask, yeah.
They're not set in stone to be at that length.
Yeah.
Right, lovely one there for Thomas Fisher first.
Very easy.
125. Yeah, 125 kgs.
Making it look like 100. Nice second rep.
Taylor there getting another good rep there on the lighter weight log. The body weight log for these guys. Thomas Fisher there in lane 1. Just that left arm just caving a little bit. Oh no. Now he's going to have to do a deadlift to get it up off the floor. Oh no, he's going to call it quits on that. Okay. Oh.
I have a feeling if the log comes off the pads, is that it?
No, because I saw them yesterday actually pushing it back on themselves.
Okay.
I think he just kind of went,
You just
no.
have to control it, yeah.
The thought of you'd have to deadlift 125 back up and then you're going to have to clean it again. Is it worth the effort
No.
with the other? No.
I say no.
I'm like, nah.
I think two or three reps anyway there for Thomas Fisher, so at that heavier one, setting the standard now for the rest of the lads to come.
So we should have a 3 coming up now.
Yeah. Will Riches, Jordan Portier, and Jonathan Little Johnson.
Now, I feel like Jonathan Little is a good presser and will most likely go for the 125.
Yeah, so 2 reps there for Thomas Fisher. So that will be the
He
score.
is a good presser. Do you know why? It was Jonathan Little that had the world record for the log.
It was.
Yes.
You're right. Yeah.
So he's definitely.
Yeah, so I think he's a good presser.
It's going to be a rep fest here now with Jonathan. Yeah. Because I'm not sure. I think it was chipped and then it was chipped again and then he. Yeah. So yeah.
Back and forth.
So that heavier log. Yeah, I do. I think as Kello's there, I think it's going to be a bit of a rep fest for him.
Jordan looks like a presser. You can generally tell by like how wide they're it's like their shoulder, like the way they're built.
He's also got shorter looking arms.
Yeah.
Which would also help with that. So let's see what we're going to see here.
And Will going for the lighter one here. A nice easy first rep for him. Oh yeah, by Jonathan.
Jordan Courtier as well, relatively easy, taking that step back. But Jonathan's already back in and up to rack position. Easy reps.
Nice play.
And Jordan as well, he's matched him so far, 2 apiece.
Yeah.
Jonathan there, taking the third. Is Jordan going to match him? Oh, look at that.
Yes,
What
Jordan.
a strict press out of that.
Jonathan just whacking out these reps.
Insane here. And not to forget, I suppose, we do have Will Riches in lane 1, who's also popping out on that. Again, body weight. I say light, it's 105 kgs. Jonathan Little, another rep in the bag. And another for Jordan.
And
I think these guys here, like...
And we're done.
Time on that event for these guys. I feel like they've tied on this one, I think. They look to go rep for rep.
I think Jonathan could have been one ahead, maybe.
Possibly.
His pacing looked a little faster. I'm not 100% sure, though. We'll find out soon. So we're going to be going on to our last heat now in the under 105s. We'll have Simon Millens, Mitchell Wiley, and Ryan Dean coming out now.
So the only Scotsman.
The only Scotsman
in his pack.
Repping.
And he's currently sitting second coming into this event. So
4 reps there, that lighter log for Will Riches.
Interestingly here as well, Simon Millens is quite a shorter 105.
Yeah.
The squat really suited him.
Yeah, because obviously he didn't have to go that low.
Yeah. The Husa bag was good as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so 5 reps for Jonathan Little Johnson and 4 for Jordan, so just 1 behind.
Taking that lead. So I'm really interested to see now what we get from these 3 guys out here, particularly Simon Millens.
Yeah, all lads seem to go for the heavier one.
Because he seems to have the press and shoulders.
Yeah.
So as you said there, all of them heading for that 125
nice
log.
Ooh.
Easy, Ryan Dean.
Ryan Dean, yeah.
Lane 3.
Oh, what happened to...
I jinxed him, he just fell over.
He's straight back up, though.
Yeah.
He's straight back up. Mitchell Wiley in the middle.
I think we had another rep there from lane 3 with Ryan Dean.
Trying to get that rep. And he's going to go back to the lighter one yet. Needs to try and get some reps
there just to get those reps
and
back.
Simon
and
having
Simon
to go back as well.
Ninja in over the log there.
Yeah.
Ryan Dean, I think, is on his third.
Just needing to pace himself, you know.
So Ryan Dean now going for another rep. Good clean. A little bit unsteady.
Simon looking really comfortable on that 105. I think just that fall might have just thrown him on that heavier one.
Get points on the board rather than trying to struggle with it. There he goes. Ooh, steady. And that is time. Not sure how many Ryan got there. I feel like he definitely got 3 anyway.
Yeah. Maybe match. Definitely not 5.
No,
so I think Jonathan Little Johnson is safe in that lead, which you called.
Yeah. I had a feeling it was going to happen. Wasn't expecting Jordan Courtier though, so I don't know enough to go, oh, perhaps he would have been, but yeah. But I did feel it would be his event. Simon okay there, just taking a moment for himself. Bit of a bellyache. So I think we're going to go for a little interview. No, we're still on.
Yep. So
waiting for those results coming through, but we're going to open weight men.
Going to our open weight men, so the weights are going to be moving up again.
So open weight men. Here we are. We are going to be
115 and 135.
That there is some heavy log.
Golly gosh.
Some heavy, heavy log. 105, yep, so that's confirmed. Jonathan Liddell taking the event win. Just waiting for these last results to come in.
So Mitchell Wiley just getting 1 rep on that lighter one.
And I see Ryan Dean, sorry, 2 reps. So he'll take third, I think.
Third,
so,
yeah.
Okay, so our openweight men, 12.
It's nice even
competitors.
numbers.
I'm going to say colleagues, competitors.
We're all friends here.
We're all old friends and colleagues, comrades. James Mary, Reese Baxter and Dean Patch are due out first in his first heat of our openweight men. But interesting to see what they go for.
Again, we were kind of saying the bigger lads, like their conditioning isn't generally as good as the lighter lads. So it'll be very interesting to see, are they extra taxed by that, whose fell runs?
Absolutely. And now this is a moving event because it's for reps.
Yeah. It's basically another cardio event.
Yep.
Just
so James, Reese and Dean, don't fall off the chair.
On the fucking screen.
Nice one. So James in lane 1, Reese in lane 2 and Dean in lane 3. All of the guys representing England.
So Reese and Dean, I think, going for that heavier option, it looks like.
Yeah, and James there kind of opting for that, the lighter option, 115. So 2 boys looking nice, comfortable, clean. Ooh, nice. A little bit too enthusiastic. There we are. And you see there the reffing was actually very strict on that. Even though it was locked out, it was still just rolling around the place.
Because it does say that you need to show control with the implement. You know, you can't be swaying around there.
So you can have all the power in the world, and even if it's great because you're walking around and you're able to hold it, it still doesn't mean that it's a good lift.
Needs
We've got
to be
another
stable.
rep. Oh,
wow.
he's almost incline benching this.
Like a wee banana.
James Murray here in lane 1 as well, still popping out some reps. And I jinxed him, sorry. We've got
just stop.
easy
Maybe we should
here
just
in
stop
lane 3.
commentating.
I know, I'm just going to say lane 3 now, looking good. That's Dean Patch. And that is time there for our first heat of our open weight men. So we just say a big shout out to sponsors. Like I said, without sponsors, it makes this very, very difficult to put on a show that is as good as this for the athletes and have it in such an arena. So big shout out to obviously Cerberus Strength, who have donated
the pads.
kit. I say donate, sponsors. To Jewson's Builders Providers, who gave us the flooring and the sand. Oh, the sand for the sandbags, because that is
important.
Yeah, very important. To HSS Hire Services for the trolleys that you see the lads are loading here.
And then factory weights for the
so
logs.
just watching the lads coming out, sorry, factory weights. Logs, Robert Atlas stones, the half racks that they were using. So our next heat of guys that are out.
Cahill McNally, Andy Taylor, and Casey Brooks.
We had a score update come in as we were going through.
Andy, a good presser?
Yes.
Very good presser,
Andy's a good presser. I think
Must
it's,
run in
I'm
there.
about to say, I think, 2 pressers, and their child is probably going to be an absolutely phenomenal presser. So, yeah, lanes 1 at McNally and Andrew going for that heavier log.
Taking a little bit of time, just making sure he's ready.
Did we just get one in with Cahill or not?
No, I don't think so.
Cahill
And
not.
Andy, getting that first rep.
Nice. Just preparing themselves, prompting themselves for this. Lane 3 now. Casey Brooks. A little bit unstable on the legs there.
Nice press though.
Cahill, come on. Cahill is a good presser, so
yes,
gets he
the
would
rep.
be very, I think, very unhappy if he doesn't get some points here.
Yeah.
Andy Taylor going for his second, I think.
Yeah.
I might have blinked and missed though.
No, I think. Yeah.
There we are. Excellent work there.
Nice pacing by Andy. Yeah. Cahill going in for another rep.
Big points here because even with the open weight men, even though they unlucky, it's still a very heavy log. 135 kgs. I think they're both calling it quits on that. Yeah. And the whistle is gone there now. Oh, Kayla Mann, I just see, is now is on the whistle.
Yeah.
So we said everyone, like you were competing yesterday, Kayla was competing yesterday.
Sharon and Mary, who were reffing earlier, were competing yesterday.
No rest for the wicked lads. No rest for the wicked.
Not.
So the guys just preparing now for our second heat. Second heat out was going to be
Third heat out.
Third, sorry, yeah. As the results didn't go in yet. Owen Boothby, Ross McIntosh and Stevie Speakman. And the lads there can see them in the holding area. Out they come.
Ready to go.
So Stevie Speakman on the last event, the Husafell bag. Yeah. So I'm really interested to see what happens.
And he looks like a presser. I keep saying this about everyone, but
yeah, but they don't look like pressers because they're big lads. But no, look, he's the wide shoulders there. Like he kind of has that presser look.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to see if he looks sideways to see if they fail, and then starts repping it out, gets that boost.
So all lads looking like they're going for the heavier option. Owen Boothby obviously being very, very tall here.
Yes,
having a long way to clean that log.
But he's a solid lad. Look at that. He's like a brick. Stevie Speakman. Easy. Oh, can he save it? He's going to save. Oh, my God. No. Good Lord. Are you joking me?
Fair play to him.
What? Lads, if you're watching this at home.
Please don't do that at home.
I think I found
that needs a warning.
I think I found my new favourite strongman.
Maybe he just wanted to show the crowd, you know, what he was doing.
That was insane. So Stevie Speakman going again.
Getting a bit of a fright there, so he was.
Yeah, I think he a lot of energy to walk around with that. Sleeves coming off. Totally distracted from what lanes 1 and 2 are doing. Boothby, another good rep there.
I think Ross McIntosh just missing that last attempt.
So Stevie
and straight back in to go for another one.
No, and that's up.
And they're zapped.
So I have to say now, entertainment value for the moment is definitely going to Stevie Speakman. Yeah. Liam McConville, you are off the books. We have a new
we have a
showman.
New guy in town.
Yeah.
Make room.
And I think Keldo is going to go over to Stevie.
135 kilogram log over your head. Even my missus up front row were running at the one point. Poor
Andy McWilliams is over there with the fear of God in his eyes.
Yeah, I wanted more, but I'll take one rep. That were horrible.
Massive round of applause there, folks, for Stevie. That was phenomenal core strength. You don't.
Absolutely savage there.
How he controlled that back, I have no idea.
Absolutely, I have no idea. That was just insane to watch. So I've managed to lose internet again, lads, so just give us a second.
I think we should be going on to our last heat, potentially. I think our last heat.
I'm fair sure it was possibly...
There doesn't look like there's many left down there.
Is there no one in the holding area? No. Yeah, I think this is our last 3 here now.
So this is going to be the last heat for event number 3 of the day.
Halfway through this grueling UK and Ireland's natural strongman.
So 2 of the lads here opting for the lighter weight of 115 kilos.
As we said, this is the qualifier. Everyone wants to fight for this. There's only 5 positions
for
going
Worlds.
For Worlds.
Yeah. Everyone wants them. Not everyone can get them.
Absolutely. We can't all get what we want.
And lane number 2 just not getting that down command there.
Now lane number 1, nice rep there on that heavier log. So John McClellan actually in lane number 1, Matt Scott in lane number 2, and Ben Rant in number 3. So 2 Scotsmen. Oh, is he balanced on his head? I don't think that that's an acceptable rep.
No.
Generally, they're not given.
It says it on the rules. No head reps.
So that was Matt Scott in lane 2. John McClellan there, I think he is going to call it quits on that. And then lane 3. I think I got my lanes mixed actually. Ben Rent was lane 1, Matt Scott lane 2, and James McClellan is in lane 3. So I'm not sure if he's going to get that rep or not, because I'm fair sure it was balanced on his head. But
yeah, but I think still getting reps anyway. I just don't know if he'd be allowed that one.
But were all his reps on his head?
Oh, maybe.
Anyway, that concludes event number 3, which was our log for reps.
We're going to take a quick little break.
And we shall be back with you shortly. And we are back for event number 4, which is our factory weights rubber Atlas stone 2-shoulder ladder. Our under 72 men are just getting prepared, our first heat. My strength results, as usual, is on another planet. I'm fairly sure we have... I can't remember his name. No, it's not going to work. So we've got a good rep there, first in lane 2. Oh, no, we haven't.
Oh, no.
He won't get that, unless they've actually changed the rules now. Yesterday, that had to remain on the mat.
Thing.
So maybe if you get the good rep down and it rolls away, that's not an issue. So just trying to get this, both guys onto stone number 3. As you said, it's a very busy arena here and trying to get the reception. Lane 1 has number 3. And it's Rory actually in lane number 1. Lane number 3. Stones coming back off onto him.
So these stones are 70, 80, 90, 100 and 110 for that final stone.
Is Rory going to get that 4th stone or not? And that is time for Rory, Mackie, and can you see who's in lane 2 possibly?
Connor Goodinson, I think.
All right. Okay, so I think I am actually probably reconnected now, so we will try again.
So we should have Chris Stern and Cameron Nesbitt up in the next heat.
So there's a massive shout out to all of our referees and our loaders and our spotters and all of the lads here that are giving their time free to make sure that this event runs
as smooth as possible.
No, Nesbitt's out here, so we'll actually have this in a second.
So Chris Stern in lane 1 and Cameron in lane 2.
Had a little shimmy there to readjust.
Both men onto the 3rd stone. Cameron getting that
Good
90
reps.
stone. So same for Chris. Cameron getting the 100. Can Chris match it?
The first one we've seen get to this 5th stone now, so...
Yeah. Moving good so far. Oh, Chris just rolls back off his body. Cameron just trying to move the stone to his position.
Can't see now. I'm just trying to see past the referee of lane 1.
He just can't get that grip on that last stone.
So that was our 2nd heat of our under 72s.
We should be on to our final heat now. We'll have a 3 heat now between Brian Murray, James Hamilton, and Jordan Humphreys.
Yes, and I'm back up and running finally.
We're going. I can stop using my phone.
Yeah, we're back up on the laptop. Okay, so
Brian in lane 1.
Just out of this yesterday when you were on these stones, did you find that they were, with the heat and everyone using them, they were sticky or slippy? Or
I found them a lot slippier than the ones that I was using in training. I'm not sure if because there was athletes like using chalk and then some don't, and I really hate chalk on them.
Sweat and red. Oh, it's not getting that command.
Brian flying through that, gets the down on the 2nd one.
James Hamilton there on lane 3 as well.
Both men now onto Jordan, just making sure that
Yeah, it doesn't come back at him. I think that's more of it, that it doesn't roll back towards you.
Yeah.
The 2 guys now getting the down command at the same time. All 3 guys on to their 4th stone.
Brian just with a small lead.
Like this is 100 kg of a Atlas stone, and you feel every kilo of that.
You feel every kilo. It's just like your spine. Let's go, Brian. Brian trying to get the crowd
up.
Can we see someone finish this run?
Oh, here's the floor. Come on, move it around. See, can you get to it?
Let's go. No.
That's 110 kg now. The 2 guys here, lane 2 and 3, Jordan and James still fighting. So that is event win almost. That's
It
well,
depends on the
heat win anyway.
depends on the time, yeah.
No, we actually had a 5th stone, did we not? I think.
No, Cameron didn't get the 5th stone.
Get the 5th.
But Cameron had a nice quick run there. He did his in 35.16. So just depends on how much time Brian had. I think he had a good amount of time.
He was fast. Yeah, I think he was fast, and he was well ahead here with
It seemed like he had a good amount of time to keep trying that 110. So
we will go to our under 80s now. So our stones go 70, 80, 90, 100, 110. Same as our under
72s. Yeah.
First out, we'll have William Yao and Ross Cosgrove. It's like tongue twisters now, lads. I'm so sorry. So I think we've got 2, 2, 2, and then 3s. I can't remember how we go with this. So William Yao in lane 1, Ross Cosgrove in lane 2. Both guys.
Didn't get that down. Needs to wait for that down.
Yeah, this is the thing. You need to practice that pause in training if you haven't been.
Yeah. When I was doing it in training, Maddie was always reffing me, and he would literally make me hold it for about 5 seconds.
But I think you have to. You can't assume. It's like the old days in powerlifting. You need to train those longer pauses on your bench. Same with this. So William Yao onto
Ross, just struggling with the grip now on that 3rd stone.
Stone
and he
number
has it
4.
now.
Can he get it? Steady, stabilize. Yes.
Nice.
Now William Yao going for that 5th stone. Will we see stone number 5 get loaded? We didn't see it in the under 72s. Will we see it in this heat of under 80s?
And if he can get it up onto the lap, just needs to try and roll it up onto his legs there. And Ross.
Great levers for this, actually. Look at him.
Yeah, let's go. Will he have enough time? No.
Unlucky. So unlucky.
A good attempt, though. A great first heat now from the under 80 men.
So next up, we'll have Alistair Griggs and Luke Phillips. Jade having a little bop away there.
Gotta get the tunes going, you know.
So Alistair Griggs and Luke Phillips. Alistair in lane 1, Luke in lane 2.
I always find people wearing hard belts for this quite interesting because I feel like the buckle gets in the way, do you know, when you're trying to roll it up.
Absolutely. And see, I used to say this about, say, anything implement-wise, like log as well, right?
Yeah.
You need, if it's in the way.
Yeah, you want it as close as you can to your body, do you know?
The hard belt now, I think, would be difficult, I would find, because those stones, you have to really grip them. You're then digging that belt in on top of you. So trying to get a balance, I suppose, of what's a good support and what isn't. So 2 lads, easy here now.
Nice from the first stone.
So Alistair, lane 1, Luke Phillips, lane 2.
Go lads onto the 3rd stone now. Alistair really
just getting that down, come on, that little bit quicker, yeah. Alistair.
Oh, small fumble. Just needs to,
there he goes.
Fight it there. Nice.
And the last one here, will we see? And they're both guys now, both Alistair and Luke, onto the 5th.
They've only 10 seconds, so.
And Luke has actually just jumped ahead there. Will we see? And the belts come off. Now, interesting.
Come on.
No, just can't get that extension.
Yeah.
No, and I think Luke is more fried than anything else on there. Yeah, Luke.
5 seconds. No. He's just doing picks and extensions.
Yeah, wearing himself out, lad.
Yeah.
Okay, so the good run now from these 2 guys. Good fast run there from Alistair in that 5th stone. So we now have Sean Cassidy, Matt Dudley, and I think James. Will we have a 3?
I think we have a 3, yeah. Well, someone's in that 3rd lane now, so we should have a. Yeah, Sean in lane 1, Matt in the middle, and James in the far lane.
Yeah, so 1, 2, and 3. Sean was actually doing quite well with these, I think, when we seen him down in training. So
I trained with him when he was in GSP, when he was doing them, and he was very quick. So if you can just replicate that now.
Now Matt Dudley in lane 2. He's been pretty impressive. Sean is away. Nice. Let's go, Sean.
And the hat's gone now already. Oh, just a small fumble there from Matt.
Sean motoring through to these now onto stone number 3. I hear Rachel roaring in the background. Rachel's girlfriend, Fiancé, sorry, yeah. Let's go, Sean. Come on. Flying through these now.
Come on, big extension.
Let's go.
Yes, stabilize it.
I'm trying not to be biased. Matt Dudley also doing excellent there in lane 2.
Come on, can we see this 5th stone?
So James Watts there in lane 3, just getting all of the lads now onto the 5th stone. Are we going to see someone get that stone?
Come on. All lads now onto this final stone.
I'm very sure Sean had a Irish stone record, I think, at one point. He
did. It's a different story when you've no tacky, though.
Absolutely, we said that. Oh, he just missed that. James Watts was the closest we've seen to getting that 5th stone loaded. So our next 3 out, Alfie Burnside, Liam McConville, and Earl Suligowski. I think Liam will definitely be wanting to try and make some points up here.
Yeah.
He was pretty good, and he came down to GSP to do the stone run there a few weeks back. He's pretty good at them, so it'll be interesting to see what he actually manages to achieve here today in this environment. He's going to want to have to make some points up. He would be annoyed with what he did on the log.
He's bopping away there to the tunes.
Seems
so unfazed.
5th place. Sure, we will see a show. Actually, Jack was asking me why was the hat on, and I said because it really hurts ears.
Yeah, because Sharon wore
with her woolly cap. Yeah.
I was like, "Are you cold?" And she was like,
"No." A couple of ladies actually wore the big headband around the ears, and I'm just seeing this chap out now. So Liam in lane 2.
I'm more worried about my spine rather than my ear.
Both. Oh, going for a walk there in lane 1. That's a little bit of a waste of energy there. Alfie Burnside, Liam McConville now onto lane 2.
Pretty much neck and neck from lane 2 and 3
and
here.
Earl. So, and he will not get that rep. Liam got a good rep. Quite composed, not rushing, which is always pretty good. Good extension.
Nice.
Beautiful there. Now, will we see
this is where it matters.
The 5th? I'm fairly sure he got this in training, but as we said, out here, it's a different kettle of fish. Alfie Burnside also going. All the lads getting. We have Earl. Is he going to do it? Can he get it to the shoulder?
Yes.
Are we going to see it?
I think we are.
Yes.
And Liam's. Come on.
I think lane 1 as well. Alfie, we also got.
He needs this. Yes.
So we have seen all 3 stones were lifted. Now that's massive points.
Yeah, that's going to be big points.
It's also now going to throw the towel out to the lads, the last 3 that are coming out who were sitting in the.
They're going to need to do that last stone.
They're going to need to do it, and they're going to need to do it fast.
Yeah. So we're going to have James Briffa, John Ginty, and Ewan Colligan.
Really, really interested to see how this goes now.
Pressure is going to be on John now to try and keep on top of Liam.
Absolutely. These top 6 now, you're going to start seeing this pull away. This is going to be a real battle for those 5 spots.
Yeah. Especially when there's 13 in the category, do you know what I mean? You can't.
Yeah. Like Ewan Colligan at the moment is currently sitting in 9 points ahead of John Ginty at 26.5. So he has a good lead, but it doesn't mean to say he's going to keep that.
No.
So let's see. Now, all lads up. Beautiful.
John's like, oh.
Yeah. Now, I didn't want to give this away. Watch this. He has been practicing this. Watch it. Yeah,
What is this?
We've been keeping this secret.
It's like a little leapfrog game.
Yeah, this is what John found. I swear to God, lads, you have to watch it.
I'm so amused by this.
Yes, come on, John.
Leapfrog, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, John.
The
crowd
and he's up. Going wild.
Yes, come on, fight it.
Take it. Yes.
He got it.
You just got a masterclass from John Ginty.
In both stones and leapfrogging.
James Briffa here in lane 1. Also now in the 5th stone, lane 3.
Nice.
We got Ewan Colligan also got. Oh, James, come on.
Come on.
Come on, James.
Yes.
Let's go.
So, but he had a nice quick 4 there.
Savage result from these guys.
That
so
was
we're going to go
funny
to
from John.
Keldo, I think. Good luck trying to get John Ginty to talk, but here we go.
Yeah, so an interview now.
World's strongest foreign loader. We're looking up there at the white lights. Look up, there's Jade and Aisha giving you a big wave. That frog leap, have you been practicing that in training?
Only maybe the last 2 sessions or so, but...
The crowd absolutely loved it. What was it, just the tactic to move as quick as possible?
It was literally just that, because I had a feeling that anyone who was they'd be doing it quick, like, so...
I think you probably took that by about 10 seconds anyway. I'm assuming you get the event win on that. I'm getting a nod from the full crew. What a massive round of applause for that showmanship there by John McGinty, folks. Take a bow.
Yeah, that is something. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say anything, but just see how we would get on with that. So that was John the Leapfrog Ginty. That's his new name.
That's his new name. Can we change on strength results now?
I was watching him in training there about 2 weeks ago going, what in God's green earth are you doing here? And you know what? I was like,
it works. If it works, it works.
So yeah,
I wonder will we see now that like actually take like you know.
Oh my God! It's like when Kyle Scott did the sideways with the shield and the stone. There was a movement he did with the stone, and it kind of took off. So yeah. Now I think you have to be quite conditioned because like that's a lot of conditioning going in there. 37.4 seconds for 5 objects for John Ginty taking the event win there.
Nice. I think the next closest time was 44.
Yeah, Ewan Colligan at 46.5, yeah.
I think 44.
Was that on 4 up here? Would it have to be 5? No?
Yeah, so Kelder was right, easily 10 seconds between.
Yeah, oh, actually, it's jumped. It's up here, it's gone, yeah.
No.
Yeah, 10 seconds ahead of the next quickest, which was Ewan Colligan. But anyway, next round is up.
We have our
under 90s.
Under 90 men. The weights have moved up to 80, 90, 100, 110 and 120 now for that final stone.
So Ryan Carr, Reese Henry and Mark Black. Lanes 1, 2 and 3 all representing the UK. All the guys now getting to their 3rd stone.
And
Lane 2,
just a bit
about to get taken out by his... No, he's not going to... What? It's... Lads, I think... See, I'm not sure what the situation is with that. I'm assuming that they've changed the ruling, but...
That's not very fair then, is it?
No, it's not fair. There'll be some uproar there.
There'll be some women now that'll be...
So he's failing that 4 stone. Unless they're going to give a penalty, I'm not quite sure, but...
I'm not sure.
We will find out. We're struggling here in lane 1. Is he going to get this?
Ryan Carr just trying to fight that stone.
Can he stabilise it? 5 seconds left. You've got that time. Yes.
He does.
Beautiful. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen there in the lane 2, because I know I saw the referee kind of shaking his head. He's actually had a word with the athlete, so I'm not sure what he's told him, where he'll actually be with that. So our next trio out will be Craig Lewis, Charlie McGarry, and Tom Keithley. So Charlie, obviously we have a set of stones in Ireland, and Ireland's not very big. So a good few of the lads have been able to come down or go up to Abs when we had GSP up there for them to have a go at the stones. And we were running Strongman Saturday, so there were people coming from all over the country just to give them a rattle that were coming over.
It does help because I know a lot of people, they obviously didn't have a set of rubber stones. They were using Atlas stones, and they said like it felt wildly different.
Completely different.
And a lot of Atlas stones will have like remains of tacky on it as well.
So you're going to get a benefit. Yeah. If you're going to get some advantage. So next 3, here we go. Craig in lane 1, Charlie lane 2, Tom Keithley lane 3. So Craig Lewis and Charlie McGarry both onto their 2nd, as is Tom. That is
Craig
a good rep there.
3rd. Charlie following.
Charlie up to the shoulder. Nice. Just getting that a little bit quicker.
Just pick Craig there now. Charlie's stones are flying around the place there.
I'm like, what's happening on that pad? Charlie is again up to the shoulder. Excellent.
Can he do this last stone now? 120
5th
kilos.
Stone. As we said, the weight of the stones went up with the 5th stone being 120 kgs. Is Charlie going to be able to do it?
All lads now.
They're all on that 5th stone.
Oh,
Charlie's to the
lap.
lap. Are we going to see it?
Come on, Charlie. And so is Tom.
Tom is getting there. Both lads fighting. Oh,
Just runs out of
unlucky.
time.
Unlucky. So Martin is back on him.
Grabs with each event, so there's 3 events to go.
Can't sit back on your laurels on this one. So
we have
waiting for the results to
Steve,
come
Ben,
in.
and
There's still a
Ian
bit,
now.
yeah. So Steve in lane 1, Ben in lane 2, Ian in lane 3. All the guys onto their second stone.
Ian getting there first.
Yeah, he's flying. It's like he's found his little groove.
Yeah.
And almost as seeing like a little mini hop over there. I'm wondering if the lads that were watching John was like,
yeah, will they try it?
Do you know, that's a really good idea. Ben
Trying to
Gillespie
stabilise.
now in lane
Gets it.
2.
And Ian onto this last stone with his lovely tan lines there.
Yeah, oh, look at that, yeah.
And
Ben
so
Gillespie also.
Ben.
Wow, Ian has it up into the lap. Are we going to see this 5th stone loaded?
Come on.
Oh, just a little bit tight there.
Come on, get it up. There you
on,
go.
Get it. It's getting that little pop without it being too much.
Yeah. And you
Ben
don't want your
Gillespie
arms
into
to
the
go
lap.
under it, because then it's like you're trying to bicep curl it. It's not going to
Absolutely.
work.
So let's explain something going.
Oh.
Yeah, and we have one. Ben Gillespie.
Ben Gillespie.
Yes, she's
Just
very
in the
happy
nick
there.
of time.
Composure.
Composure. Unbelievable stuff.
So, unbelievable is right. So I'm trying to think. There was a little bit of contention there, I think, about the
rolling.
The rolling. So, are they going to disallow it, or what are they doing? You see, we can see this like at home. They don't necessarily get to see.
Yeah.
You see these little conclaves going on of like, oh, I don't know.
Behind the scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there we are. We are now onto a next flight.
We should have Michael Prentice, Luke Shirley, and Thomas Kelly. So Thomas sitting in second now at the
Yes.
moment.
Now
so
Thomas would have had the benefit of. Well, I suppose all of the lads had them in some form of the qualifiers. Like I think Wales was over bar, Scotland was to shoulder, we were to shoulder.
Yeah, so everyone should have had.
And Scotland was a choice. They had a trump, I think. They had a light and a heavy
Yeah.
option. Yeah. So everyone should have had a bit of a rattle.
They should kind of know what they feel like by now.
Here we go. Let's see how these guys. Very bright shorts there in lane 2. Myself and Kello were talking about this earlier. The guys are getting in on the fashion statements that the ladies have been for a while. So all guys onto the second stone.
A little bit of a stumble there from Thomas, but
very high behind the back of the neck
Yeah.
there. So Thomas Kelly, all of the lads onto their third stone.
Luke Shirley now onto the 4th. All lads onto the
Rolling
4th.
back. Like Thomas there now onto that 4th stone.
Yes.
As is Ian Easterbrook, who's now onto the 5th. No, we've gone for, it's actually, no, Michael Prentice is onto the 5th one. I think he's shaking the head there.
And Thomas has it to the lap.
Has it on the lap. Can he do it? Oh, just not quite.
He has quite a short torso, so there's not that much
Yeah,
to
and
roll
long
up.
arms.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of ideal. Oh,
are we going to see which one of these guys is going to get it? Are they going to get it? Just can't get it over that pec, up onto the delt.
No.
Neither of the guys. So we thought we might see a 5th stone getting loaded there, but unfortunately not. So next out, we have Joel McCafferty and Andy Bottomley and Sam
Stalbo. So our second last heat now in this very big under 90 category.
So they're just giving them all a bit of a wipe down. Sometimes you just have to, you see them coming out with towels and just giving a bit of run down, and we were talking about this earlier. That it's not even residue, it's like a residue.
Yeah,
it's the humidity, it's the sweat, it's chalk.
It's mainly the chalk.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, we were talking about this yesterday, it's still such a new piece of kit that it's hard to know, but generally everyone's saying no chalk.
No chalk, yeah. I find like if you, just like rub your hands together and try and get them a bit frictiony, that's what you want.
I was actually saying to Petra, because she said, I've got no chalk. I said, rub your hands off the floor.
Yeah.
One of the guys I was coaching, I watched him do it. Yeah. That's a bit gross now, Jay.
Sorry.
Some residue of someone's sputum on the ball. And he is powering ahead here in lane 2. He's on the 4th. Oh, can he? Oh, stabilize it. Joel is onto the 4th one. Lane 3, though, we can see a struggle going on there with Sam. And he has successfully loaded the 4th one. He's onto the 5th. Just getting that composure. Will we see the same? Is he going to get time?
Joel and get Sam, just still stuck on that 4th stone.
Load into the lap for Joel. Here we go, Andy. We're going to see this. And
rolls off the knees.
No, I think his
grip is just going
gone
now,
and gassed as well as fried. I mean, Joel is just happy. He got that 4th. Did he get it?
No.
Oh,
I think it was a scream of frustration, not a scream of happiness.
All right, okay. So our last heat of our under-90s, Luke Young, Pavlos, and Tom Butts. As I said, Tom Butts is currently in the lead with 54 points, which was 10 points between him and the 2nd place, which was Thomas Kelly.
Yeah.
But we have seen a bit of a mix-up here with, the speed of stones, people being a little bit better. So it'll be interesting to see how this splits out after this event.
Yeah. This and throwing bags, I feel like really jumbles up the points, because so much can happen in it. Like there's so much room for error.
So the guys are preparing. Tom at the stone phone. Tom up to the shoulder. Right, all guys getting that first stone in. Tom powering through here. That's it. All of the guys now onto the 3rd stone.
Tom really just showing why he's been 2 times worlds.
Unfortunately there, Luke Young just losing.
No, I
but
think
he got it.
Yeah.
It rolled backwards. I think it was given the down command. So Pavlos has just jumped forward into the lead.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. Luke got the down command first. Luke and Pavlos onto the 5th stone. Are we going to see this 5th stone go? No one's loaded it yet for the under 90 men. Who will it be? Whoa!
It's just slipping on
Pavlos,
Luke's
15
t-shirt.
seconds. Let's go, Pavlos. Let's go, Pavlos. Yes!
Nice.
And Tom
as well.
Butts. Unfortunate there for Luke. But Pavlos and Tom showing why they are champions.
Pavlos not with the best start to today's competition, so he's really starting to find his groove now.
Absolutely.
The last 2 events have gone very well for him.
Martin's going to chat to Pavlos, I think.
Up here at the camera. Pavlos Kouros from England. Good event. First 3 stones, you were just behind. So you're seeing 2 very well-versed athletes just ahead of you. 4th stone, it came together. 5th stone, you got the win just ahead of Tom Butts. How did it feel knowing that you'd went into lead in the 4th stone, and once you got the 4th stone, were you confident of getting the final one?
Well, it was all calculated. I was just looking straight. No Tom, no one. I was just going with my own pace. Got to 120. I can't believe I beat Tom Butts in the freaking stones. It's like, it feels good. So trying to catch up points and be up there with the best in the world.
Pavlos, fantastic stone run. It's always a pleasure to see you. Ladies and gentlemen from England, Pavlos Kouros.
Excellent there now. And we were saying earlier, myself and Keldo, Pavlos, absolute gentleman.
Oh, he's such a nice guy.
He's such a nice guy. He really is. So, and like he said there, to actually have beaten Tom Butts.
I know, yeah.
Okay, so
to be laughed at.
We are now moving on to under 105 men. Yep.
No, that's open.
Just go down 1. Yeah, the strength results, it's just mixed up its order of blocks. So 105 should be there somewhere. Maybe go down. And again. Nope, we've lost 105s. Excellent.
There seems to be no 105 category.
The 105 category, yeah, it literally disappeared. Sorry, lads, this is strength results. Probably just my laptop, but...
Lane 1, anyway, onto that fourth stone.
No, we're here. Here we go.
We have it.
Yeah,
Edward Stone and Mitchell Wiley.
So both guys onto the fourth stone.
Edward, both lads pretty much neck and neck here.
Yeah, both getting the down command.
Pretty much at the same time.
Stones here now, 80, 90, 100, 110, and 120.
Same as the under 90 men. So can we see...
No, I think it's like, nah, I'm good.
Mitchell onto that.
No, just and running out of time as well.
Yeah.
So our next crew out. I think they're preparing now. We have Louis Randall, Simon Millens, and will we have 3 or just 2? 2.
2 again, yeah.
Yep.
So he said Lewis.
Did he say Lewis, did he?
Martin said Lewis.
Okay, so
then
we'll go...
Is Martin wrong?
But yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, so... I'm really sorry, Louis.
Lulu.
I'm going to try Lewis, but I'm sure I'm just going to start calling him Lou again.
Yeah.
Lewis Randall and Simon Millens, or Lewis Randall Pringle. Lewis in lane 1, Simon in lane 2. Okay, so both guys. Ooh, a little bit too much power there from Simon.
No.
No, he's just not holding it.
Just needs to stabilize
Lewis is ahead.
More. There we go.
Got his second stone onto the third. Simon now is that little bit further behind. Let's go. Lewis just having a little bit of problem gripping that. Got it though. Just a little bit turning things around. Simon has now managed to regain his self and get to the third stone. Lewis onto the fourth. Simon is looking as if a little bit battered there. He's tired, I suppose, at this stage as well. This is our fourth event of 6. Knowing you've another 2 to go.
I know.
Lewis onto the 5th stone. Are we going to see it loaded?
Yes, come
yeah,
on.
I think we are going to see it loaded. Can he stabilize
it?
Steady. No! Oh!
He just let it go.
This is like, good luck.
Wow. So unlucky.
Oh. Just a little spin on the shoulder and off it went.
Ooh, and Simon doesn't look okay.
No, he didn't look well when he was getting to that last. He looks exhausted.
Just that right hamstring is just
after the
cramping
squats, he came off holding his glute.
Oh, his glute. Okay.
At the at squats at that point. So
needs to get onto
maybe
that physio
he
table.
needs to get something. So next out should be Will Richards, Rich Taylor, and Thomas Fisher. Will in lane 1, Rich in lane 2, and Thomas in lane 3. Right, these are guys all getting that good on the first zone, onto the second.
Rich just taking a little bit more time.
This is our top 6, well, they're not the top 6 for the moment coming into this event. Good lift now. Lane 3, we see powered ahead. All lovely technique. Great pop from the hips. That's Will Richards in lane 3.
I don't know why.
I don't know why he's doing it, because unless they have been penalising people for that. Maybe giving himself a bit of a break there as well. I feel there has to have been a penalisation.
Maybe like a second or 2 seconds of onto the time type thing.
So Will Richards, is he going to get that? No, I think he's... Right. All guys now onto the 5th stone. Are we going to see it loaded?
Get
the last few seconds.
At that stage, your forearms are just like...
And that, it was
they've
time.
had enough.
So then our final 3...
in the under 105 category
will be
Ryan Dean, Jordan Courtier, and Jonathan Little-Johnson.
So this is going to be interesting because both Jonathan and Jordan did really well on that log, as did Ryan Dean, the heavier than 135.
Ryan currently in the lead.
26.5. It's small enough as category, isn't it?
Yeah. Simon Millens behind him, I think, is the next person, 5 points behind. So.
Yeah, so it's He wants to do well here to keep that lead. So we'll see. As we said, Jonathan is like, he had that world record there for the log in under 105s. Not sure what his stones are like.
We'll see.
We are about to find out.
No better time like the present.
So Ryan in lane 1, Jordan in lane 2, and Jonathan in lane 3.
Quick now from lane 1
Very
there.
fast there. Jonathan, lane 1 and 3. Lane 2 catching up.
Jonathan just getting that down command a little bit quicker.
Ryan and Jonathan there. Both on, and Jonathan just ahead now. 4th stone, looking relatively comfortable as well. Can he stabilise that down command? Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. He got the down command, had he not?
You can't drop the stone behind you. It has to be loaded onto the platform in front of you.
So, okay, but when we had that here, it was gone, yeah.
So he has to do that 1/10 stone again now.
Oh, wow. He'll be kicking himself for that.
Yeah. It just happens so quickly. Sometimes you just can't help it.
And it's not that it was difficult, because he actually managed to get it back up there.
But he has less time now and less energy to try and do this 120 stone.
Had to do that 110 twice. So I think, is he just going to call it a day?
I think so.
And time for them guys. So that was our end of our 105s. We move on to our open weight men. The stones, I think, remain the same, because I think the heaviest we go up to is a 120. Yeah, so the stones will remain the same.
So hopefully we'll see, now that it's the open men, they're a wee bit stronger, we'll see a good few finishes now.
So, this is the interesting thing. I was talking to Killian about this yesterday and going, have you had a feel of the stones? And he said, yeah. He goes, but by God, he said, that 100 or 110 stone, you feel every kg, and it's not like a stone.
The diameter.
So, we saw it at England's. You would think that it should get easier, but
but they're also bigger, they're taller, you know.
It doesn't seem to work necessarily that way. Now, hopefully we'll see difference here. So Matt Scott, James Merry and Casey Brooks first out. Matt in lane 1, James lane 2 and Casey in lane 3. And all our guys up to the shoulder. All getting a good down command. Matt Scott in lane 1, powering ahead, as is my belts updating to stop me from spieling. Casey Brooks. James Merry just behind the guys here.
Casey flying along here onto that 4th stone.
Big lad, Casey, big long arms.
Yeah.
We said that, you know, the girth of that stone getting bigger. Are we going to see that fifth stone? I think we will.
Let's go.
Steady.
Oh. Nice.
And that is beautiful and a good time. I'd say you could do that run again. It looked effortless for him.
Matt Scott fighting that 120 as well. Come on.
Come on, just
don't let it go. Just don't let it go. Just
James Merry struggling there a little bit on that 4th stone, looking quite exhausted.
Yeah, he looks a little gassed now. It's a tiring event.
Absolutely, and it's the 4th event in now of a not light competition.
No. So we've seen one finisher there. Casey Brooks flew through those 5 stones.
So next up we'll have John McClellan, Cathal McNally and Stevie Speakman.
I'll be interested to see what Cathal does on these. Is he good at stones?
I'm not sure I've seen much on stones. I think he is good. He's really good at like the sandbag to shoulder. He got that record there of like I know, it was 140 kg sandbag to shoulder or something. Ireland's strongest fireman.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing the video.
And so he's good at getting awkward
things
shit to
onto his shoulder.
So I'm like, I think here though is more the stabilisation, because it's a circle, it wants to roll on you. So.
Yeah.
And they're off. And Cathal is in there already. Nice one.
Nice.
Lane 1 and 2, both getting good rep. And lane 3.
Pretty much neck and neck.
So John, Cathal and Stevie.
Just a little bit ahead now. I'm flying through these.
Cathal just needs to stabilise. That's it. I know he wanted to do a bit of redemption here. I don't think he was overly happy with the past couple of events.
John onto this 5th stone now. Come on.
Now, saying as well, Cathal only competed there, 2 weekends ago, the Ultimate
Ireland's Strongest Man, yeah.
So, can he do it? Can he finish? Hold it. There we go.
Nice.
That's going to be massive points, I think.
Yeah.
Keep it on that mat, Cathal. Yeah, I think that's going to be big points there. So, did we get it in lane 1? I don't know
lane
if
one
it's John
flew
McClellan.
through it.
So he got the 5
Flew
stones.
through
Perfect,
that.
Look at the size of him. He obviously of great benefit to him.
So we're going to be moving on to
And we're
our
going to move
next.
to Martin Lennox.
Oh.
Pretty pleased with yourself.
It's a long way to travel, but yeah, long way to travel. But I've been really practicing with a wingspan to get those one motions in and stuff like that. So really happy with it. I think it's my fastest time maybe. So.
Well done, mate. A lot of people may be envious of larger gentlemen, but as we've seen in the squat, some things aren't the ideal. So it's probably best to get your worst event out of the way first. You must be pretty elated with how the rest of the competitions went.
Yeah, squat was by far my weakest event, so get out of the way. It was very tactical, 1 rep, focusing the last ones that I'm best at. So yeah, really happy with that.
Well, John, thank you very much. Fantastic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, from Scotland, John McClellan.
Excellent. That was Martin Lennox there, just having a chat with John McClellan. I think he's probably one of the tallest, if not the tallest, in the competition.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're moving on now to
our next heat. We should have Ross McIntosh, Ben Rant, and Owen Boothby.
I think this actually just decided to default back to not event results for me. Oh, strength results has a little life of its own.
1 and 3 onto stone number 3 now. Lane
3 flying
through that, yeah.
Lane 3.
We've had some quick finishers. So,
Owen Boothby flying.
They know they need to be quick.
Yep. Yeah, so Owen Boothby in lane 3 flying. Look, here he goes. This is savage. Let's go. We get this. Oh, no. Oh, my God, it's just been taken out by Ross by looks of it.
Yes, Ross gets in. And Ben is going to get in there as well, I think.
Yeah. Ben Rant. Yeah. Oh, that's...
Owen.
Oh, my God, that's...
It just taxes you so much so that when you don't get it on that first try, like it's so hard to do it on the second try.
That's heartbreaking.
Greg Aston sprinting up the course there.
Both Ross and Ben smashing those 5 stones.
So we're going to have our last heat now. We'll have Andy Taylor, Reese Baxter, and Dean Patch.
They need the first aid in the first one now.
Go quickly.
Aisha just being called away for some first aid, I think. So our last heat now in the opens for our 4th event today. Hi, Killian.
How are you getting on? Been a good day so far.
Yeah, we're flying through it.
Yeah, no, it's actually not doing too bad now, to be fair.
So
definitely a lot of exciting moments.
Yeah, Andy in lane 1, Reese in lane 2, and Dean in lane 3. Quick from Dean.
All good. Neck and neck here. You gotta be careful with these stones falling off the pads.
I know. Do you know if they're getting time penalised?
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
3 seconds per stone. It's been good work of this so far. I think the best time is about 32 seconds.
Yeah, fairly quick. Like some of them have been really, really quick. So Reese now on to the last one. Dean also on to the last one. So is Andrew.
Come on now, let's get it up. Yes. Oh, gosh. Oh, so unfortunate.
So annoying.
Yeah.
All right, and can Andy follow suit now?
Come on now, Andy, let's get it up. Come on, finish strong.
Get it.
Oh, gosh.
You nearly transferred it to the other shoulder. I wonder, can you do that? Just like roll it across your back and then hold it on the other side.
I usually get extra points for that.
Yeah.
I think that's the last heat for this
that's
one.
for our last thing. So we'll probably take a 5-minute break and we will be back with our 5th event, the bag toss.
Reese Baxter had such a good technique. I got zoned in on him. And then at the end you crept up and I believe you just beat him. Were you aware that Reese was ahead? And you must feel fantastic to get that down command on the last stone.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. Yeah, very good.
Fuck me, mate, you're not the most chattiest, are you?
I'm quite chilled. I'm very chilled.
How's your competition went today, mate? Is that got your expectations where you thought you would be? Have you performed better than you thought? What's your general thoughts of how it's went?
Yeah, so it's gone really well. Obviously, the squad didn't go great, but never been on a shield before, so that was good. Won the log, so happy with that. That's what I wanted. So just going to do chill and just get through the motions and have fun.
Brilliant, mate. Fantastic attitude. And like you said, you won the log. You have got an event win at the UK and Ireland final. You've just did fantastic there. I do not know if you've won overall. You maybe just won the heat. Nonetheless, well done, mate. Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Dean Patch. Thank you, mate.
And we are back for our 5th event, which is the Cerberus Strength Throwing Bag. What have we got here? Under 72s.
Under 72s is what we got first.
So we are, my laptop, of course, is gone. Here we go. Under 72s are first. What are the bag weights have we got there?
We have. So we have 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18 kilos. Like, they are very heavy bags for under 72s.
Yeah. And it's over 4.1 meters, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that is in feet and inches, but
both these guys are making good work these first couple of bags.
Rory has been a great little fighter all day.
He has, yeah.
And
no,
I don't mean that in a derogatory way, because he is probably the smallest and lightest
person we
in
have
the
here.
whole place.
Yeah, I think so. He's been fighting all day long.
Yeah, it's really,
I
really
think
good
it's,
to see.
it's really good to see the under 72 category really kind of taking off.
I was saying this earlier. I said it was a gap that was there because if you are a lighter weight or a smaller stature man and you love strongman, there was nowhere. You can't go. You could go with the under 80s, but look at the weights and
like
what you're up against.
Especially if you're walking around about 70 kilos, like you're going to give away. Especially we compete against guys who got weight cuts. That's 2 seconds. He gets that. So anybody who doesn't know, if the bag stays stuck on top for more than 2 seconds, that is counted as a good lift. Even if the bag was to fall forward, it's still counted as a good lift.
Yeah. So it has that time. What's it called? That free allowance.
Free allowance,
time. Yeah. So our next lineup should be Jordan Humphreys and James Hamilton. Jordan in lane 1 from Wales, and we've got a 3 actually. We've got to have a 3, I'd say. Jordan, James, and have we lost? Looks like we've actually lost someone, have we? Well, no, 2, 2, and a 3. Yeah,
2, 2, and 3. Yeah.
Jordan Humphreys and James Hamilton.
Yeah, you can tell like the under 72s have been really enjoying this day.
Yeah,
I've been talking about in the background, out the back. Yeah, they've been just absolutely loving it. And you can see they're all really gelling pretty well with each other as well.
Yeah, I think it's that camaraderie now that they can actually, they've grouped, same as the under 80s and under 90s. You're going to start seeing, I hope to, because they seem to be a little bit more subdued than some of the other lads. I'd love to see that little bit of the banter that you'd have with Liam and Carl Scott at the time. Like John Ginty doesn't do social media, so we don't get it. But here we get it in person.
In person, yeah.
So Jordan Humphreys and James Hamilton. Wow.
They're
taking out
that.
the referees
Absolutely
at the back.
Flinging that.
It's like some of the girls yesterday, they were going through the back wall almost with the distance.
They were.
Unbelievable.
Oh, he's got so much power, there's no direction, unfortunately.
It's so frustrating. Like, get the trajectory.
There we go, that's it. Now, can he recover?
Oh no, he's just going straight through the board. So,
we were saying earlier, like, this is an event I think a lot of people tend to overlook just because...
it's going to keep getting away.
But sometimes people can tend to overlook just because they're not heavy weights, but technically it's probably one of the most difficult strongman events.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I find you'll get the outliers that are just really good here, right?
Yeah.
And then you'll get those of us that, like, it's hit and miss. You'll have a really good run, and then you'll have a rubbish run. You know, it's such a tough one to call. Okay, so our last 3 then will be Chris Stern, Brian Murray, and Cameron Nisbet.
Still pretty tight here, to be honest, with these points, looking at them.
So points-wise, I know we were looking at this earlier, like, say, for the under 90s, it's the same, there's 18 of them in the category. It's just
such a mix.
Mad, like.
Yeah.
So, points are really tight here.
Yeah, no, there's all to play for. There's definitely all to play for these guys.
This, and then you've got obviously that final event, which is absolute nightmare.
So lane 1 is Chris Stern, lane 2, Brian Murray, and lane 3 we have Cameron Stewart.
Now Brian Murray
guys in sync with each other.
Wow, look at this. Wow. Now, this is our top 3. Ooh, top 3 coming into this anyway.
Possibly. Brian Murray just slowing down a little bit. But the other 2 boys are making easy work of these bags.
They are eating this alive.
Come on, Brian, let's go. Oh, can Brian catch up now? This could be good points for him. Oh, yes.
There you go.
Well done, Brian. Well done,
Chris
Brian. Chris has to,
Chris
has to recover this. He needs to get this bag over. He wants to stay in the mix.
Come on.
Oh.
No, I think that's
done now. Once the power goes in this, it's very hard to go back, but he's still going.
Cameron Nisbet actually looking at this is probably just out of juniors, 24 years old, currently in the lead of the under 72s with 22 points.
Some of the young people this weekend have been phenomenal.
Killian, I swear to God, I keep saying it. This future of strongman, if they stay in this, is absolutely immense.
Yeah, great.
You've like Thomas Kelly up there, who's currently sitting. Well, he was currently sitting second against Tom Butts.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely, he's been pushing Tom for a good bit.
So I'm not sure where we're going to go to. No, I thought we were about to go to an interview. Yeah. So we're now moving up to our under 18 men. Now this is an exciting category at the moment.
Yeah, we got some very good bag throwers in this group.
Absolutely. So we are currently looking at the Ross Cosgrove and James Briffa, who will be coming out first. Yeah. No, the points here are just bananas.
Yeah, now looking at the leaderboard, Ewan's in first place with 47 points. Then we have John Ginty with 39 points, and then there's a two-way tie for third place with Liam McConville and Alfie Bunside with 38.5 points. So it's very, very tight between these guys.
Now the thing here is, I'm not going to just jinx it. So I'm saying nothing. I'm just going to just keep my mouth
shut.
Don't
have to curse the commentator.
Nothing. Yeah. I've done it already. Caldo's really bad. I said he's like a sniper. He has to go away. Okay, so our first out, Ross Cosgrove and James Briffa.
Good throws. Some good heights on these guys. Making easy work of these ones. Getting some very good height on them.
There we go.
Unfortunately, just too far forward, I think.
Oh,
nice.
Nice. There we go. James Briffa here, representing England and Malta.
Fortunately, got stuck.
I actually saw James compete at England for his qualifying spot. I think he's a training partner of Andy Bottomley, if I recall.
Oh, really?
Conversation.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I'm fairly sure they are.
Come on, Jason. Finish this off strong.
That's actually Ross.
Oh, Ross, sorry.
Yeah,
Ross.
James is over there. Yeah. Don't breathe. Don't breathe.
Yes, there we go.
He ran out of time anyway.
Done. Well done.
So that's the first heat of our under 80s. Next up with William Yao and James Watts. Now, look at the difference here, right? Because of the placing from the last event, the Stones. William Yao is at 9.5 points. James Watts was sitting at 33
points. That's crazy. That's such a difference.
We saw this yesterday. Look at Mary Egan, our own Mary, like how the place is just, it's just mad how people were placing and the mix.
Definitely makes more entertaining show.
And I think as well it's because of the events. The events are like, there's very few people that you could say all 6 events are favoured every athlete.
Except,
like you have to be seriously rounded.
Yes, unless your name's Tom Butts and you're winning everything. But
exactly.
For most normal people, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag. But these two guys are making very good work of this.
Yeah. You just jinxed William
I
Yao.
know, William. I'm sorry.
Yeah. There we go.
Nicely done. Come on, William. Let's recover from this.
No. We're going to see here now. Come on, 15 seconds, William. We've got a little bit of time. Get one more bag.
His technique's pretty decent. I think just maybe a bit of fatigue setting in right now.
Well, like we said as well, if you're shorter in stature, this is not...
No.
Unless you're really powerful and able to direct it, it's that little bit more difficult. You really want some height on this. This is why we're saying we're seeing some of them wearing lifters, just to try and get a couple of inches of height.
I mean, like keep in mind as well. We have it's the same height for all weight categories. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, for the lower weight classes, it's definitely a lot more trickier than it would be for the 105s and the opens.
So we're next up with Matt Dudley, Sean Cassidy, and Luke Phillips. So Sean Cassidy of Ireland in lane 2. Of course, we're going to be biased. Yeah. Matt Dudley, though, I like watching Matt Dudley. I watched him at England's.
He's a fun guy. Yeah, he's a very fun guy.
So just getting the guys getting ready, waiting for that whistle.
Yeah. I feel like these guys are going to be eager to get on a good performance in this one.
Excellent work there. Look at these now, neck and neck.
Great work.
Sean just ahead. Do you know, is the scoring for this being when the bag hits the ground?
Bag hits the ground.
Right,
so even if you were to get the bag over and the
Sean
whistle went.
Smashing this.
Let's go, Sean. Nicely done, Sean.
Beautiful.
Nicely done.
There we go. And come on now, we've got Matt Dudley still.
And
nicely
there he done.
Excellent.
Nicely done by James Watts. No, Dudley, sorry.
James Watts, you just created a new human.
No, sorry. Watts, sorry. James Watts.
Now, the weight of the bags actually increased on this one. They went up to 20 kgs. So they were 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20.
20 is a heavy bag.
What's the heaviest bag you would have had in comp then? 24?
The heaviest I've had was think a competition was 25, I think.
Yeah, the Strength Cup, what was that last year? The heaviest bag?
It was too light. That was only like 24, I think.
But I think as well, for people at home, sometimes what you have is you either have height or weight.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
So
definitely.
either the height is various, normally it would be that bit lower, but the weights would be heavier,
Yes.
or heavy weights and more adjustable weights.
More,
and then,
yeah.
sorry, we're over to Martin.
It was a good, confident event that you knew you were going to do good in. Did everything go the way you hoped?
It went perfectly as it can be. I've been training these back-to-back sessions, so I've long levers, so I can launch them quite well. But I've improved a lot, so I have.
Find an event that you're good at that doesn't physically take too much out of you. It must be a welcome relief before the final event.
Oh, it is. For these events back-to-back, I can just do these throw bikes any day of the week. I'm going in the last event now. Conditioning's been done. I'm feeling confident for the last event now.
Sean, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean Cassidy.
And that was just Martin Lennox there, just interviewing Sean Cassidy on his quite exceptional bag run there. We still have, though, another 6 athletes to go.
2 more. So we have Alistair Griggs, Liam McConvin, and Alfie Bunside.
So again, Liam's going to be wanting to make up some distance
Definitely.
here.
He wants to try and catch up John.
Yeah, no one else, just John.
Yeah. And this is a blistering time. Oh, wow, Liam absolutely smashed that.
It.
Absolutely smashed. I would love to see the time on that, because that was lightning fast.
The 2 guys here now. We also have Alistair Griggs in lane 1 and Alfie Burnside trying to complete this run. Alistair Griggs just got one of them bags stuck on the top, and Alfie Burnside back in. Up the go. Can he get it?
Come on, let's go, guys.
Oh, and there we go.
Nice. He got it over to the bag.
Over the other bag, yeah. Alistair Griggs there. We're happy with the completion of that run. His eyeball, there's a little bit of a... So they're actually, the lads are lined up in front of us down on the other side now on the left. So we have our final heat now, which is our Earl Siligowski, Ewan Colligan, and John Ginty.
I've been getting nervous seeing John compete.
I know, I think, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, that John and Killian are distant relations, but they are basically like brothers, so it's...
Basically, yeah.
And I think Killian probably knows more than anyone just how much, I've been saying how much effort John puts into his training.
He's one of the most determined people I've ever met in my life.
There he goes, and John's going to smash this. Here he goes.
Up.
No! Oh, John!
Oh.
God darn it. He's going to be so angry, man. No!
Oh, gosh.
So, Siligowski smashing it. Come on, John, just get done. You need to finish this.
Oh my gosh.
He's worn himself out. Come on, John.
Oh,
here.
Gosh.
John, will you go down and punch him?
Yeah.
No, he's just run
that's
out. He's
heartbreaking.
so angry.
That is heartbreaking.
He has been smashing this.
He has.
In training. He's going to be
so disappointed in himself with that one.
I'm heartbroken for him for that. It was like Mary yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I'm like, lads. But it's almost like I said there with this throwing bags. I hate them. They're such a fickle mistress.
Yeah,
because
me too.
They can go so well, and then all of a sudden,
so wrong. Yeah.
As we see here.
Yeah, you could be executing it so perfectly, training all the time, and then it just one bag goes wrong, and then next thing you know, the head goes, and it'd be very hard to kind of recover from something like that.
So that concluded the under 80s. We're now moving up to the under 90s. The bags go up by 2 kg increments. So it's now 14, 16, 18, 20, and 22.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Warren and Mark Black will be out first. Oh, and Reese Henry. We obviously have enough to do our 3s and 3s. So Steve Warren in lane 1, Mark Black in lane 2, and Reese Henry in lane 3. Here we go, and they're off.
Good height.
Flaking these bags.
Especially while, you know,
Reece Henry here is actually launching these into space.
The 5th event of the day. It's a tough event to be doing.
Absolutely. And you're fatigued, you're tired.
Yeah. Yeah, and the mental focus it requires for something like this.
These guys are smashing it. Come on.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go, that's it.
Reece Henry in lane 3, first to finish.
Nice. Very
Steve
happy
Warren,
with that one.
second.
Just very unfortunate there.
So Mark Black there. 10 seconds left. Can he get that bag?
Let's go, Mark. No.
No. And that concludes the first heat of our under 90 men. Next up, we'll have Sam Stalbo, Luke Shirley, and Ryan Carr. Here we go. Just resetting the throwing bags here. So all of these throwing bags here were sponsored for us by Cerberus Strength, who were also based here in Scotland, Inverness, I think.
Inverness, yeah.
You yourself are a Cerberus sponsor?
Cerberus, yeah. Discount code Big Fella for anybody in Europe.
There we go.
It won't work in the UK though, but yeah. Like a thrown back.
Sure, no one knows you in the UK, Killian. You don't exist, man, isn't it?
But it's definitely worth investing into throwbacks, to be honest. Like,
Absolutely.
it's
even one. I know they're expensive, but just one.
It's literally because they will last you a very long time.
Okay, so all of our Geely, look at that one in lane 1.
The workers in the background have to watch out with this one.
Holy sugar. Yeah. Sam Stalbo is sending them into space here.
Straight up.
And he's smashing this. Sam is going to be the first finishing. Yes, he
Mark
is.
Black just needs to recover himself.
Luke Shirley then. And both guys onto the last 2 bags. Oh, nice height there with Luke. He should finish this.
Come on now, Sam, let's go.
Ryan Carr managing to get his second last bag. Can he finish this? Will he have time? 10 seconds. Can he do it?
Come on now. Oh,
no, just not there.
Oh,
a little bit of a tweak there in the quad as well. People starting to cramp a bit as well, I suppose,
now.
Yeah,
it's hot in here as well.
Long day.
It's very hot.
So we're going to go to Martin Lennox.
Welshman today, so well done in representing your country. Did that go exactly how you thought?
Yeah, the setup I have is really punishing, so it set me up quite well to get over this, to be fair. So yeah, train harder than you compete.
It's like you went in, grabbed it, bang, bang, bang. Literally no time has passed. Little fist pump, away happy. You must be delighted, mate.
Yeah, I've achieved pretty much all my personal goals today. Same on this, one more event to go. If I can hit everything I want to hit, then I'll be a very happy man.
Sam, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen from Wales, Sam.
So we are back there, Martin Lennox just interviewing Sam Stalbo with a major run there with the sandbags. So we next have Joel McCaffrey, Thomas Kelly, and Tom Keithley. Thomas Kelly, gosh, look at that.
He's for only 20 years old, he's so powerful.
Absolutely. I was chatting to him when I was saying this to INSF Nationals. Like, did you do any sport before this? He's like, no, I just went to the gym.
To be fair, his older brother Lee is also a beast.
Yeah, really good strongman.
Also
so
a beast.
It's kind of in the family, and he's smashed that. And so is Joel. So, and Tom. Very close call there, I'd say.
Joel's definitely going to be happy with that one.
Tom Keithley now just waiting on the second last bag. Looks like I've lost internet again here, lads, in this twilight zone.
Stuck there.
Probably just 5 seconds there, calling it a day.
So fast times though by the two Irish lads.
Two Irish lads, yeah. So if it actually decides to come back up, we'll have a see. The results should come through fairly quick. Just resetting their bags. So we should see Tom and Pavlos are getting ready here now.
We have Bishop Prentice, Bottomley, and Easterbrook coming up next.
Aha, there we go. Oh, no, we haven't. We've got McGarry.
Oh, sorry.
Lewis.
Yep.
And Ben Gillespie.
And Ben Gillespie.
I'm good at this recognising these lads now.
Charlie's definitely going to redeem himself on this one.
That's
Here
we
Charlie.
go.
There we go. That's it. That's more like it.
Lewis as well.
There we go.
Ben, lane 3. Craig Lewis smashing these. Charlie is hitting these.
That's it, Charlie.
There we
And
go.
another one.
One
Come on
more.
now.
Let's go.
Let's get it done.
Ben not far behind him. Let's go.
That's
There
it,
we
Charlie.
go.
He's going
And
to be
who's going to get
delighted
this?
with
Craig
that.
Lewis, literally. Oh, and Ben pipped him.
God, unfortunately for Craig Lewis, just missed that one. Can he get this one over? He's going to need this.
Let's go, Craig. Come on. There
Yes,
you go.
there we go.
Craig Lewis, also now a Masters athlete.
Really, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we've got a few of them as well, between our juniors,
And
or
Masters,
youngers,
yeah,
and our Masters.
yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So just trying to scroll down now. Our final three should be Tom Butts, Luke Young, Tom Butts, and Pavlos Kouros.
No, they're coming up after this next one.
Oh, should have got out there really quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. This is, Prentice, Easterbrook, and I can't remember who the other chap was. His strength results has gone
Prentice.
on a walk around the gaff for me. Charlie McGarry there, 20.18 seconds for that run.
Very quick.
Okay, so we have Craig Lewis.
Michael Prentice.
No, that was the other one. So. Oh, here we go. Look, flying these lads are. So Ben Gillespie, Andy Bottomley, and Michael Prentice. And they're all in different lanes, just to add.
There we go. Michael Prentice really got
There
a
we
fast
go.
one there. And
So
Bottomley too.
Andy in lane one, Michael in lane 2, and Ian in lane 3. Ian on his last
There
bag.
we go, Ian. Nicely done.
Excellent run there by these guys.
I feel like we're going to have some fast times when the Opens come out. There's some very tall guys there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We were saying John McClellan.
Such a big.
I think
yeah.
he's the tallest, we were
Yeah.
kind of saying. And then closely, I can't remember who the second lad was, closely followed by, like, there's some tall dudes out
They're
there.
very tall guys.
Powerful as well, like
Yeah, yeah. Best cut to 6'8", 6'9".
So last heat, Luke Young, Tom Butts, Pavlos Kouros. Let's see. Tom Butts at the moment sitting in the lead of 71 points.
You know, he's one of those guys. He's very unassuming. You know what I mean? Because he's not, like, not in a bad way, but he's not huge. You know what I mean?
like
there's some bigger guys in his category, and, like, you know, he's just very.
Absolutely.
He's a very calm, placid guy.
Even when you talk to him, he
yeah,
doesn't
he's
come across
just
as
chill. You know what I mean? Like, he just does his thing.
smash everything.
Yeah. No, he's definitely a great guy. Big fan of Pavlos as well. Like, he's great personality, very friendly. He's a big supporter of everybody involved.
So here we go. Luke in lane 1, Tom in lane 2, Pavlos in lane 3. Off we go. Wow, look at these guys synchronized. Oh, no, Tom just taking that lead.
Just
Luke here ripping through this as well.
Wow, Tom
Pavlos
Butts
just
as
slowing down.
professional as ever.
Oh, no!
And I think mathematically now, Tom Butts cannot be beat. He doesn't even. I think he doesn't even have to do the last event now going into this.
It's mad. It's what we were looking at for. Was it Willow yesterday? I think it was, and possibly Andrea Gaffney as well. They were so far ahead in the end that they probably didn't need to do it.
Yeah.
There was a full event ahead. Yeah, I'm fairly sure.
That's so impressive to be that good.
Come
Let's go,
on,
Pavlos. Come on.
No, Pavlos. It's too much. I think he got too bendy with that
Yeah.
one, so he's losing that extension.
Yeah.
Either way, absolutely mental performance there again from Tom Butts, just showing why he is a two-time world's natural strongman champion. So with that, we now move up to our 105s. And our 105...
Tom Butts is only 26 as well. Like,
yeah,
that's
he's
crazy.
still young, yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
So 105s go 16, 18, 20, 22, and 24. And we will have Simon Millins and Jonathan Littlejohnson in lanes 1 and 2 respectively. Oh, we're going to have 3 out, so Mitch Taylor as well. So Jonathan in lane 1. Will Richards in lane 2. Oh, okay, so yeah, so Simon Millins is actually out, unfortunately. He's got a little bit of a injury there. He's kind of sustained, so we decided best to just not to continue, which is always the wisest thing to do, trying to power through. So these guys now, Jonathan Little smashing into this, as is Will Richards and Rich Taylor. Jonathan almost on his last bag.
Come on, Jonathan, let's go.
Will
Finish
Richards
this
onto
off.
his last bag as well.
Oh, Jonathan just missed out on that one.
both Jonathan and Will.
Can Will catch up with them?
Oh, you just thought, here we are, finally lane 3. Rich Taylor got
Can Rich be the...
You can imagine now, like...
Oh,
no,
gosh, yeah,
do you know what,
gassing.
that part, right, is the most disheartening when you're doing throwing bags. Like, just keep smashing off the
Yeah,
board, right?
Yeah.
Not when they get that even close, they just keep smashing off the middle of the board.
It's just the heaviest one here being 24 kilos for these guys as well.
It's, like I said, that's 1 kilo off of your heaviest and you're an open weight.
That's the most I've had in competition, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know usually, so you go some other open shows, you'll be getting up to 30 kilos.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's big weights to be doing.
So we should have up next Mitchell Wiley, Jordan Courtier, and Edward Stone. So saying Mitchell Wiley there is actually just out of juniors. He's actually pretty good. He won under 105 natural strongest man and Scotland's strongest junior. So off we go. Let's see what these guys can do. Wow. Okay. So Jordan Courtier is giving a masterclass by the looks of it. Very powerful pop there. You can hear the thump of the throwing bags landing. Come on, guys, that's it. Mitchell on his last bag, as is Jordan. But Jordan completes it. Edward Stone just struggling a little bit there with these bags in lane 3. Mitchell also having a fight with that final bag of 24 kgs.
Oh.
And we are at time.
There's 2 more heats left with the under 105s.
So, sticking to a chair. So next year we have Ryan Dean, Lewis Randall, Pringle, and my updates are coming through at the same time, and Thomas Fisher. I'll be interested. I'm going to go. Can you check there? What was Tom Butt's time on those bags?
Tom Butt's time.
Go on, something stupid. 12 seconds.
13 and a half seconds. Like, what the hell, man?
Oh,
He's
God, help
currently
us.
89 points, and the
Yeah,
person close
I think
to
he's
him
just
is
said to lads, I'm going to go
69.5.
home for tea and come back. So we are here now with our 105s.
Dean is making good work of these ones.
I've just lost my strength with results. I've come back again. It's updating. I love the fact that they're getting updated quickly, but it's just blotting my screen.
Oh, there we go. Nicely done.
So Ryan, oh, what was that? Oh, he knew he was coming out of time. So that was Ryan Dean, Lewis Randall, Pringle, and Thomas Fisher. Thomas Fisher winning that heat, I believe.
Very good.
So that concludes the 105s. We now move up to our open men. The bags will get reset, and I think they're going to increase in weight. So we are now at 18, 20, 22, 24, and 26 kgs.
In a good position so far. One event to go. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, to be fair. Disappointed with some of the earlier events, but hopefully strong finish.
You've came on in the last few events and completing 5 bags there. It'll done you no harm at all. How are you feeling with the Hail medley coming up?
As good as I can be, to be fair. I was happy with 5 bags there, coached by Tom Owens, so he'd be unhappy if I didn't get all 5.
I got a wee cheer for the crowd there. Can we get another cheer there for Thomas Fisher, folks?
So that was Keldo just giving a little interview there with Thomas Fisher, the winner of that heat. So we're now on to our open weight men. We're going to kick off with James Merry in lane 1, Stevie Speakman in lane 2, and Andrew Taylor in lane 3. And we're off to a good start here with these guys, yeah. I'm a bit of a fan of Stevie Speakman these days.
Yeah, he's very good.
But going around with that, walking around with that log of 135 kg, no mean feat, man.
Great control on that.
So the guys are starting to suffer here on this second last bag. That's 24 kgs. Oh.
And the heaviest one here is 26.
Yeah. So Stevie Speakman onto that last bag, 26 kgs.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
gosh.
I hope he's okay.
Oh,
I think he just...
Stevie. I hope he's okay. I think he is.
He's
laughing. He's laughing.
Do you know what, right?
He did a Wendy on it.
He's bringing the show, so he is today.
Is.
I jinxed him by saying I really like him walking around. Yeah.
There's never a dull moment with Stevie.
Oh, stuff delights, yeah. Fair play to him. I think his missus is there in the crowd. You said it earlier when he was walking around with the log, so we next
he seems
have...
okay.
Yeah, I think he's all good. He's walking off fine. So Matt Scott, Owen Boothby, and Ben Rant are our next triple up. Matt in lane 1, Owen in lane 2, and Ben in lane 3. I'm
very, very curious to see what Owen's going to do here. Big, tall man. I could imagine he'd get a good time on these.
So I think it's actually Owen and Jay. Who was the other guy we were talking about? John McClellan.
Yeah. Ben Rant as well. He's a very tall guy here.
Yeah, I think John's the tallest though. I'm not sure. But they do have that lever. Yeah. They have that advantage. Now, saying that, Matt Scott is fairly flaking these over as well. Oh, he was lucky there. See, sometimes as well, I'd say with the taller guys, that they don't always allow for the fact.
Yeah,
they think they're tall,
a little bit complacent. Yeah, but Ben is making great work on that one.
There we go. Look at that now. Matt Scott.
With Ben.
No, I think it's Matt. I think it's lane 1, 2, 3. We've seen a second. I could be wrong.
No, Matt Scott, you're right. Yeah, Matt Scott.
Yeah, so Matt smashed that. Still waiting for the other two lads now, Owen and Ben. There's a little slippy thing down there. It seems to be the same spot. Or whether they're just so tired at this stage, they're just hitting that wood.
Sweaty.
Yeah, and that was time for that heat there. So up next, we're going to have Carl McNally, Carl McNally, Reese Baxter, and Dean Patch. It's interesting to see now what Carl does, I think. Carl, he did a really good run on the stones. I don't think he would have been overly happy with his other performances.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I was talking to Carl. You know, it was only 2 weeks ago he competed at Ireland's Strongest Man, and he hasn't had much training in between. And you know, he works as a fireman as well, so a lot of night shifts, stuff like that. He was coming in fairly fatigued and got a bit of a flu as well. He actually got a bit of a flu there as well this week. So I've seen him. He's having some good performances. It's still all to play for, getting that top 5 spot for qualifying for Worlds.
Okay, so our next triple out here. Let's see Carl in lane 1.
That's it, Carl.
And he's over.
Good work of this.
There we go. Making light work of these throwing bags.
Let's go, Carl.
As is lane 3.
There we go. Come on, one more left.
Reese back to lane 3 as well. Is we going Carl McNally? Who's going to be first? Reese has just picked in. Carl.
That's it. He's going to be very happy with that.
So Carl, good run there for him.
Yeah.
Lane 2 then, we still have Reese Baxter. Dean actually in lane 3 picked Carl to that.
Did he, yeah?
That win, yeah. He was just over. But Reese Baxter not happy with that.
No.
So our final 3, which will conclude this event with the open men. Ross McIntosh in lane 1, Casey Brooks in lane 2, and John McClellan in lane 3. A current leader of this is actually Ben Rant for this group with 34.5. No, he isn't. It's just a lie. Ross McIntosh with 35. So, and then half a point between him and second. So our next heat, our last heat.
Very interesting to see how this goes.
So John McClellan fired over
Casey
into
Brooks
space.
Wow. Casey Brooks is going to be the real.
No, that's John McClellan. You're going the wrong way again.
In the middle.
Oh, yeah,
no, in the middle. That's what he's finished. Casey Brooks.
Oh, wow. He went so fast I didn't even see him.
Really, really upset here.
John McClellan, and he's over.
Well, that was a very fast time by Reese.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see what comes out. Casey will be very happy with that run, I'd say. Here we
no,
go.
let's try and get this
5
over.
seconds
Oh,
left.
just
Unlucky.
so close.
That would be time. So that concludes our 5th event.
Yep, one more
our
to go.
Final event.
Probably one of the most
helmet
grueling one,
yeah,
I
I think sickening
Yeah,
is the word.
sickening is the
We were
word.
looking at it yesterday going, are you serious?
Yeah, like
Who'd want to do
people
it?
getting up to 10 reps on this.
So we're
yesterday.
just going to go to Keldo for an interview.
We're going to get a word with Casey Brooks here, just jumping in on you, Martin, until he gets warmed up. Casey, 5 bags, done yourself a great turn there. How are you feeling going into the last event?
Yeah, not bad. I've had a lot of issues with tendonitis in my arms, and I've underperformed on a lot of events, but I think I could pull it back towards the end, maybe.
Are you thinking finish strong, get in that top 5, get yourself to Galway?
Well, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
How is the training for this win?
Not bad. Beside the arms, not bad. It's been a lot to prepare for. It's quite early, but yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you perform in the last event. Great run there. I'll hand back to Martin Lennox.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final event of UK and Ireland's Natural Strongest Man. Ultimate event. Ultimate event. The hellish dash and carry.
Yeah, absolutely cruel.
You definitely know who came up with this, don't you?
Yeah, the cripple himself, Matty Costello.
It's not a lie.
Yeah, it's like the more crippled he gets, the more evil his events become.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what we have is a 15-meter course. There is a sandbag. They have to dash from the oak to the sandbag, pick up the sandbag, run all the way back, throw it over the oak, and then continue to throw it over the oak multiple times.
Multiple times, yeah. Yeah, it's a 80 kg sandbag for these under 72 athletes as well.
Now,
so
what we found yesterday was that 60 seconds seems like a bleeding eternity, and I'd hate to be out there.
Like a lot of them were going for the whole 60 seconds as well. Like
absolutely. I think as well, because it's that final event, they know they've got to leave it all out there, particularly those who are, fighting for that 4th, 5th position, because there's 5 spots going in each of these categories for Worlds.
So how it works as well, even just getting the bag to the yoke is 1 point.
Now, has that not changed? Because I think there was discussion yesterday with confusing people.
Possibly, yeah. I think so, yeah. I think that should...
Oh, no, apparently I'm getting it hasn't changed. So getting the bag to the yoke is 1 point,
and then so by the time the first bag goes over, that's 2 points.
Yeah, and I think that does make sense to me, because I was saying to Jack yesterday, I think it was him with me, going, "Oh, I'm not sure why Mairead, I think it was, got 1 point." And I said, they're obviously given for distance because you don't want to take distance. So as long as you can get to the yoke, you've got a point.
That makes a lot of sense.
So
these guys are making good work of this bag.
We have Rory here in lane 1 anyway. I think he's been an absolute belter all day.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just trying to get my events list back up. Stern in lane 2. So they're going, they're just gassed. Look, they're just...
Yeah.
It's so tough at this stage. This final event.
Yeah, these guys should be proud of themselves. They've put on such a great performance for this whole day. So our loaders here with our trolleys that were sponsored to us by HSS Pro Services. Made our lives, the lives of the workers a lot easier.
Oh, absolutely. Wait for this to re-update itself. Again, just been a bit of an issue here with the internet for regular folk today, which is all good because it means the live stream is good. That's the main thing. That's all that really counts. So we're getting the results in now for Conor Goodison with 10 reps. And they are off the second heat.
Yeah, we have Brian Murray, we have Humphreys.
Just about to get there, I think it's decided to update itself. So Brian Murray in lane 1. James Hamilton and Cameron is with. We are back in business. So we are here now, as in
Murray and Hamilton are neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, they're also Brian Murray and James Hamilton are tied on points for second. So there'll definitely be that fight is going on. Yeah.
Goodison just going ahead. Sorry, Hamilton just going ahead of him. Murray needs to try and catch up with him if he wants to stay ahead. But
how bad does he want it?
James Hamilton's just pinching ahead of him.
Dropping over.
Oh, unfortunate.
Wow.
Very, very unfortunate.
Some battle there.
Be very curious to see what
happens. The thing here is, well, the yoke heights are set as well to a specific height for each weight category. So again, if you are shorter in stature, it's going to be way more difficult because you're having to do more extension.
Extending up over us,
And we've already done a huge amount of triple extension today, right?
Yes, they have.
So you will see how that a little bit more taxing. We saw it with the shorter girls as well yesterday. So we are going up to our under 80s now.
Yeah.
Now this is a massive category here.
Bag. 100 kilos, yeah. So it's currently the top 3. We have Ewan in first place with 56 points, Liam McConville with 51.5 points, and then there is a tie for third place with 44.5 points with John Ginty and Alfie Burnside.
Our first crew out will be Cosgrove, Yao, and Dudley, I think, looking at the line down there. So yeah, William Yao in lane 1, Ross Cosgrove lane 2, and Mutt Dudley in lane 3.
Keep in mind as well that top 5 do all qualify for Worlds this August in Galway, so there's definitely all to play for these guys.
As we said as well, for the Strong Pass, those of you who are subscribed, next week we have the Scottish Strength Cup, and the following week we will have the Masters and Juniors Natural Strongest in Liverpool in Box Park Arena. And we're off. So William Yao and Ross Cosgrove up pairing here.
Getting ahead of him here. Yeah, it's such a punish. Like 100 kilos for under 80 athletes, like 20 kg above their body weight.
Sickening, man.
It just really shows how strong these guys are as well.
And this is over a 4-foot bar for these guys in this category.
And, you know, one thing to keep in mind is, like, if you are in the last position in any of these categories, there's no shame on that. Like, you know, you're coming up against some of the best here.
We said this yesterday, right? And especially with against the English, right? And I want to put this way, because the pool of the English is massive.
It's huge.
Right? And when you look at the talent pool then that you're picking from, it is huge. So if you've managed to get to this level and you were out here with these lads, you're strong. You're strong.
Yeah, you're strong.
You've got that one step further. And it gives you a baseline for what you're going to be able to achieve the next time.
Yeah, going forward as well, And you just got to try focus on the positives. Obviously, you know, it's good to be honest with yourself and look at the negatives as well, but also to look at the positives, look at your strengths and try and move on from there.
I said it to my girls who were doing Four Nations yesterday, and I actually said to one of them, I said to Neil, I said, look, even if you had won today, you still would not have been totally happy, because take it from someone who won a world title. There's always
pick apart.
And you know this, you will always pick us apart. You'll never be 100% happy with your actual performance. So just get your achievements, look at what you've done, look at what you've improved upon in your PBs.
And just learn from it.
Yeah. So up next we have Matt Dudley in lane 1 and James Briffa in lane 2. Now, there is literally 1.5 points between these two guys at the moment. Matt Dudley on 26 and James Briffa on 27.5. Not that it's actually going to do much unless there's a mess up for them to that fifth position, but if they're having a bit of competition with themselves, wanting to climb that ladder, that's where the points are. So Matt Dudley's up and away, but James Briffa, they're neck and neck.
Dudley looking a little bit stronger in the carry.
And over.
Straight over.
So that's a point in the bag for them.
Yeah, it's cool to see the difference.
Now just scraping ahead.
The difference, some people going under the bar, some people going around the yoke. I think under is...
Oh, and the belt's coming off. That is going to be annoying. So we were talking about this yesterday as well, right? So if you are particularly tall, and most of the people were able to get under the bar, but the taller that you were, it's obviously not going to be good.
A little bit trickier,
Yeah. So you would see that with the real tools that were going just around. I think you'll find it in the opens.
Opens, definitely,
They ain't going under that bar.
Come on, Dudley, let's get it over. Come on, make sure of it. Come on, that's it. Good lad.
Fair play to him, because that would be pissing me right off having that belt hanging down there. The whole lot would have to come off. But it's not stopping him. He is fighting.
He is a fighter.
He's getting gassed there now. James Briffa. We were talking about this as well, about throwing it too far. You just want to drop it.
Yeah, just drop it, You're just making it more difficult on yourself.
So next up we have Luke Phillips and Alistair Griggs and Sean Cassidy. So Luke in lane 1, Alistair in lane 2, and Sean in lane 3. We have England, Ireland, and Wales. But let's see. I think Sean is relatively pretty good at moving events, so I would, and he's fairly ignorant as well. So
yes, he is.
But it comes in handy.
Yeah.
And we're off.
Oh, boy's going off very quick here.
Fast. Sean, good pick there.
Yeah. Griggs
Alistair
slightly ahead.
Yeah, just slightly ahead there.
But boys caught up with each other now. Sean's gotten over.
There's a little bit of distance there. It seems to be going a little bit further than I would like. He's now having to walk it in.
Phillips just behind them, but
Luke there
it's a little over back now. Griggs back in front.
Great little swing there. He's really agile, getting in under that bar, straight back into the pick.
Phillips just roughly a rep behind these two guys. Sean
there.
looked a little
and the
bit of a
taller of the three athletes, so a little
Yeah.
bit more of a struggle, not getting under it as quick.
Yeah. Let's just see that little bit of slow down the extension. But
Here he goes. Come
Griggs is staying strong here on this one. He's putting in a great performance
on. You can
here.
hear Rachel, Sean's fiancée, again screaming in the front
Yeah.
row over there. And I've got sound cancelling headphones on, I can still hear it.
Griggs,
And that
that's,
is time.
must be at least 11 for Griggs there.
That's savage work. For this stage of the day,
Putting that many reps, like that's
I've just
phenomenal.
seen Maddie Costello just wallop John Ginty. John Ginty has a head on him like
He
he's gonna.
does it.
Well, he needs it. He needs to be made
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah, I feel
The
bad for that
angry
sandbag.
is,
Yeah.
oh, that sandbag. I'm just hoping like he'll turn around and punch the sandbag afterwards.
Yeah.
Like. So we have Earl Sulagowski, James Watson, Alfie Burnside in our second last heat of the under 80 men.
Yeah, these guys look a little bit taller than the rest of them. Like,
Yeah,
so
I
think
don't think there's going to be as well. They still could be quite agile. We'll
Yeah,
see.
you never know.
I was getting called wrong on that with the women there yesterday, so let's see now. Waiting for our referees. We are good. Wow, it's fast sprint there
Straight
now.
out.
Earl just looking a little bit sluggish
Yeah.
there, a little bit slow.
Watts straight through though.
In and under, and he is over one rep in.
Burnside just behind him.
Oh, he is almost 2 ahead.
Yeah. Burns putting in a
Alfie Burnside
strong
is-
performance here though.
Sorry, James Watts even.
James Watts, yeah.
Yeah, he's fluid here. He's good pop. That's
Like,
it. Alfie
he's
Burnside
almost
is not.
overlapped Earl, I think.
Yeah, I think he literally
Yeah,
has
he's
his.
literally overlapped him. He's putting a strong performance here. He must be close to, must be at least 9 reps.
And he doesn't seem any real slowing down. He's
No,
like,
not
hop,
really.
hop.
No, Burnside's
Yeah,
still
look,
putting in a good
moving real
performance though.
Earl struggling to get that
Yeah.
bag over the bar. Oh, I think he's hurt his hand. They're getting
For,
a cramp.
for Watts and
Oh, did he
Burnside,
jam
the
the finger?
podium is still on for play here, so
And that concludes that.
I wonder how that was a lot of reps there.
That was a
So
lot
we have
of reps.
Griggs currently ahead with 10. So I think Watts may have pinched him there. He's done either 9 or 11 because I know when it's on the right side, if it's still getting the 2 points, on the right side is going to be the odd number, and then
Yeah,
on over
absolutely,
the,
yeah.
that's going to be the,
Yeah.
the even number. So it might make it a little bit easier to keep track
So
of.
this is going to be an interesting one to watch now. This is John Ginty,
Come on,
Liam
John.
McConville, and Owen Colligan, right? Owen is quite ahead there. Well, no, actually, the divide has been shown it. He was actually quite further ahead.
Yeah.
56 points for Owen, as
Yeah,
you were saying.
the gap has been
51.5 and
closed
44.
down on by Liam.
Now, I know that John is going to be very angry and eager, but Liam is going to want to keep where he's at as well.
He wants to get his payback on John for taking his title off from him. But
Here they go.
oh gosh, let's go, John.
John is up.
That's it, John. Go on.
Let's go, John. Come on.
That's it.
Angry as fuck.
There we
Come
go,
on,
John.
let's go. Liam is also over. John is just ever so
John
slightly
just
ahead.
Slightly ahead.
Owen as well. They're all on same reps. John again.
Come on, John. Let's go.
Now he's up and over.
John's
John
on 5
is on
points now.
fire.
Come
Owen
on, John. Let's
Colligan
go.
as
That's
well,
it. That's 6 for
matching the
John now.
lads.
10 is still the score to beat.
So he needs to keep
That's
going.
it, John.
That's
Come on. You
7.
need to keep going. You need to keep going. Let's
How
go.
angry can he be?
Come on, John. Come on, John.
Now,
Come on,
Liam
get that
is just gone
extension.
ahead of him.
Liam just pinched ahead of him. But come
And
on, John.
Owen
Got to give it
is
your all.
on his way. John is slowing down. Liam's overtaking him.
He is.
I
He
think
is.
John
But
is
John's
tiring.
he's staying ahead of Ewan, though. Come on, John. Let's
Yeah.
go. Let's get another one. You
Ewan
need to get
is
another one, John.
struggling. He needs to keep going.
Come on, John. That's it. And again. And again.
How-
Go. Oh,
and on the
time.
whistle.
I wonder.
I
John,
don't know,
I-
did Liam get 2 ahead of him in the end?
I don't know. I know. I think John's beat Ewan anyway. So
Yeah,
I
Ewan
think,
was really, really struggling there towards
yeah.
the end.
So I still. I
This
wonder.
is exciting. And we're going to go to Martin Lennox for an interview with Liam.
We knew it was going to be the case. John Ginty is no mug. He had you for speed. He was ahead. He was ahead. He was ahead. 15 seconds, you caught him. You nicked ahead. You heard me shouting on the microphone. You had to dig deep. You had to win it. Liam, brilliant, mate. You done it. What you got to say?
Thank you.
Come on, mate. Give it to me.
Give me a fucking minute, like.
Everyone's doing very well. I'm very proud of everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liam McConville is the gobbiest man in the world. We will give him the benefit of the doubt. He is knackered. He is magnificent. Ladies and gentlemen, from Ireland, Liam McConville.
I didn't even win, though. I think you won.
So we are back there. That was Martin Lennox there interviewing the showman that is Liam McConville, who won that event, did he? Or is it
yeah,
just...
I
did he
think
win?
so. We're just kind of waiting.
Yeah, having a look for the results to come through there.
Look, on strength results, it's saying that Liam was half a point ahead.
Hey, 10 reps there for Liam McConville anyway. So he didn't win the event. I think it's just that he's managed to power ahead now with that. Again, how everything can change.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are now on to our under 90 men. And our under 90 men are on a 100 kg sandbag, but the height of the bar has gone up to 4 foot 2 inches.
Yeah.
It's gone up from 4 to 4 foot 2. Mark Black and Ryan Carr. Oh, we've actually got 3. Mark Black, Ryan Carr, and Steve Warren, all representing England, are out first. These guys are slightly taller as well now, so it's going to be interesting. I know the bar's gone up 4 foot 2, but let's see what happens.
So, yeah, 100 kg bag again for these guys.
We've got Mark Black is out ahead there. Ryan just behind him. Steve Warren.
Carr just struggling to get this back up.
Mark Black now is a little bit there. He's ahead now. Is a point ahead, almost going 2 ahead, I think. If he can get that pick, he's starting to fatigue. Hamstrings will be fried.
Definitely.
Super fried.
Definitely.
Backs, everything. Sorry, I don't know what
Gone,
hamstrings.
yeah.
Everything's fried. 6 events in. Here we go. But Mark Black is still putting in the work. The current leader of this is 54.5 points, which is Ben Gillespie, who is actually a junior, Welsh junior.
No, Tom Butts. No.
Oh, hang on a second. Yeah,
Tom Butts.
Is, yeah.
Tom Butts is ahead.
It's a bigger
it's
group
bigger,
category.
yeah.
I'm an idiot. Sorry, ignore me. And then you're just going to move my whole entire thing. Thank you, Killian. Okay, so we are now Reese Henry, Tom Keithley, and Luke Shirley. Yeah, so Tom Butts probably gone home and had a sandwich.
Let's say so. Almost 20 points ahead.
Insane.
That's ridiculous.
Luke Young, I think, in second at the moment, 69.5.
Mark Black with 6, Ryan Carr with 6, and Stephen Warren with 6.
Oh, so in the end they... Oh. Interesting. So, Reese Henry, Tom Keithley, Luke Shirley. Let's go.
And Henry just ahead.
Ever so slightly.
Straight over.
And through. All the guys now, the extra point.
Yep. Now, if you can just keep this pace now, just try always to 1 rep ahead of them.
And it's about keeping a pace, isn't it? It's about like kind of ticking over and trying to keep that rhythm going, I suppose.
Yeah, 100% get the rhythm going.
I think because what can happen is if you get too flustered about going really fast,
yeah,
you get gassed, you make mistakes, you start to fumble.
100%. Yeah, I think even best, it's like you almost don't want to think about what you're doing.
Absolutely.
You almost want to just cut your voice out and just really just be in the moment. Up and over. Because once you start asking those questions and like thoughts come in, like you start to kind of get in your own head a little bit.
Absolutely. Reese Henry seems to be doing that, and as does Tom Keithley.
Keeley's caught up with them though a little bit.
And that was time.
Yeah, Henry was ahead. He just slowed down a little bit, and Keeley matched him.
So our next trio out will be Craig Lewis, Joel McCafferty, and Pavlos Kouros. So lane 1, 2, and 3. Joel in lane 2. Craig Lewis in lane 1.
Ridiculous standard for the 90s today.
Oh, look,
absolutely ridiculous.
We were saying this when I was talking to Keldo.
Yeah.
At one point we had, at the squats, we had 3 national champions. So you had Thomas Kelly, because he won under 90s. You had Craig Lewis, and I can't remember who the other one we had, but they were all national champions. Oh, Tom Butts.
Tom Butts, yeah, all going to kiss
Well, like,
each other, yeah.
what the heck?
Yeah,
The standard, the caliber is unbelievable. There we go, and they are off.
Joel and Pavlos are definitely going to want to
Now Craig Lewis
redeem
there.
themselves a little bit on
Pavlos
this
is
one.
just ahead of the lads now.
Yeah,
Up and
come
over.
on, Pavlos, let's go.
Joel that little bit faster, getting through. And he's picked him.
Straight in.
Here he goes. Joel just a little bit more agile, probably
Yeah.
not quite as tall as Pavlos. Yeah, and he's actually
Just getting through it.
Craig here now in lane 1 as well.
And to
Pacing
be
himself.
fair to Joel as well, you know, a nasty injury at Worlds last year with the axle
So we
falling
were
on his,
saying this,
on his
yeah,
ankle.
the
like,
fracture. He fractured his foot very badly.
Yeah.
There was 3 fractures in his foot. But he proceeded to say he also fractured his other foot. So I was so happy to see him back at INSF competing this year after
Definitely,
such a horrible injury in August.
Yeah, and himself another firefighter as well, working a very tough job.
Joel McCaffrey, firefighter.
Yeah.
Would stop the lights
Yeah,
there.
I'm fairly certain he was. I remember seeing him
Did
before.
you just make that up?
No,
I'm
I'm literally about
out.
90% sure he's a firefighter. Because I was quite surprised when he said it to me. But
Well,
yeah,
okay. Oh, he's actually, is he?
Oh, don't tell me,
Oh,
no.
don't tell me you've got,
just hope he just a bit of tendonitis.
please decide to, or a bit of cramp.
Yeah, hope he just a bit of tendonitis anyways.
Yeah, good man, Joel. So
No, Charlie McGarry coming up here now.
now here we go. So Charlie's having a brilliant day today. Really,
Fullback,
really
yeah,
good.
I know he was disappointed with a few things. But
Yeah, but I think he had a wicked run on them stones.
Yeah.
Like his throwing bags are phenomenal.
yeah, he's going to want to put in. This is Charlie's kind of event here.
Yeah. So Charlie in lane 1, Ben in lane 2.
Good speed. And, you know, Charlie's against somebody who's cut down from, you know, he used previously was a
105
105 athlete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it suits him, I think, that being that under 90s.
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think so.
So we have Sam in lane 3. Ben, our junior from Wales, who
Good
is
work done
great
there.
rhythm here. Adds to Charlie, but that throwing it too far away, lad. Come on. Just
Come on,
drop
Charlie,
it.
let's
There you
go.
go. All of these guys now putting in a serious shift here with this bag. Charlie, they're just getting a little bit
Let's
of
go,
a breather.
Charlie. Come on. Well, you just got to keep fighting. I know it's so hard
come
now.
on.
The 6th event to stay going.
Let's go, Charlie. 52 points here at the moment Charlie has, so he really needs to pull this out of the bag. And that is the whistle, that is time.
I think he's definitely happy with that final result.
So the guys are just resetting.
Coming up in the last one, we will have Andrew Bottomley. We will
Andy.
have Andrew,
Yeah.
Michael Prince, and
Prentice.
and Ian Easterbrook.
So again, massive thank you to Jewson's Builders provided the floor in here to protect the arena floor. And also the sand for the sandbags.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Which is a big deal.
That's a big thing. That is
Big
definitely
deal.
a big thing.
Okay, so we have Andy in lane 1, Ian in lane 2, and Michael Prentice in lane 3.
Trying to get 9 reps at that last set.
And Andy is up and on him.
Good speed.
Good pace here now. Easterbrook is over first.
That's it now. Keep this going.
All of the lads now.
There's a lot of determination.
Giving a good pop off
He
the chest
really
there.
is. Yeah, I just think he's
But
clear
he-
enough.
He's a little bit more
Oh,
challenged
yeah,
in the
it's
height
good stuff,
department
yeah,
there, you see.
yeah.
So
Probably want to make sure of
using
each
that
rep.
burst, pop it off the chest. And that's, that sandbag, right? So just to put this into context, 100 kg sandbag, 4'2". He's already done 5 other events, and he's just literally throwing it over a bar.
Over it, yeah. True testament of the strength.
Absolutely.
Great extension there.
So Easterbrook there going great guns as well.
Staying strong here.
Michael Prentice as well.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Botany really going through here. Just unfortunate. I think both Botany and Easterbrook tying there.
So our last treble will be Thomas Kelly from Ireland, Luke Young, and Tom Butts. And Tom Butts is out there, fair play to him. We were talking about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Going, like, you don't have to come out and do the event. Should you still come out and do something? And I think you should.
I think you should. Yeah.
Unless you were, like you said, you got another. We were saying if you had another competition in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, then maybe. Yeah, but like, I think you should have just especially when this is somewhat of a national title. You should always have the pride just to go out there, give it your all. Respect as well to your fellow athletes. I think as well. Like, you know what I mean, and just to go out. But yeah, no, fair play, Tom. He's at least going to get at least 1 point on the board, I think.
Thomas Kelly is up first.
Go on, Thomas. Yeah,
he knows he doesn't need to
shown off by Tom
off.
Butts. Yeah, fair play. He's getting it up over, and I think he's going to leave it at that.
Yeah, good man.
Yeah,
and cheer on
good
his
sportsmanship.
Yeah. There we go.
But yeah, Thomas Kelly's going to want to put in a great performance there.
These reps.
20 years old.
He has a baby as well with kids.
Does,
yeah, I couldn't believe that. But you're only a baby. I thought he was actually way younger when I seen him at ISF. I go, you're a teenager. Yeah. Me showing my age, but yeah.
But for under 90, he's so thick. He's so thick. You know what I mean? Like he's got such big legs on him.
Like I said, you definitely have to have played rugby or football or GA or something. I was like, no, just used to go to the gym.
Yeah. I say give this guy 3-4 more years, and he'd be giving Tom Butts some problems.
It was giving Tom Butts some problems today.
Yeah, I think it's definitely giving something Tom to think about anyways. A lot of determination in him as well, like, so Tom should be
and
very
whatever
happy.
happens here, like, he's done phenomenal.
Yeah, and so Luke Young as well, is 26 years old as well, so I mean,
still so much ahead of him.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're now going to move up to our 105s. I think we have a sandbag possible increase here.
Yeah, so it's going up to 120 kilos now.
Height stays the same as 4.2, or 4'2" even. So here we have our first up will be Edward Stone. 10 reps for Thomas Kelly.
Have we seen anybody beat 10?
11
reps. I just took my words right.
How can it? You did well.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, because I've seen a lot of people the last 2 days getting 10 points, like, but not many people getting the full 11.
Yeah. So we have Edward Stone and Rich Taylor and Will Riches up in our first three. So they're getting ready to go. Went that whistle and they're off. Will Riches sprinting off there. 120 bag up.
Yeah, just getting the advantage here.
Edward
Stone just slowing down a bit.
Here with his sandbag. The two
Come on,
guys
Edward, let's go. Come on, get it up. That's it, Edward.
There we are. Come on, perseverance. Get her up high. Get that point. Every point is going to count, but you need to get it to that yoke.
Come on. That's it. Come on.
There we go.
Don't want a zero event.
Keep going.
Let's go. There we go, Edward. Well done. Well done.
So, point on the board for this. I think you're going to call it quits at that. Yeah.
So Richie's just taking the lead now at the moment.
Will Riches in lane 3, giving himself a little bit of a slap there to wake himself up. All these lads fighting for this last event, this grueling event.
Richie's just leaving it off.
Yeah, I think he said, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh, yeah, I think they're going to...
Are they going to give it to him? I feel like it had...
Yeah.
Did I hear the thud? You have to listen back. Yeah. So our next three up will be Simon. No, Simon's actually out. So we're going to be looking at Lewis Randall Pringle, Mitchell Wiley, and Jordan Courtier. These guys now all trying to get those final few points that they can out of this last horrible event. So in lane 1 we have Lewis Randall Pringle, lane 2 Mitchell Wiley, and Jordan in lane 3.
Jordan still can't make podium. He's only 1 point off the podium here, so he's going to want a big performance. But he's up against some tough guys.
Yeah, it's always like it's what's left in the tank. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's
like
big ass.
And it's a big feckin' sandbag as well. Like, come on, I know it's 120, but it's also it's massive.
It's huge. Oh, I think Pringle's now the first person I've seen actually take this approach with the sandbag.
Like the lengthways of it.
Yeah, it seems to be working for him though.
I actually think if you can do it, it's probably easier. If you don't
so,
have that strength, we had this argument before, I think. And Matty is always like, you need to get it from his lengthways. When it's like,
I mean, like, you're supposed like, no, because if you're going wider, like, you're not going to get as much of your back involved. You know, it's kind of more of a lat thing, where these waves is closer, it's kind of a bit more of like a chest supported row almost. Like, you know what I mean? You probably get a bit more of your back engaged with it. A little bit less.
So here we go anyway. It seems to be working for Lewis
yeah,
anyway.
He's doing great on this.
Mitchell here is slapping out the rents. Come on, Jordan as well.
Let's
Jordan
go.
fighting for every rep.
Now, will that be enough now? It depends on what Little Johnson gets done.
But saying there as well, you coach Ethan Preston.
Yeah.
And did you see him there pick up the 140 Yusuf?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I said he's trying to challenge John now for
yeah.
world's strongest loader. Okay, so we have Jonathan Little Johnson in lane 1, Thomas Fisher in lane 2, Ryan Dean in lane 3, and that will conclude our under 105s, this final event of UK and Ireland's natural strongest man.
Even Fisher, you never know how things go. He could just nip ahead. He's only 1.5 points off.
Like the guys are getting ready to go, and they're off on the whistle. And Jonathan is up first and away. And over, getting that point in. Thomas Fisher, all the boys now got their first point in. Jonathan up and over, looking comfortable enough there at the moment.
So I mean, Ryan Dean's looking strong here.
Fisher there as well now. Jonathan is
doing good.
He is popping these.
Yeah, I mean, he's a former podium winner Worlds, I believe.
I'm fairly sure. I'll pull up the thing here now. Have you got it there?
Yes, yeah, third, 2 years ago. Podium.
He was the log I was trying to remember now, the log world record holder for the Nationals. But did he take it from Joel Blum?
Possibly.
Or did Joel Blum take it from him?
Yes, yeah. Interesting now to see the final scores on this.
So
whether Fisher or not can take them or not.
That is the conclusions of the under 105s completed.
Nowhere to go.
Which will be our open men. The sandbag weight stays the same, but the height goes up to 4 foot 4 inches.
You almost wonder, would you rather the heavier bag or the higher height?
I think the heavier bag.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd rather take a 130 bag than putting up higher.
Put over 3 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the extension and trying to fly with it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not really the weight, but just the height you've got to get these things up to. John Little Johnson with 7 reps, Thomas Fisher with 6 reps, and Ryan Dean with 5 reps. And overall,
where does that leave them? And then, okay, Thomas Fisher takes the win.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, he's really, that's...
Yeah, he took the win with that. Ryan Dean.
Crazy. I wonder if Ryan Dean, I wonder if Ryan Dean underestimated that. Maybe he thought he had enough to keep his win,
possibly. I think Thomas was looking a little bit stronger than Ryan was, though. That's the other side of it.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so our first heat is out. We're looking at James Merry, Stevie Speakman, and I'm not sure who's in lane 3. I can't see him. If I moved. Matt Scott. So James Merry up and over. James Merry is also able to be a Masters athlete at 40 years of age, but he's out here with the Opens. Stevie Speakman now in lane 2.
Jerry's getting through this now anyways.
Stevie Speakman, handy for him to go under the bar, but not so handy to get that weight over the bar. But he seems to be working fairly well with it.
Definitely, yeah.
James Merry starting to look a little bit
slower
slower there.
A bit of a huffing and puffing there. He was Scott as well. He kind of seems to be just
Stevie as well.
Slowly going around,
Has a little bit further to go though than the other lads.
The true open weight athletes just taking your time getting around for each one.
Yeah, so we were saying this yesterday as well. The open weight men and the open weight women just sometimes a little bit longer to move.
Yeah.
So our next heat out will be Carl McNally, Andrew Taylor, and Reese Baxter. The lads just resetting all of the equipment there. Again, our lovely Cerberus sandbags. Did you know as well, Factory Weights came in Friday night, helped them put the kit together.
Really, yeah? Wow, fair play.
So all the logs, the half racks, they came in to help them put the half racks together. Yeah.
Wow. They're nice racks. They're very nice. They're very sturdy as well. And the logs, they feel really nice.
Jade was actually saying the logs were really nice. I said I have to go down and have a feel for them. Anyway, we are off with our second heat of opens. Carl McNally off ahead, taking in those big breaths to keep himself oxygenated.
Well, let's go, Carl.
Yeah, Carl McNally's not going under that bar.
No.
Neither is Andrew Taylor.
No, I don't think any of these opens go under that bar.
The guy in the middle did.
Yeah. He did. Fair play. Fair play. Most athletic one here.
Yeah. So Reese Baxter, super athletic.
Yeah.
I think it's the height disadvantage.
I think so.
Yeah. As I said, it's easier to get under than put it over. Carl McNally there. Looking relatively comfortable when he's getting there. It's just not moving very fast.
The pick and extension's still good.
Yeah.
Look at that, yeah.
Yeah, there's great strength there, but I think the other thing is as well, is when you're taller or you're bigger, you don't want to be tripping over stuff either.
Yes, you're a little bit more clumsier when you got that extra weight.
And if you're having to go round, you're probably better off just pacing yourself with that twist.
I think so.
So that is time for this heat. Next out will be Casey Brooks, Owen Boothby, and Ross McIntosh, which is our final 2 heats for this entire competition. For those of you at home that have stayed tuned for the 2 days or even for today, well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the support.
As we're saying, we have the Masters and Juniors will be in the Box Park Arena in Liverpool in 2 weekends' time. Scottish Strength will be live streamed as well next week.
Strong lineup for that as well. It's going to be great call. Grueling events have a max deadlift. There'll be a max sandbag to shoulder in there. I'm good at it. I won't be competing at it, but it will definitely be a very, very good one to watch.
And is that going to be in Edinburgh, or where is that being
held? That'll be in Edinburgh.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. So our next heat, second last heat up for the end of this competition, and they're off. Moving quite fast for the big lads.
There we go. Brooks doing very good here.
This is Casey Brooks in lane 1, Owen Boothby in lane 2, and Ross in lane 3.
Well. No, it's gone back around.
It's changed. He's like, nah, I'm good.
Too much.
Lane 3, though, with Ross McIntosh, he's able to get in under there, but throwing that bag a little bit too far on that one, having to walk it in.
But I suppose, you might not,
Well, look at this now.
Yeah.
So even if you're not that tall, the energy you're going to expend.
Spend around, yeah. It's kind of rolling off him, though, at the same time.
Yeah, a little bit better there now, but here we go. These final guys. Casey Brooks here in lane 1, who did a really impressive bag throw.
Very, very impressive.
And he's up again, and he's just losing it there in time.
Unfortunately, boy, that was a good performance by Brooks.
Do you know what? I'm watching these lads now, and the same with the Open Women's as well. At the end of the day, this final, because it's the heaviest weights, you're bigger people, and the energy that's still in them.
It's very impressive.
And I think it's a testament. It shows that how far strongman has actually come from being just
big heavy
lumps.
people. Yeah. You see Brooks there, he's just taking a moment. But
I think he probably needs to take a moment.
Yeah, these guys are going to be bashed up tomorrow. Even though I talked to some of the girls that are here today, they are feeling it.
Yeah, I'd say so. So our final heat now of the open weight men, which will conclude the competition.
Yeah. Big John McKellen in lane 1.
He ain't going under that bar.
He's not going over that bar, right.
So John McClellan in lane 1, Dean Patch lane 2, and Ben Rant in lane 3.
John McClellan needs to put in a good time performance.
It's half a point between him and Dean Patch at the Ben Rant and Dean Patch at the moment.
Yeah.
And then there's a tie between John and Ross with 37 points.
So there's still a lot to play for in this one.
And only half a point between
wow, that's crazy.
Owen Boothby. So
all these guys want to put in a big performance.
Put in that work, lads. Come on, put in the shift. It's the final one.
Big John.
Come on.
slowly huffing and puffing, but he's still making
still
good work
going.
of this.
He's not stopping.
Yeah, Dean and Brian putting in a good performance against each other, but
I think even like go slowly if you must, but keep going.
Just keep going, yeah. Just don't stop. Especially the final event of the day. Yeah, he knows that he's done enough. He's done enough.
And that is time.
Curious to see now.
We'll wait for these scores to come through, but that
has been held on.
That has concluded UK and Ireland's natural strongest man and woman. I think we're going to go in for an interview with Martin Lennox. So that was just Martin and Matty Costello there. Martin just asking Matty how he felt about the how Natural Strongman UK and Ireland's have gone and how far we've come. And I think it's a big testament to say that, to notice that this started as a conversation 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Of how could Natural Strongman, we had created INSF in Ireland, and we know that BNSF I think at the time was in the UK, and there was a little bit of Natural Strongman going on, but not to the level that we've actually come to.
No.
You've been around forever. You're with us forever. You're like our strange child. 8
years.
You've seen it grown. You've seen how it's exploded in the
last
few years.
100%. You know, when I started off when I was 20 years old, it was just men's open. Like that was the only option. There was no weight classes. There was no juniors. There was no tested leagues or anything like. So I think just to see how many more people have got involved in the sport is just fantastic. To be honest, like, you know what I mean, and it's good to see how well everybody can work with each other. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter what kind of federation you're competing in. Everybody's here to support everybody, and that's I think one of the best bits about the sport is just the community sense that comes with it, and everybody just wants to get the best out of each other. You know what I mean? Like, and it's grown into something that I didn't even think that it would get to this part. You know what I mean? When I first started off, and just to be here today, you know, this whole weekend, all these people coming together, like I think it's very, very positive for the future of the sport.
Absolutely.
Very, very positive.
I think we were saying there, the talent that we've seen, the younger people that are coming through, and the older people who are staying on, is massive. And I'd say anyone who's been watching at home, if you think you're just a fan, but you just wanted to get involved as well, and thinking, how I'd love to do this, or thinking that you can't do it, you absolutely can. There's an awful lot of resources out there on Facebook and socials, and message Natural Strongman, Irish National Strength Federation. Give us a message. Natural Strongman in the UKNS, Scottish Natural Strongman. Reach out, and if you're interested in getting involved and giving the sport a go, just reach out, because we want this to grow, and we know there's a lot of people out there who probably have thought, oh, I can't do this, but look at, if you've been watching it, you'll see so
100%.
many different standards, and athletes who have come out and just given their all, travelled to come and do this.
You have to keep in mind, all these people here started off with a novice show.
Absolutely.
You know,
some of them didn't even have a novice show.
Yeah, they just kind of walked. Well, some of the younger ones, but like, you know, I remember like Kyle Scott, like one of his first competitions, was just one of our random novice competition, and he's grown into the athlete he's been here today. So it's just, you have to start somewhere, and I've seen so many people surprise themselves and just thinking, they come in just for the crack, and then a year or two down the line they realize they've got something serious going along. So I mean, just you've nothing to lose, you know what I mean? Like, but you definitely have a lot to gain, and even if it is the case that you just want to do it for fun, like, it's a great hobby to do. Absolutely. You're going to meet a lot of people, you'll make a lot of friends, and anybody can get stronger and nobody regrets doing it. So this really is a sport for everybody.
Excellent. Also then, if there's any businesses out there or any companies that are interested in actually getting involved and having your name up in lights like we've had around this arena, getting the shout outs, being there on the live stream, contact us, get involved. We're willing to talk to anyone, well, not me, but Natural Strongman are willing to talk to anyone, you know, because in order for it to get bigger and get better, we need to have that support, that financial support, because we need to be able to keep the crews and keep all the equipment that we have and the venues and start pushing things forward. Anyway, I think that's it. I'm getting summoned to go and do some testing.
I think so. So thank you very, very much for everybody involved who's been watching this back home. And as I said, stay in touch with social medias because there is so much more competitions coming up for this year, and you definitely do not want to miss out on them.
Absolutely. And we will see you again soon. Box Park Arena in Liverpool, I think.
Yep. Right, thanks very much, guys.
Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
the winner